Hey friends, I'm Sabrina from Miami. Please like and subscribe. I was born to two high school sweethearts who loved me to bits. My parents were like each other's best friend, and people called them couple goals. But in reality, they were complete opposites. While Mom was a hardworking, no-nonsense lawyer at a big firm, my dad, well, he was a stay-at-home dad. Polar opposites. Yeah, I know, but still, they were so much in love. As a kid, I wanted to be just like them. I was the best student in class, and I guess that came from my mom considering what a book nerd she was, and a total goofball. That part I am 100% sure came from my dad. As a kid, I always dreamt of becoming a scientist after a field trip with my school to a science lab. I was mesmerized by the many colorful test tubes. I would read science magazines like they were fairy tales and was able to remember everything. Why is it so hard for you to wake up in the morning? Come on, we're going to be late. That's because of Newton's first law. A body at rest wants to stay at rest. 5 more minutes. Pretty please. Not happening. And don't throw your science facts at me. Ah, you little rabbit. Okay, fine. I could take a 5-minute nap too. Growing up, I was always close to Dad because he was the parent mostly around. One time, Dad took me to the water park and I was having so much fun. When I went for the water slide, I spotted a girl crying and instantly recognized her. It was Gemma from my school. Even though we were in different sections, I had often seen her. Hey, what happened? Are you hurt? No, my mom. She wants me to go down the slide. But look at it. It's so scary. It's dark. I'm scared. This one? It's for babies. Come on, I'll be right behind you. The trick is to close your eyes and enjoy. Ready? Okay, ready. Saying that, I pushed her and then followed her. When we came out on the other side, the look on the girl's face had changed. OMG! It was perfect! Let's do it again! Yay! We had a blast, but our fun was cut short when we heard some people scream and run out of the pool. I turned around and what I saw made me want to hide my face from the world forever. Dad was in the middle of the pool while the water around him was turning blue and all the kids were running out of it. No. That's your dad, right? I'm not with him. Yeah, I'd say the same thing if my dad did that. You see, my dad was adorable, but he could be pretty annoying at times. I guess that was the reason why Mom was always saying that she had to raise 2 kids instead of 1. Well, Gemma and I became pretty good friends, and the fact that she kept the whole pool thing a secret made me like her even more. While I was happy to finally have an awesome friend, things at home were going south. I started to notice that Mom and Dad were always at odds. One moment they would be smiling at each other, and the next they'd be arguing like kids. They'd bicker over the smallest things, like who would take the trash out, who squeezed the toothpaste from the middle, who left the dishes dirty, and whatnot. One time, they started a huge fight over air conditioning. Yeah, it's frickin' freezing. Where's the remote control? Do you have any idea how much last month's bill was? So, now you're gonna throw the I'm the one who brings the money in thing at me. Mom? Dad? I have homework. Can you help me? How about later, honey? Daddy has to go out with his friends. Friends? Yeah. Run away like a little boy. Ugh, you're always acting like a kid. I always hated their fights, but on my 10th birthday, they crossed all limits and started arguing on my birthday in front of so many guests. I had had enough. Oh, please. For once, I really wish you guys would either stop fighting or just leave each other. Because of Mom and Dad, I officially hated love. As if my wish came true. The next day, Mom left for New York, and when Dad found out, he was heartbroken. I can't believe it. How could she do this? I know we had our differences, but this? How come she didn't ever think about you? The realization stung. Mom didn't just leave Dad, but me too. For many days, my mind was in chaos. Seeing me so quiet at school, Gemma asked me what the matter was, and I told her everything. I am never falling in love. It's stupid. Totally. Friendship is the best ship. With Gemma by my side, I felt like things would be all right. But boy, was I wrong. With Mom gone, Dad was out of control. It was like his life's mission to embarrass me. One time when I had participated in a debate competition, Mom was a no-show and I knew the reason. As for Dad, he was in the audience all excited for me, dressed up like a cheerleader, carrying a huge sign. Oh my God, I might die because of embarrassment. Come on, your dad is so supportive and cute, too. After my speech was done, I heard noises from the audience.
This idiot has been screaming in my ear for an hour now. It's time he gets taught a lesson. What? If cheering for my daughter is a crime, then I'm a Ah!
Before Dad could even finish his sentence, the other guy gave him a black eye. I so hated that my dad got his butt kicked the same day I got an award for the best debate, but he was always acting like a kid on a sugar rush. Once we got home, I was so angry at Dad that I locked myself in my room, even though Dad apologized many times. When I finally came out, Dad was relieved.
Honey, I am so sorry. I just wanted to make you laugh. Happy. I thought if I acted like a friend, we'd be...
Wait, but why a friend? I want you to be my dad. I can have many friends, but only one dad. I guess my words struck a chord because after that day, I saw how slowly Dad was becoming more responsible. He was managing the house and even started a small business from home, which was going well. He even started to help me with homework, and when I had a science fair at school, he worked with me and we made the best project. On the day of the fair, I stood proud with my project and Gemma was with me. Everything was going fine until I spotted Phoenix, the school's outcast. In grade 1, poor Phoenix had vomited all over a girl, and since then, everyone called him Puke Boy behind his back. For some reason, Phoenix was always smiling at me, and Gemma would often tease me by saying the guy had a crush on me.
Looks perfect, just like you.
You're in the way. Phoenix, can you maybe move aside with your snacks? Right when Phoenix turned, someone shoved him hard. The jerks from the basketball team were here, and Phoenix happened to be their favorite target.
Puke Boy fell on his food. Again! Aw, are those tears in your eyes? Hey, want a hand? Nah.
Instead of helping Phoenix up, they shoved him back and started laughing. I couldn't just stand there and watch the poor guy suffer, so I gave him a napkin. What are you doing? Are you all right?
Whoa, we got something going on here. Sabrina and Phoenix sitting on a tree. Kissin.
Before he could finish, I gave the jerk a much-deserved slap, and that really angered him. But before he could come at me, the principal came and took the whole group away. Good riddance.
Oh my God, I want to be you when I grow up. Thank you so much, Sabrina.
You're welcome. That was something, Sabrina. Gemma and I spent the day with Phoenix, and it turned out he was a gem. Not only was he good at school, he had a heart of gold. After that day, we started to hang out with Phoenix a lot. As time passed, our friendship grew stronger, and in the final year of high school, all three of us decided to go to the same university. I was doing so well, but then I had a 2-week break before my final exams, and I had to go and visit Mom. I was dreading it because I knew she'd be pissed as I didn't attend her wedding a couple of years ago, but when I reached her place, I was pretty shocked. Wow! Mom had surely married a rich guy, and now she even had 2 kids. Meet your brothers.
Aren't they adorable?
Yeah. So, we're going out. How about you look after the boys? Before I could say anything, Mom and her husband rushed out, and I was left to babysit. The entire week went by in a haze, and I realized one thing. Mom had moved on. I knew I should be happy for her, but I felt betrayed. At least I had Dad. But once I was back, I got a surprise at home. Dad was dating again. First, Mom has a new family. Now you're both moving on? Where do I fit in?
You are our child. Nothing in the world can ever come between the love we have for you.
Yeah, some love. Ugh, but why was I blaming Mom and Dad? I was the one who had wished for them to be apart. The guilt was keeping me awake at night, and to take my mind off it, I poured my heart and soul into my studies and got a scholarship to my favorite university in New York. The best thing was that Gemma and Phoenix were going to be with me, but in different facilities. It was totally worth it considering how we got to meet every single day. Things were going great, and in the 3rd year, I was one of 2 students selected to be part of a research team. That was huge! Finally, my dreams of becoming a scientist seemed so near. While working for a research assistant, I met Jacob. The guy was sure amazing, and every time I'd meet Gemma and Phoenix, I'd be telling them about him. Looks like someone has a crush. A crush? Yuck. Jacob and I, we're just good friends.
Yeah, everyone says the same thing when they have a crush.
Did I really have a thing for Jacob? No. I needed to focus on my studies and research. So I started avoiding Jacob, even though I felt bad about it. One time, I was late in the lab with my professor when I had a total eureka moment. I created a new material that looks like plastic, but 100 times safer than plastic. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Professor, you have to come and see what I found.
What? Impossible.
Look, I tested it again and again. The results are the same.
Yeah, she's right. Congratulations, Sabrina. This is fantastic. This will revolutionize science. Well done, Sabrina. I always expected the best from you.
I was so happy, but when the research paper was published, I got the shock of a lifetime. It was named after my professor and didn't say anything about my contribution, but I discovered it.
And who will believe a science student over a double PhD scientist?
I'll tell everyone. You won't get away with this.
Oh, really? Well, then be prepared to lose your scholarship and fail epically.
What a monster! I had been such a fool trusting him with my research. I needed to tell Gemma and Phoenix about this and ask them what to do next. I ran to Gemma's dorm room, and right when I opened the door, I felt the air knock out of my lungs. Gemma and Phoenix were kissing. What the heck? Sabrina, wow,
Finally. I was telling Gemma for so long that we should tell Sabrina about our relationship, but look how well everything fell into place.
Fell into place? Are you crazy? This can't be happening. No way! You betrayed me! It was like the walls were closing in on me. I felt like my mind was spinning. It actually was, and when Gemma came to hold me, I slapped her. Accidentally. Gemma, I am so...
What has gotten into you, Sabrina? You hit her.
I didn't mean to. Saying that, I ran out of there. I had been walking in the rain for what felt like forever. All my dreams were crushed. My family, my friends, and my career, everything. I didn't know why, but that night I ended up knocking on Mom's door.
Oh my God. What happened, sweetheart?
Mom? It was the first time I opened up to Mom, and in the end, I came clean. I told her how my wish had caused her and Dad to leave each other and how the guilt ate me. Because of them, how I hated love. It was never, ever your fault. You're a grown-up now. Listen, everything breaks if you don't take care of it. Your dad and I, we didn't take care of the love we had. Things fell apart. Don't be afraid of love. Don't run away from it. Otherwise, you'll never know the real joy of life. Remember, whatever life throws at you, you've got to be steadfast and strong, and everything will fall into place. Even though we're no longer together, look what we have. A smart, strong daughter. You, sweetie. Strong? Smart? Me? Ugh. And then I told Mom what my professor did and what a fool I was for trusting him. Well, Mom, boy, was she pissed. She then brought in the big guns. She sued my professor. Perks of having a lawyer mom. On the day of the hearing, it was the first time I saw Mom in action, and boy, was she fierce. Jacob was also there to support me, and in the end, the judge ruled in my favor. I was so happy, but the victory didn't feel complete without my friends, and I knew what I had to do. Today is my wedding day. Gemma, my bridesmaid, and Phoenix, the best man, look absolutely amazing. I am so happy that they're part of my big day. It was all because I had finally accepted my fears and came clean to them all those years ago. I had told them how I was afraid that our trio would break up because of them dating, but it was Gemma who assured me that taking a chance at love was totally worth it. And I finally gained the courage to tell Jacob how much I liked him, and he felt the same way. As I'm about to say I do, I realize how I didn't have to run away from love, but run towards it, because it's the best joy of life.
Hi, I'm Jules from Arizona, and I have the most opposite parents ever. But that's not why I'm telling you this story. If you want to know more, please like and subscribe to MSA. My mom was a lawyer who worked long hours for a multinational company, and Dad was a broke, stay-at-home artist with a wild imagination. He'd spend hours telling me stories about random superheroes, which Mom thought was a waste of time. On my 10th birthday, Dad threw me a huge superhero party, and everyone was asked to dress in costumes.
We've got a costume for you, too.
Ugh, really? Wonder Woman? The guests are gonna be here soon. I can't wear this junk.
But Mom, I stayed up all night to pick that outfit for you.
Well then, sweetie, you obviously need to make better choices in life, which you won't if you continue sticking with your dad. What's the matter with you? It's her birthday. Why can't you loosen up a bit? And why can't you be like an adult? Ugh, I'm so tired of this. I need a break. With that, Mom simply tossed the costume aside and left. As time went by, I became more like Dad. I loved art and painting. Life was good, except when I turned 16, Mom asked Dad for a divorce. He tried convincing her otherwise, but she was set. Since Dad was struggling to find a job, Mom won full custody, and I had to move with her to a new city. Mom tried her best, but she had no idea how to take care of me. Eventually, she found a new boyfriend, a bigger house, and a new cook, and that was the end of her efforts. I started school soon, and on my first day, even though the kids were cool, I just wanted to be left alone. So I went to the school garden and had taken out my sketchbook when this girl in a chicken costume flew past me and hid behind a huge tree. And soon after, a group of girls followed. Have you seen a headless chicken running around here somewhere? Chicken? Here? Nah, maybe try the poultry farm? The girls just pouted and walked away, and I went behind the tree to see the girl in the chicken costume crouching. Hey, they're gone. Are you okay? Who are those people?
Oh, just some bullies. I'm in the school play. Well, not technically, because I could never act in front of people. But anyway, I was just trying out the costumes and they spotted me, and now they're after me to lay an egg. How can I lay an egg? I'm not a real chicken. I'm Maggie, by the way.
Jules, and I think your costume is cool. My dad and I dressed up as superheroes all the time. Maggie and I were quick to become friends. She was a bit introverted and hardly spoke to anyone in school, but when we were alone, Maggie was a totally different person. She would dance, sing, and had some of the best jokes to crack. It was fun to be around her, and with time, Maggie and I got closer. When we turned 17, I started getting a lot of attention from boys, but every time someone asked me out, Maggie would talk me out of it.
Heck no. He applies too much gel on his eyebrows. Such a loser.
I think his eyebrows are just naturally thick.
Nope. He smells like horse poop.
But he's so cute.
Yeah, so? You deserve better.
I didn't think much of it at the time. Maggie was only looking out for me. But then this new guy, Charlie, joined our school, and boy, was he a stunner. Charlie and I hit it off instantly and bonded over our love for art. We started hanging out, and when he asked me out, it was an easy yes for me. On our first date, Charlie decided to take me to this really fancy place downtown, and I was more than excited. We were having the best time when suddenly Maggie popped up out of nowhere.
Oh, hey, guys. What a surprise.
What are you doing here?
I was just here to get their snail croissant. Oh, they're the best in town. Anyway, now that I'm here, maybe I should just join you guys for dinner. That's, of course, if Charlie doesn't mind. You know, right? Perfect. You know, Charlie, I never thought Jules would find anyone. Not after she found out she farts when she's nervous.
I do what?
It's okay, babe. There's nothing to be ashamed of. We all have our ups and downs.
You have more than what a normal person does.
Like the time you pooped your pants because you ate too many burgers before a roller coaster ride. Or like that you shaved your head when it was too hot and...
Okay, that's enough. She's just kidding. I don't do that. Tell him.
Yes, I was just turning around to tell him. Didn't you see me turning around? Yes, tell him now. Like I was literally turning around and about to tell him. Stop telling me to tell him. It sounds like an order and that I have to obey you. Charlie, I was turning around to your side. You saw that, right? Just tell him, Maggie. Now you said my name, so it's officially an order. Fine. Yeah, I was totally kidding. I'm not.
Oh, look at the time. My croissants must be ready. Enjoy your date. So nice to meet you.
Maggie left soon after, but the damage was done. Charlie looked visibly disgusted, and the next day in school, he told everyone that I was a weirdo with a thing for shaved heads and farts. Everyone looked at me like a crazy person. It was so embarrassing, and I only had one person to blame, Maggie. But where the heck was she anyway? I tried calling her, but she didn't answer, so I searched the school for her and finally found her hiding in one of the bathrooms. What do you think you're doing?
Oh, Jules! Hey! I was just cleaning some spider webs. What's up?
What's up is that the whole school is laughing at me after what you said on the date. Why would you do that? Charlie is a knucklehead, okay? I said all those things because I wanted to see how he'd react, and look, he acted like a jerk. That's a sign. He doesn't deserve you. Stop it, Maggie. No one is ever good enough for me according to you. I'm so done with this. Just go and tell everyone that you made everything up. Maggie did end up telling Charlie that she lied, but obviously he didn't believe her, and no boy in school ever asked me out again. I was so mad at her. I refused to meet her or even take her calls.
even though she kept apologizing. It was frustrating. I had no one to share my feelings with. So I picked up painting again to distract myself and even applied to a few prestigious art colleges. And one evening, I was wrapping up an application form when someone knocked on my door. Maggie, what do you want? I love your stairs. They're powerful and impressive and a step above the rest. Are you seriously gonna sulk all your life? I said I'm sorry. No, you didn't. Okay, then I'm saying it now. I'm sorry, Jules. I went a bit overboard, but honestly, I was just looking out for you. Can we start fresh? Pretty please? We're best friends. I'll think about it, but you better behave yourself. I promise. And Maggie stayed true to her word. A week later, I got accepted to one of the best colleges in the city, and Maggie volunteered to help me set up my room. We were almost done when this gorgeous girl walked in. Where do you think you're going? To my room? Wait, are you my new roommate? Nope, that'd be me. Oh, thank God. I thought I'd have to spend the next 2 years with this weirdo. I'm Alice, by the way. Jules. And I'm Maggie. Good to know. Alice was the professor's daughter and was hands down the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. Apart from being a great artist, she was also the lead singer in one of the college bands, and one night, she asked me if I wanted to join her at one of her performances. We got to talking, and Alice was really charming, fun, and intelligent. I loved being around Alice, except Maggie kept demanding me to hang out with her. We should catch the new Avengers movie. I kinda saw it last night with Alice. What about an MSA video marathon then? We haven't done one of those in a while. I don't think so. Alice and I have this project to work on, and Alice! I am tired of listening to her name. You just met the girl. And I like her. She's my friend. Sounds like more than friends to me. I didn't know what Maggie meant by that, but a few days later, I was at one of Alice's shows when Maggie walked in. You didn't tell me you were coming. Well, since you won't hang out with me, thought I'd come to you. Why? Are you not happy? Before I could say another word, the performance started, and as always, Alice blew my mind. Watching her on stage was always amazing, but something in my heart jumped when she blew a kiss at me while singing. Ew, that was so cringe. Stop blushing like a moron, Jules. And what's the whole hype about this Alice? She literally sings like a pregnant horse. I could do so much better than that. And with that, Maggie went on stage and pulled the plugs, and the crowd went silent. What do you think you're doing? Saving people from your horrible voice? Give that back. Alice tried to snatch the plug from Maggie's hand, but Maggie pushed her. Then Alice got up and she pulled Maggie's hair, and the two of them got into a huge fight. Before I could butt in, Alice shoved Maggie, and she tripped over something and ended up falling off the stage, unconscious. Alice and I took her to the hospital where the doctors told us she had a broken arm. Maggie got discharged the next day, but the doctors said that she needed to rest. Her parents requested if I could help her with her recovery since she was always happy around me, so I tried to drop in whenever I could, but every time I said I couldn't come over, she'd freak out or have a full-on panic attack, making me feel like I had to drop everything and go see her. Even Alice started noticing how stressed I was. Then one day, she told me about this great art exhibition in town, and I really wanted to see it. I told Maggie that I wasn't well, and surprisingly, she understood. Alice and I were having a great time, and the exhibition was out of this world. I've missed that smile, you know. Me too. Thanks for bringing me here. I don't remember the last time I felt so happy. Stick with me, and you'll always be happy. Alice brushed a strand of hair away from my face, and I felt my insides explode. She came closer, like she was about to kiss me, when suddenly someone screamed my name. I turned around to see Maggie staring at us furiously. So that's why you couldn't come over, huh? Because you wanted some time away from your girlfriend? I thought you were sick, so I brought you chicken soup. But then I saw this dumb art fair invite, and I knew you tricked me. You didn't leave me a choice. I'm sick of babysitting you. I have my own life too, and it doesn't revolve around you. So it revolves around Alice? I've seen how you two look at each other, and it's not just friendship. That's none of your business. Stay out of this, you witch. Enough. You can't talk to Alice like that. So you'll take her side over mine? With that, Maggie started crying like a banshee. She picked up expensive art pieces and started smashing them to the ground, one by one. I tried to stop her, but she ran around like a mad person before security finally caught up to her. The police were called, and Maggie and I were immediately taken in for questioning. Our parents were called, and it was a huge mess. Mom dropped me back off at my college, where Alice was already waiting for me. Are you okay? Look, Jules, you need to cut that girl loose. She's clearly obsessed with you. I don't know what's gotten into her. I mean, she's always been weird, but she's not a bad person. Then why did she spread that rumor about you in school? I had a friend who went to the same school as you and did some digging. They told me how she said something about you farting. Wait a minute. You asked around about me? Why? Because I wanted to know more about this stupid friend of yours. Then you should have asked me. Don't go sneaking around like that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You should know better and stay away from someone so toxic. She's not wrong, Jules. Sometimes it's okay to let go in order to stay happy. As painful as my separation with your dad was, it ended up being a blessing because we're so much happier. Just be selfish for once and choose your own happiness.
Oh my God. You all need to stop telling me what to do. I'm not some kid, okay? I can make my own decisions and do my own thing too.
With that, I stormed off. I knew what Maggie did wasn't right, but I was so tired with everyone trying to make decisions for me. Maggie got out soon after, and she would send me gifts and bouquets to say how sorry she was, but I was done with her. Alice tried talking to me too, but soon after finals started and I got busy with my studies. I just needed some space from everyone. Then one day, I was buying groceries when I spotted Maggie in the line ahead of mine. She saw me too and immediately walked over. You've been avoiding me, but I don't blame you. I pushed your buttons too hard, and I deserve this. But I miss you, Jules. Maggie, you're a great person, but I think it's better if we don't stay in touch anymore. I'm finally happy in my space, and I want to keep it that way. I get it, but at least can we have coffee? One last time, for the sake of our friendship? I wanted to say no, but looking at Maggie's desperate face, I agreed. She led me to her car and started driving, but I noticed soon that we were not headed in the right direction. I asked her, and she told me that it was this new place a little outside the city. I felt uneasy and asked her to stop the car, but Maggie started speeding up. What the heck are you doing? You'll get us killed.
You said you were my bestie forever, and then you dumped me for that stupid Alice. I loved you, Jules, you know that?
What?
Yes, I loved you, but you told me you were into guys. That's why we couldn't be together. I kept begging Maggie to slow down, but she just wouldn't listen. Panicked, I tried to take the wheel from her hand, but the car slid off the road and hit a tree. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around us and helped me and Maggie out. Thankfully, we weren't injured. Jules, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? Get away from me, you freak! Don't you dare touch me!
15 minutes later, both our parents arrived. Maggie's parents apologized and begged me not to press charges, even though I really wanted to. Mom took me home, and this time, I decided to cut Maggie off for good. I got a restraining order from the court, and after that day, I never saw Maggie again. I went to therapy and started feeling a lot better. A few days later, Alice asked me to meet. We sat on the hood of her car watching the sunset. So, I've been thinking about you, and I feel like we have a spark. No, it was just a firefly. Really? Such a pity. Yeah, I know. These sparks are getting out of hand lately. Maybe we can set them on fire? We grinned at each other, knowing exactly what was going to happen next. Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night, as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, cornered me by my locker.
Hey, Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me, his eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She flittered the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong?
The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople.
My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately.
Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late.
I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper.
You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna.
I do understand. And Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn." As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
We worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to back up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
Hi, I'm Marie.
Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born. And Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after 2 kids. What's wrong?
Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared.
I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that. Except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games. His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner. You're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace, and as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind...
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point. And by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should, but Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Ah, such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it, like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream. So it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the tense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy, was that the best decision ever. The game took me into the magical world of Mirrorland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Mirrorland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've got to try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So, naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hiro smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, It certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So, I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hero's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hero? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hero,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hero with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins, and Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food. Oh my God, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point. And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again, but for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision. And I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't going to stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby.
Hey friends, I'm Jessica from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I was born 2 minutes after my triplet sisters, Zoe and Dana. And even though we look alike, Zoe and Dana always made me feel different. They stuck together, wore the same outfits, and even had their own language, just so they could talk about me behind my back.
Hosaga Galago. Kosaga Galaga Mene.
What is the deal with you two? You sound so dumb when you talk like a duck.
No, we don't. You're just jealous because you're not part of our cool club.
Whatever. They were right. I hated being the odd one out. I think my sisters were jealous because I was prettier, taller, and smarter. And when I turned 13, I landed my first modeling gig for an international teen magazine. And we just grew more distant. They begged Mom and Dad to get them into modeling too, and my parents went out on a limb to get Zoe to walk a fashion show, but she kept throwing tantrums.
OMG. This color makes my eyes look small. Is this Diet Coke? No? Get lost then and get me one. This makeup artist looks like a homeless person. Get me a prettier one.
It was so bad, they kicked her out and she never got a call back.
I don't get it. We're dressed up better, obviously prettier, and yet somehow you get all these great gigs.
Ugh, don't whine if you can't get what's mine. And I'll let you in on my secret, but you have to promise me never to tell Mom. I walk on my arms 3 times a day, every day, for at least 50 minutes.
That's ridiculous. We've never seen you do that.
I won't do it in front of you, dummy. It's called a secret for a reason. Walking on hands helps me with my posture, and I walk better on the ramp. It was a lie, of course, but my sisters were so dumb. They tried doing everything, but couldn't even land a handstand. And one time, Zoe ended up falling and crashing right into Mom's $1,000 vase, smashing it into pieces. Mom was furious, and they both ended up getting their butts grounded, while I had the TV all to myself for a good 2 weeks. Absolute bliss. But after that day, they never trusted me, but I couldn't care less. Eventually, they gave up on their dream of ever becoming a model. As for me, I continued being the professional that I was, and I only got more famous. One day while working on an ad, I was a bit confused about my lines. It makes me look hot. Excuse me, this is supposed to be a winter wear commercial, right? The lines are all wrong. Let me see. I turned around and saw Peyton walking in my direction. He was modeling royalty with over 10 million followers on Instagram. I was doing this commercial with him? How did I miss the memo? Say it like this. I feel so hot when I'm wearing these, I can barely feel the cold. You try. I feel cold, hot. No, wait. I can get this right. It's okay. I have that effect on girls. I'm Peyton, by the way. I'm sure you've heard of me. Who hasn't? It's such an honor working with you. Peyton and I absolutely nailed that winter wear ad, and our chemistry was so good, we ended up doing a lot of ads together. We started hanging out more and more, and soon became good friends. The more I got to know him, the closer to him I felt. You know, apart from good looks and almost perfect body, I also happen to be an amazing singer. Oh, how cool. I've always wanted to be a model, but do you want me to sing for you? Oh, yes. I'd love to. Before I could even finish my sentence, Peyton started singing, and it was so bad. I could feel my eardrums cry. But despite that horrible singing, when Peyton asked me out that evening, I happily said yes. And when my sisters found out, they
burned with rage. Seriously? You think I won't know you're talking about me and Peyton? Guess your secret language doesn't make you cool enough to be with someone like him, so I'm just gonna ignore you. Ignore us all you want, but you can't ignore the fact that Peyton is too good for you, and you'll never be able to keep him happy. Say what you want, I'm late for my meeting with my super hot boyfriend. It felt so good to rub it in their faces. The next few weeks were bliss. The news about me and Peyton being an item skyrocketed our reputation, and everyone wanted to sign us up. Life was perfect until my agent booked us for a Christmas ad, and this time they wanted to use my whole family, including Zoe and Dana. I begged my agent not to go through with it, but she didn't give a rat's butt about it.
The press is big on this, Jess. If you guys crack this, people will run to get in line for your autographs. Come on, I'm sure your sisters are not that bad.
They're horrible! But if this brings more work, then I'll try and give it a shot. I tried to make peace with it, but the next day when the photographers came, Zoe plopped her butt right next to Peyton, and I felt my insides explode. Every time Dana gave Zoe a look, Zoe whispered something in Peyton's ear, and they burst out laughing. What? What's so funny? Tell me too. Forget it. Your boring brain wouldn't get our jokes.
It's okay, Jess. I'll just tell you everything later.
And with that, Zoe whispered another joke to him. The photo turned out great and did a fab job at making us look like a perfect family. If only they could see my inner rage. As the photographer was packing up, I had some final paperwork to sign. When I looked up, Zoe and Peyton were nowhere to be found. I went to look for them outside when I found the two of them hugging. You know you can tell me anything, right?
Thanks, Zoe. Feels like I can talk about anything with you. Thanks for being the perfect friend.
Excuse me? I thought I was your perfect friend.
Jess, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean? Can you stop being so pushy? Jeez, poor Peyton is going through so much in life. Did you even know that he has a sensitive throat? He can't sing anymore. Oh, wow. Really? Newsflash, he could never sing. He sang like a toad with a throat infection. You want to be friends so bad? Then go ahead. But I'm done with all of you.
Jess, wait.
Oh, just leave her. You're better off without her. Peyton kept shouting at me, but I was super mad. The next morning, I was feeling a bit better, so I called Peyton, but he didn't answer. Instead, my agent called me up and gave me the shock of my life. The company we did the Christmas ad for loved Zoe and Peyton's flawless chemistry, and they want to go ahead with them. They want you off the project. Are you kidding me? She's the worst model ever.
I'm really sorry, Jess.
I was devastated beyond words and rushed to give Zoe a piece of my mind. But when I went to her room, I saw something interesting. Zoe and Dana were arguing over Peyton. You shouldn't keep him all to yourself, okay? We decided I'll get a fair chance to impress Peyton too. Really now? I don't think he's interested in anyone. I mean, look what happened to Jess. She's prettier than both of us combined, and he chose me over her. You don't stand a chance. We'll just see about that. Just stay away from him till I ask him out on a date, okay?
Wow, at least they accepted I was better than them.
But this was the first time ever I'd seen them argue. I thought this was the worst they could do. But a few days later at the success party of our Christmas ad campaign, Dana walked up to me asking if I'd seen Zoe, and the perfect idea struck me. I think I saw her go upstairs in the study. Oh, Dana, I think she's with Peyton. If I were you, I'd let them be. She's what? I'm gonna kill that witch! Dana looked like a raging bull as she ran upstairs, and of course, I followed. She opened the door dramatically, just as Zoe was about to kiss Peyton. Get your filthy hands off him. Oh my God, Dana, are you crazy? Get out. Not before you tell me what's happening. What do you think is happening? We're making out? And then Dana jumped on Zoe, and the two broke out in a huge fight. Peyton and I tried to separate them. But suddenly, Zoe lost her mind and somehow ended up smacking Peyton across the face. Oh my God, perfect. Peyton left angrily and Zoe followed him, while Dana ran and locked herself in the room. I celebrated with the team alone and managed to impress them so well, they gave me another individual project. That evening, as I went onto the porch to get some fresh air, I saw Dana sobbing silently. Here, drink this. It's vanilla milkshake, your favorite. What? Suddenly, she hugged me tightly and started sobbing inconsolably. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst sister in the world. Please, please forgive me. Ew, you got a booger all over me. Yuck, Dana. Sorry. It's just that I've been awful to you all my life. I even tried to get in the way of your career and love life, and look where it landed me. My life's a mess. No, it's not. Get a grip, girl. And why are you sorry now? Did you not think about the time you left me alone while you gossiped an Egyptian with Zoe? What? Your dumb secret language? Oh, that was actually nothing. We just said some nonsense to piss you off. It was Zoe's idea.
So you're telling me there's no language at all? Man, you guys are evil.
Wait, Jess, I know we've been really bad to you, but how about we join forces and get some good old-fashioned revenge on Zoe? You know you want it, and God knows she deserves it. And how am I supposed to trust you? You have to take your chances, but I won't let you down. I promise. I had to admit, that sounded pretty tempting, but I wasn't a spiteful person. Or maybe I was. Either way, I wanted Zoe to pay for butting into my life and stealing Peyton from me. So I agreed. The plan was simple. Every time Peyton and Zoe went out on a date, Dana and I would follow them and tip off the paparazzi to take the weirdest pictures, till one of them eventually got annoyed. It went on for days, till one day Peyton got so fed up that he turned to one of the photographers with a snarl.
Come on, Peyton, how about a smile for the camera? How about this instead?
Peyton punching the reporter and Zoe's smirking face was all over the papers and tabloids. He lost most of his contracts, and so did Zoe, since she only worked on his recommendation. Once their professional relationship was over, their personal one soon followed. Dana and I watched as Peyton came over to see Zoe. I can't get any work since that terrible night. Why couldn't you control yourself? It wasn't such a big deal.
Of course it's not a big deal to you. You like the attention. I don't.
What do you mean?
I mean that a small-time dumb model like you would want cameras to follow you everywhere.
Wait a minute.
Maybe it's you who keeps tipping them off.
This makes no sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. Getting photographed with someone as famous as me would be a dream come true for someone like you.
Shut up, Peyton. You can't talk to Zoe like that.
Why are you jumping to her defense? Did you forget how she took over your life and your boyfriend?
Seems like she did me a favor there, because I can do a lot better than a bug-eating idiot like you, and so can Zoe. Now do us both a favor and get out before I knock your teeth in. Peyton pouted and left, and Zoe turned to me. Why did you do that? I clearly don't deserve your sympathy. You're my sister, Zoe. The only person who can talk down to you is me. But I hope you learned a lesson. I did, and I'm sorry for everything. All the times I've been mean to you. Yeah, we're sorry too. We're the ones who tipped off the paparazzi. It's okay. I kinda deserved it, so we're good? Might take me a little while, but I'll get there. Even if it takes us years, we're gonna prove to you that we've always got your back. Triplets. To the end. A few days later, my agent told me that due to bad publicity, Peyton got dropped from his modeling agency. Zoe and Dana worked non-stop to get back into business, and I helped my sisters in every way I could, till they were eventually good enough to land their own gigs. Working together brought us closer. But I think the best part was when we got to go on vacation and just relax and do little things together like chatting and even learning new languages. Agana bina gutke, amunka chukadu. Hey, it's Juniper, the rhyming whiz. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved poems. It all started with my amazing grandma and her incredible library. People would line up just to catch a glimpse. But when I turned 13, something really bad happened. My grandma left us, and because of a big business loss, my parents had to close down the library she loved so much. It was heartbreaking to see her special books being sold off. I felt so sad and lost without her and the library. Life went on, but one day, I spotted a real gem. My grandma's collector's edition book of Emily Dickinson's poems. I knew I had to get it to honor her memory. OMG, OMG. Mom, Dad, I need to have this. Please, please. It's pretty expensive. I know you want this because it once belonged to your grandma, but honey, we can't afford this. And you're just 16. Do something fun, like some TikTok dances. Isn't poetry like watching grass grow? I knew Mom and Dad would never understand my love for poetry, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. I took every job I could, from mowing lawns like a boss to delivering newspapers. I was working hard. One day, while I was sweating like crazy, Mrs. Peterson, our neighbor, approached me with an offer I just couldn't refuse, to babysit her toddler son, Tim. But I was a bit unsure. While Tim was as cute as a button, his older brother Jim was a handful. We were in the same class, and that dude had a special talent for getting into sticky situations with his failed magic tricks. But beggars can't be choosers, so I accepted the job. So there I was, babysitting like a pro, changing Tim's diapers and trying to keep Jim out of trouble. And one day, Jim called for help, all tangled up in chains while attempting a magic trick. I helped him out of the tangled mess, all the while laughing my heart out. You really need to be careful with your magic, Mr. Magician.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But it's all part of the magic charm. How about being my assistant? Every magician needs one.
One day in the library, I was reading a poem, and Jim looked over.
What's so fascinating about those words?
Poetry is like a secret language of feelings and thoughts. It's like life in a nutshell, bro. You should try it. And he did. For the first time, I had a friend who showed interest in poetry, and I appreciated it. One day, Jim and I were hanging out at the bowling alley, and he went to get me some water. Right then, something totally unexpected happened. Aaron, of all people, came over to me. I'm not gonna lie, my heart was literally racing with excitement. But what he said next shocked me.
What are you doing here with Jim the Dim? Shouldn't you be with someone like me?
Did he really have to? No way I was gonna just stand there and listen to him diss my bestie. Hey, don't call my friend that.
Just look. He's so dumb. He couldn't even figure out how to get water without making a total fool of himself. What an idiot.
Whatever. At least he's not a jerk like you. Fuck off, Aaron. Once Jim finally returned with a water bottle, he could tell something was up just by looking at my face.
Hey, what's going on here? Is he bothering you? Back off, loser. Can't you see we're having a little chat here? She is my friend. If you're bothering her, you're bothering me too.
That's right. We're a team, so just back off and let us enjoy. Aaron's face turned redder than a chili pepper at a hot sauce convention as he walked away, and I realized he's definitely not the guy I thought he was. I mean, sure, he's hot, but I should have known better. The dude's got a black belt in meanness. Lesson learned. Next time, check for both hotness and kindness before developing a crush. But the next day at school, when I saw Jim, I was stunned. He had a black eye. What the what? Who did this?
It's nothing. I fell from...
Don't you dare give me that fell from the stairs. Spill the beans. What happened?
I got into a fight with Aaron.
He did that? Oh, I am so gonna teach that jerk a lesson. Saying that, I ran to the parking lot where I knew Aaron always hung out with his goonies, and the moment I saw him, I threw a punch at him that left him stunned.
You'll regret this, Juniper. I'll make you pay. How? By hitting a girl? You're worse than I thought you were, Aaron. Back off, Jim. It's between Juniper and me now. So, Junie, you think you're tough? Yes, she is. Want to see how tough she is? Let's settle this with a rap battle. Yeah, I know you've been preparing for it. So, Aaron, are you up for the challenge? 'Cause Juniper destroyed you here, and she's gonna destroy you there, too.
Bet I will. I'm not afraid of you, Aaron.
We'll see about that. But just so you know, if I win, you'll have to go on a date with me.
No way.
Oh, you will. And if I lose, I promise I'll apologize to Jim in front of the entire school. Fair deal, right?
Bring it on. As Aaron walked away with his friends, reality hit me hard. I had just agreed to a rap battle with Aaron, and if I lost, I'd have to go on a date with him. While I would have been thrilled about the idea before, now that I knew Aaron was a jerk, I had zero interest. Jim, I don't know if I can do this.
Juniper, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. But think about it. The cash prize is a whopping $5,000. We can split it. You can finally get those poetry books you've been dreaming of, and, well, I can perhaps get that PlayStation 5. My mom's been denying me forever.
His words sparked a glimmer of hope within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could pull this off. All right, let's do this. And so, we went all in, writing and rehearsing like crazy. Aaron and his crew seemed just as determined, and we saw them often practicing at the nearby park every day after school. One rainy afternoon, as I was on my way home, I was about to slip in a puddle, but Aaron caught me just in time.
Careful there.
I didn't need you to rescue me. Even though I didn't want to, we both ended up finding shelter under a small roof, and there, I felt a bit uneasy. It was a tight space, and we had to stand close, making the situation all the more awkward.
I never thought I'd be stuck in the rain with my archenemy's BFF.
I don't know why you think he's your enemy. Jim's an amazing guy. It's you who's a grump all the time.
Just like everyone else. You also probably think I'm just a jerk.
Duh.
You think you've got it all figured out, huh?
Well, I've got it figured out that a tough guy act you put on, it's to keep others away. You know, you don't have to be a meanie all the time.
Whatever. It's just that things at home aren't good. Everything feels like a mess.
Well, everyone has problems, Aaron. I guess it's time you realize that and perhaps show people the goodness in you.
You're weird. You know that?
Takes one to know one, I guess. As Aaron and I kept talking, I realized he wasn't so bad after all. Once the rain finally eased up, we both went our separate ways, but I couldn't help but feel a newfound understanding for Aaron. As the days passed, I saw a new side of Aaron, and it amazed me. One time, I spotted him helping a stray dog find its way home, and another time, he even shared his lunch money with a classmate in need. One day, I noticed Aaron leaving school in a hurry, forgetting his phone. I chased after him on my bicycle, girl and found him at a hospital, sitting in a room and crying. Hey, Aaron.
What are you doing here?
You left your phone at school. Is everything okay? You seem upset.
It's none of your business. This is my mom. She's been in a coma for a long time. I come here every day to see her.
Oh my God, I had no idea. I hope things get better for you.
Yeah, thanks.
From that day on, I saw Aaron in a totally new light. And when I told Jim about how Aaron's mom was sick, without revealing the part that I spoke to him, he just rolled his eyes.
That guy's a phony. Don't believe everything you hear, Juniper.
Jim hated Aaron, but I guess I had started to have feelings for him. One day, at lunchtime when Jim wasn't around, Aaron approached me.
Hey, Juniper. Want to catch a movie together? Barbie's playing. I heard it's hilarious.
Sure. Why not? But just as friends, right? But Barbie? Are you sure?
Absolutely. I know you'll love it. If you love it, I'm sure I'll love it. I'm talking too much. See ya.
Day of the movie arrived, and I had come up with a plan to watch Barbie with Aaron without Jim knowing. I told Jim I was feeling sick and needed to rest, which wasn't entirely a lie because I felt butterflies in my stomach at the thought of spending time with Aaron. At the cinema, Aaron and I laughed our hearts out at the silly scenes in Barbie. It was so fun. But as we left the cinema, I was in for a surprise. Jim was standing there looking heartbroken and hurt.
Juniper, you lied to me. I thought we were supposed to be best friends, and here you are with Aaron of all people?
It's not what you think, Jim. Aaron is a really nice guy.
Juniper, please. This guy, he's a snake. Hey, dude, I'm standing right here. You better shut that mouth. You shut up and stay away from Juniper.
Before I knew it, Jim threw a punch at Aaron and knocked him on the ground. I was shocked. Are you crazy, Jim? What's gotten into you? You hurt him badly.
But Juniper, you're my friend. You're supposed to be on my side.
Jim, I'll be friends with whoever I want. I can't stay around you. It's like I don't even know who you are. I then helped Aaron up and walked him home. He could have pressed charges against Jim, but he didn't, which was very kind of him. In the days that followed, Jim tried to contact me many times, but I wasn't ready to talk to him yet. It felt like everything was spinning out of control, and I needed some time to sort out my feelings. So, on the day of the rap battle, instead of participating, I messaged Jim that I wouldn't be joining. All he replied with was a simple okay. Feeling torn and anxious, I decided to at least visit the rap battle to see Aaron perform and support him, but what I saw there left me shook. Jim was trying his best, but Aaron, he was killing it, and not in a good way.
Hey, Jimbo, you lost your friend. Now you're on your own. My tricks played well. She fell for my lies. What a surprise. To the cinema. Took her. She didn't know. Faked about my mom. Perfect sorrowful show. She thought I'd changed, but it was just a facade. Remember that call? I tipped you off. So odd. To gain her sympathy, I took a punch so tough. Now she's on my hook. My power to show it's enough.
My emotions went wild as I heard Aaron's hurtful words. Seeing Jim's pained expression, it hit me hard. He was right about Aaron's tricks. It all clicked. He had done the whole nice guy act to distract me from the rap battle. He messed with the wrong girl. Without even thinking, I jumped on the stage next to Jim. Jim, my buddy, you know I got your back through thick and thin. We never lack. Fake friends leave, but we stand tall. Bonds unbreakable, never gonna fall. They're just haters, but we're the real deal, and that's all. As for you, Aaron, you're a fake, always playing games. Lies, manipulation, it's all the same. Emily Dickinson said, tell the truth but tell it slant, but your lies won't fool me. They won't enchant. With Jim, I stand firm. Your tricks won't grant. Hearing this, Jim jumped up and down and hugged me tight.
I knew you'd come.
I had to. Now come on, let's win this thing. Jim and I were doing amazing. We were spitting verses in the mic like we were on fire. In the end, it was us against Aaron and his gang, and I decided to bring my A-game and finish him once and for all. But before I could speak, Jim took the mic and left me totally blown.
You call my friend naive, but let me retort. She's like a rainbow, shining bright, never short. Like twinkle, twinkle, little star, she'll reach for the sky, while you're stuck in the dark, telling lie after lie. Life's a journey, not a devious scheme. In the little engine that could, she follows her dream. She'll rise and shine while you're left in the dark, with no true friends, no real spark.
The rap battle ended. Jim dropped the mic, leaving Aaron speechless. OMG, how did you do that?
Learned from you, Juniper.
In the end, we totally nailed it and won the cash prize. As Aaron tried to get off the stage, I quickly called out his name. Hey, Aaron, remember the deal? Apologize to Jim in front of everyone. Come on, yeah, come back on stage. Aaron's face turned red as a tomato, and like a kid who was punished, he took the mic and apologized to Jim. Now that was a mic drop. Once we left the venue, Jim took me straight to the bookshop where my grandma's book was.
Get that poetry book you've always wanted.
But it's not just my money. We both won. You get part 2.
No, I wanted to win just for you, Juniper.
OMG, you're the best friend ever, Jim. Remember, true friends got your back, no matter what. Fake people and lies can't break real friendship. Trust your buddies. A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Soufflé, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves. Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Harry, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay, you're out, fatty. Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it. And we heard a loud crack. Oh my God, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it. But what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things. Unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot. And I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. Tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly, and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my God, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. They pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my God, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them. It's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a piña colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head. But I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears, and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us, and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters, and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddy doing here?
Hi, guys. I'm Freddy. Old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith. We practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you'll steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
My name is Lily, and from the outside, my life looks super exciting. I've lived all over the world. India, Singapore, Alaska, even civil war-ridden Myanmar, where I was kidnapped for a week by a military coup. Pretty cool, right? But the craziest adventure I'd ever gone on was in a boring suburban home in Boston. But first, let me tell you more about myself. My parents were investigative journalists, and they went wherever the story was. Corrupt government, church cult, mysterious disease outbreak, serial dog napper. Sure, they were living a life full of intrigue, and my younger brother Jacob totally idolized them. But for me, it was constant whiplash. I craved normalcy, stability, and safety. And my parents' homeschooling techniques were questionable at best. So I spent most of my time teaching myself science and biology. The plan was to become a doctor one day. You know, something stable. Then one day, my mom delivered life-changing news.
We're moving to Boston to cover a story on the mayor's disappearance. We figure it'll take at least 2 years to crack. So, we're sending you to high school.
I screamed with excitement. The most we'd ever stayed put was 6 months. Of course, the transition to normalcy was tricky. But then one day, when I was performing surgery on a mouse in biology class, I did the unthinkable. I made a friend.
Girl, you're such a natural. I'm impressed.
Thanks. I want to start my own doctoring practice one day. Hole up in one place, find some loyal patients, and really be there for them, you know?
That's beautiful. Oh, can you take a look at this mysterious fungus on my foot? Just kidding. But hey, you want to hit up the mall after this?
Suze was the best. Funny, smart, loyal. We got super close in no time. And then, exciting news. We solved the mayor's disappearance. Turned out, he faked his own death. So we're moving to Hawaii to cover the illegal capturing of the Hawaiian monk seal.
What? No, I love it here. I finally feel like I have a life. You said 2 years.
Sorry, honey, but we're just too darn good at our jobs.
Well, I'm not going. I've spent 16 years being carted around like a chihuahua in your purse. I'm not just an accessory to take with you whenever you want to pick up and leave.
So many kids would die to be in your position. Getting to see the world, experiencing new things. If only you could be grateful like Jacob.
Well, I'm not Jacob, and I'm not leaving. Ugh, I can't stand being your daughter.
That's it. Now you're really not leaving. You're grounded.
I was done listening to my parents. I ran out of the house and hopped on my bike, pedaling as fast as I could to Suze's house. I was in such a frantic state, I didn't even see the truck turn into my lane. And smack! I went flying off my bike, launched into the middle of the road when my head slammed against the cement. And then, everything went dark. When I woke up, my head was throbbing, and my bike was destroyed. But otherwise, I felt weirdly fine. I could have died, and it was all my parents' fault. I'll admit, I was a little disoriented. I didn't know if a day had passed or a week. And when I finally got home, I was shocked to see that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. Were they out looking for me? When I walked inside, I thought my eyes must be deceiving me. The entire house was empty. No family photos, no TV, no furniture, no family. A sinking feeling overcame me. Hello? Is anyone here? Hello? I checked every room, but not only was no one home, none of their stuff was here. And without the furniture, the place felt really eerie. When I got to my room, I was afraid to open the door. But to my surprise, it was exactly as I'd left it. I grabbed my phone to call my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. What the heck? Did my parents seriously move without me and were now blocking my calls? I looked around for a note, but there was nothing. This was insane. But then it occurred to me, maybe this was my parents' way of letting me have my way. So I decided to stay put. I'd live my life, graduate in a year, and go to college. I'm sure my parents would call me back tomorrow, and I'd deliver the news. But that night, as I was falling asleep, I heard footsteps. I ran downstairs to see who it was. Hello? Mom? Dad? Jacob? Guys? I tried to turn the lights on, but they didn't work. Then something brushed past my foot. Ah! It was just a mouse. Okay. I was just freaking myself out. Everything would be fine. And then a strange, cold breeze swept over me and disappeared. Maybe I'd sleep at Suze's house, just for the night. I grabbed a backpack and opened the front door, but it was jammed or something. I pulled and pulled, but it was stuck. I tried the back door, but it wouldn't budge. What was happening? Something felt off. I decided to sneak out through the window, but when I went to lift it, it slammed shut, right on my hand. Ow! I frantically tried calling Suze, but it also went to voicemail. What was happening? Okay, I had to calm myself down. I bandaged my wound and tried calling my dad. As the phone rang, there was a pit in my stomach. It went to voicemail. Dad, it's me. I just got home and no one's here. And for some reason, I can't leave. Where are you guys? I got into an accident. Sorry I didn't come home sooner. I'm okay, just call me back, please. I spent the night shivering in bed. It took me hours to fall asleep, and I had the craziest dreams. As I was sliding on an iceberg in the middle of Antarctica, surrounded by killer orca whales, the sound of the doorknob turning jolted me awake. Oh my gosh, I was so relieved. My parents had finally come home. And then I heard something strange, a voice I didn't recognize, of a teenage girl laughing. I peeked over the staircase, and the door was cracked, but no one was there. Hello? I ran down the stairs, desperate to escape the house. But as soon as I arrived at the front door, it slammed shut. I pulled frantically on the knob, but it was like someone was holding it from the other side or something. Let me out! Help! Suddenly, the sound of the teenager giggling was met with another voice.
Yara, honey, put your phone down and help me unpack.
I followed the chatter down the long, dark hallway, all the way to the kitchen.
You said you wouldn't tell me what to do if I didn't complain about moving to this creepy house.
I poked my head into the kitchen, shocked to see a mother and her daughter, maybe a year or two younger than me, unpacking boxes? The mom looked totally normal, and the girl was a hardcore emo goth, so also pretty normal. I tried not to startle them, scared they might be dangerous. Hello? Excuse me, what are you doing? How long have you been here? I've been calling for help. I'm stuck in this house. But they just kept unpacking boxes. They didn't even look at me. Hello? What is happening? I tapped the woman on the shoulder, but I couldn't feel her shoulder. Just air. Suddenly, I saw my hand move through her shoulder like a hologram. Like she wasn't real. Like she was a ghost. I screamed. The woman and her daughter cocked their heads like chickens, looking right at me. They seemed terrified. For a moment, I thought they'd seen me. But then the daughter said,
Mom, what was that?
I had to get them out of here. These spirits were clearly trapping me in my own home for some mysterious, nefarious reason. I got on my phone and called the first medium Google could find, Cassandra. According to her website, she could commune with any spirit, any age, any gender, anywhere. But of course, her number went straight to voicemail.
Unfortunately, I'm performing an urgent exorcism. So if you have any phantom menaces, if you will, please leave a message with as many details.
Yeah. Hi, Cassandra? My name is Lily. There's a mother about 47 years old. I don't know, it's hard to tell. She looks like she's had a lot of work done. She could be 40. Okay, I was fear rambling. Just one of my many defense mechanisms. Sorry, so yeah, her and her, grumpy 15-year-old daughter, they won't let me leave the house. And I mean, let's be honest, I don't know how ghosts work, but I think they're blocking calls to my family too. And I've already missed 2 days of school, so it's kinda urgent. My address is 4332 Pine Grove Alleyway Road. Come quick, please. I didn't know what to do, so I barricaded myself inside my bedroom. I fell asleep and woke up the next morning to the smell of bacon? I went downstairs and peeked into the kitchen. The mother had a full breakfast buffet going. Bacon, eggs, waffles. It smelled delicious. I should have been starving, but I was way too traumatized to be hungry.
Mom, what is the largest organ in the human body?
Then I saw the daughter was doing biology homework at the kitchen table. Was this normal ghost behavior?
Mom, what's the answer?
I don't know. I'm a future bed and breakfast owner, not a scientist. The lungs? Yeah, that's right.
Wrong. It's the skin, obviously. I saw the girl filling it in on her paper, and for some reason screamed, "It's the skin!" But she couldn't hear me. So I wrote it on a Post-it in big red ink and slid it in front of her. She slid back in her chair, almost toppling over. Did she see the note?
Who are you? Why are you in our house?
Honey, stop with the hysteria.
Mom, you're not supposed to call women hysterical, especially your own daughter. There's an evil being here. I can feel it. And I'm not gonna be around when it enacts its vengeance.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who was she calling an evil being? She had it totally twisted. She ran towards the door, making a run for it.
Hey, don't you leave this house.
But was met instead with a super tall, slender woman wearing a robe, carrying a Dan's Donuts tote bag with a bunch of supplies. This was...
Hi, name's Cassandra. Someone called in for a phantom cleanse.
Oh, thank God. What the heck? How could we both hear Cassandra? Cassandra looked at the three of us. It was unclear who she was looking at since she was wearing sunglasses.
Give me a second. I need to talk to the spirit. It's reaching out. Desperately.
Thank you. Cassandra approached me, standing inches away from my face. She took her sunglasses off, and her eyes shot open, like she was activated.
What is your purpose here?
I called you. I have ghosts. You probably can't see them, but they're standing right behind you.
Oh, darling. Oh, sweet dear. No, you are the ghost.
What? Then how are you talking to me?
Because I'm a medium, and you are in between.
Wait, are you sure? How do I know you're not a ghost pretending to be a medium? And you answered my call. Only a human would be able to call you?
She called.
Cassandra pointed to the 15-year-old girl cowering behind her mom, watching this strange lady seemingly speak to me, a ghost. No. There's no way. I was fine after the accident. I can't be...
In a coma. You're in a coma.
Cassandra showed me the news article on her phone. Apparently, the bicycle accident left me in a coma. And my body is just hanging out in a hospital bed in Hawaii. So, is this like a figment of my coma dream, or...
No, this is real, sweetie. Your presence is haunting these lovely ladies.
The daughter was just standing behind Cassandra, mouth hanging open in disbelief, while her mother was squeezing her daughter's shoulder like it was a stress ball.
You okay, Mom? I told you.
Yep.
Okay, don't blame me. Jeez, the news is bad enough.
Honey, in a way, you are to blame. Because you're clinging to a space you won't let go of. Think of this place like emotional limbo. You're not dead, but you're not living either. And until you let go, you'll be trapped here.
She turned to the terrified, lovely ladies and presented her credit card swiper. And for a second, I could have sworn she was holding a paper that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA." Nope, made that up. She didn't have that. Seriously? Please, like and subscribe to MSA.
Time to pay.
So, is she gonna leave?
I want to. Tell me how. But Cassandra was already out the door. Luckily, she left it propped open. I tried running outside, but the door slammed right in my face.
Oh my God, was that the ghost?
Mom, maybe it's a sign. You're scared. I'm not happy. It would be the perfect time to bail on your bed and breakfast dreams and move back to where Dad is and where my old life used to be. Just saying.
Honey, no. We're not gonna let one ghost ruin our dreams.
I've got bigger fish to fry. Believe me.
Mom, stop calling your dreams ours.
Woof. I didn't want any of this mother-daughter drama. I just wanted to leave and be back in my body. I screamed it, hoping it would come true. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. I'm letting go. I reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I tried kicking and pushing, but my limbs just swooshed right through the wood. 4 hours later, after I calmed down, I figured being a sorta ghost, or whatever I was, came with special abilities that I didn't know about yet, like flickering light switches, floating, blowing cold air at people. Maybe that stuff would be helpful? But what was I capable of? I tried hovering a chair, just to see if I could. It lifted, wobbled, and then launched through the kitchen window and smacked the gardener in the back. Michelle ran outside screaming apologies and ended up giving him a free night stay and a $40 please don't sue me bribe. Then I tried levitating a spoon. It spiraled into Michelle's coffee and smacked her right in the eye. She didn't even scream, just sighed, of course, and started Googling real estate agents. After a lot of trial and error, I learned that my super abilities sucked. All I could do was levitate pencils and move furniture around for some reason, all while having to watch Michelle turn my old house into a bed and breakfast. And she was working fast. And to make things worse, I could hear Yara on the phone complaining about me.
I feel like the ghost is eavesdropping. She's so noisy. She doesn't even do anything cool. I mean, the least she could do is make this boring place more interesting. Ugh, I just want to be with you, Harry. You ghostly freak, stop eavesdropping. Get a life. Or afterlife. Whatever.
Fine, I was eavesdropping. Sue me. Coma Purgatory was super boring too. Soon, I learned that Yara had a boyfriend back home that she was obsessed with. And her dad divorced her mom a year ago and married another woman. So I didn't take her hostility too personally. A few days later, on the opening day of the bed and breakfast, I found all my bedroom furniture was gone. Vanished. And everything I ever owned. Photos, clothes, all of it. My room had been turned into a guest room. I was being erased. Hey, I'm still here. I was so scared that leaving my room would be the end of me that I stayed. I put up with an endless stream of disgusting, smelly, nose-picking, farting guests. Just when I thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, they did. Yara invited her boyfriend over, Harry, the one she'd been sobbing about into her hoodie since day one. Apparently, he needed a break from his toxic stepmom, and for some reason, Michelle said yes. From the second he walked in, the house started smelling like Axe body spray and microwave bacon. He flopped right onto my bed, kicked off his sneakers, and yelled,
"Yo, babe, this Airbnb is fire! You guys got snacks or what?"
Then he opened a soda, chugged half of it, and let out a fart so long it had segments. I wish I was exaggerating. Michelle passed by the door with this forced, hostage-level smile and said,
"Let me know if you need anything."
"Yeah, a TV in here would be clutch."
I swear, she blinked twice like it was Morse code for help me. Later, I tried to spook him out. Just a gentle ghost nudge. I floated a cereal box off the counter and dropped it right into his lap. He didn't flinch, just went,
"Yo, Yara, your ghost is hella chill. Wanna help me make a TikTok?"
And she actually giggled.
You're so dumb.
They released the video with the caption, "Me vibin' with the ghost girl." It got 3,000 likes. I've never felt more personally attacked in the afterlife. That night, after he clogged the downstairs toilet for the second time, Michelle snapped. She stood at the bottom of the stairs and called up,
"Yara, this is not a frat house. If Harry isn't gone by tomorrow, I'm calling his stepmother myself."
Don't you dare! He's the only thing that feels normal in this stupid place. I swear, Mom, you better not do it.
2 days later, with Harry still around, the air in the house was tense. Neither Yara and Michelle would talk to each other, or if they did, they would end up screaming and slamming doors. I was ready to full-on poltergeist this boy out of the house. Then one afternoon, I was lurking under the dining table when Harry left his phone on it and wandered off to microwave bacon. Again, the phone buzzed and a text lit up the screen. Kelsey, still thinking about our kiss last week? Miss your lips, babe? Excuse me? I stared at the phone like it had personally insulted me. Yara had to know what a fart bag Harry was. Okay, she already knew that. But if farting wasn't a deal breaker, maybe the cheating would be. Just then, I saw Yara walk into the room, and I rattled the table leg hard. The phone slid to the edge. One more rattle, and yes, it hit the floor, screen side up. Yara looked startled, then bent down to pick it up, and as soon as she saw the screen, she froze.
Our kiss? Last week?
Just then, Harry returned with his plate of bacon.
"Yo, babe, you seen the hot sauce?"
Who is Kelsey?
Wait, what?
Miss your lips, babe?
It's not what it looks like.
Oh, really? Because it looks like you were swapping spit with someone named Kelsey while I was crying into my hoodie in this cursed house.
I didn't think we were like exclusive since you moved.
As the two argued, I took the opportunity to rush upstairs and kick Harry's crusty backpack down the stairs and into the dining room, where Michelle was now standing too.
All of this is your fault, Mom.
Are you seriously saying it's my fault that your good-for-nothing boyfriend is a two-timer?
Yeah! If you hadn't made us leave, he wouldn't be sneaking around kissing other people behind my back.
She's not wrong, you know.
Get out!
As Harry picked up his backpack and left, Yara started to run out too. But Michelle threw her body against the front door, blocking Yara from leaving. Everyone in the bed and breakfast had gathered at the noise and were staring.
I know you're upset, but you deserve so much better than that useless, toilet-clogging piece of garbage. You're a beautiful, brave, and resilient girl. You could have...
Ugh! Just stop. This is so embarrassing. Just leave me alone.
Yara shoved past her mom and darted toward the bathroom, locking herself inside. The guest seemed super confused. Suddenly, I was reminded of the fight with my mom. But instead of running after me or stopping me from leaving, my mom just let me go. And then wasted no time before moving to Hawaii. She didn't care about me at all. I had to fight for myself and find my way out of here. And then, the next day, some super old guy left his laptop open in my room. I had an idea. I focused on levitating a pencil over the keyboard, typing my name into the search bar, key by key. Maybe I could at least find out what the status of my body was. But just as I was pressing the last button with my mind, I heard a shriek.
There's something here! My keyboard! It's moving!
I jolted, startled, and fell out of the swivel chair, launching it to the other side of the room.
The chair just tried to attack me! There's a ghost!
All of the guests ran over to see the commotion. I tried tiptoeing away, but tripped and knocked into the lamp, toppling it over, the light bulb shattering. Suddenly, all the guests were screaming and running. It was like a scene out of a horror movie, but I was the horror. Wait, don't go! I wasn't trying to be spooky, I swear! But then I saw an out. I leapt onto the old man's back, trying to hitch a ride out the door. He must have felt my presence or something.
The spirit is clinging to me! Get her off! Get her off!
As soon as he was out the door, I was blown back by an imaginary gust of wind, thrust into the living room, toppling into the coffee table. Yara poked her head out of the bathroom.
Oh, wow. Finally some action here.
Yara, stay in the bathroom. Okay, Spirit, come at me. What do you want?
I just wanted to leave, but how could I tell her? I picked up a pencil and began writing on the wall.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Cool.
I wrote, I'm sorry. I mean no harm. I'm just stuck. I dropped the pencil and then started pushing the furniture back to where it belonged. Michelle and Yara watched me, stunned.
I think she's been trying to leave, Mom. Help her.
Suddenly, Michelle collapsed to her knees. She started breaking down, crying.
I don't know how. And now the business is ruined. Yara, I'm sorry I moved us here. It's just the divorce was hard on you, I know, but it was devastating for me too. I was with Dad for 20 years. I was heartbroken. I was so focused on running to something new, something that would make me happy. I didn't consider you. Maybe the ghost is a sign that I haven't been seeing you. If you want to move back, we can move back.
Yara came out of the bathroom and grabbed her mom's hand.
Mom, no. Believe it or not, I like seeing you happy. I don't want to take that away from you. Plus, things are finally getting interesting. Mom, it's okay to be heartbroken.
But I'm the parent.
Exactly. And that means I know where I got my strength from.
Michelle gave her daughter a huge hug. Somehow,
My presence had brought them together, and watching them hug made me feel so alone. I went back to my room and laid on the bed crying. Yep, apparently ghosts can cry. The next morning, I noticed something on the computer. The search result from earlier. I levitated a pencil and sneakily clicked on one of the links. It was an article about me, about how my parents had poured all their resources and energy into doing a story on brain activity during comas. Apparently, there was a procedure that could save me, but it was only because of the greed of the healthcare industry that it wasn't public knowledge. My parents even sold the house to fund the investigation. I walked down the stairs to see the front door was propped open. I saw Yara and her mom laughing as they added the word haunted in front of the bed and breakfast. Then it occurred to me, if Yara could forgive her mom, maybe I could forgive mine. Beep, beep, beep. She's awake! Honey, come here! I was so disoriented, but I could see my mom in front of me, tears streaming down her face, clutching my hand in hers. Mom, is this real? Her teardrops landed on my hand. It definitely felt real. Oh my goodness, Lily. I am so sorry we put ourselves before you. You and Jacob are everything. It's my fault for driving you away. I'll never forgive myself. Mom, it's not your fault. You're great at what you do. And if you weren't, I'd never have woken up. But we didn't even do the operation. You just woke up all on your own. Maybe Cassandra was onto something. It wasn't the house I had to leave behind. It was my anger. Mom, Dad, you are just chasing your own happiness. You deserve that too. I'd rather have parents with a passion for life, especially after witnessing just how easily it can be taken away. I love you guys. Your forgiveness means everything. And I promise you'll like Hawaii. We can stay as long as you want. Actually, I have another idea. My parents agreed to pay for me to stay at the bed and breakfast until I graduated high school. Suze was over the moon to have me back. And when I confessed to Yara that I was the spirit, we became fast friends. I told her she could probably take down the haunted sign now. But she said,
"No way! Business is booming because of it. Turns out a lot of people are obsessed with ghosts."
Turns out I didn't need to leave the house to finally be seen. I just had to stop running from it. And yeah, my craziest adventure? Not Myanmar, not the monk seal. It was becoming the ghost in my own house and finding my way back to life. I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it. Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi, everyone. I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 a.m, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling. Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't going to be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost didn't expect you to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I went to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like skiing more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
Break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc., etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him. So he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend, Jean-Pierre. And Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night, I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry. I think we got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure.
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter! Can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait. I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed. It has no ice. I want ice. Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh, no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was going to kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's for my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine. I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed. But the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. And then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can like that down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't going to last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around. And with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this?
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad, this is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lie to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest, and they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault? That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you...
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her. without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away. But now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much. But if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then, a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are? Always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt! I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
As I sat in my sports car preparing for the race of a lifetime, my manager Ruth shot me a nervous look. If your dad finds out, we're dead meat. They're probably giving away some charity award somewhere. Besides, they already control everything. This is my way of living my life. Now sit still. As I drifted and turned the car around, Ruth was screaming, "Slow down, Your Royal Highness!" Oh, come on. The fun has just begun. I pumped up the gas, and my brand new Ferrari was whooshing past the rest of the cars, putting me ahead in the race. Told you I'd win. Just then, a big van came out of nowhere and started clicking my pictures. Time to run. Hi, I'm Penelope, a real-life princess from Belgium. Please like and subscribe. I grew up with really controlling parents. They planned my daily schedule and made me go to boring meetings and dinners so I'd be ready for my duties one day. I wasn't even allowed to go to school or parties with people my age. My life was miserable. After what had happened at the race that day, everyone in the kingdom called me the crazy princess. The media is having a ball. This is so harmful to our reputation. Your reputation? I aced that race, and they're saying I came in second. If anyone's reputation is hurt, it's mine.
Enough. You are next in line to the throne, Penny. Mend your ways or I'll get you married.
I'm 17. You can't get me married. I must be at least 18 according to the rules.
I am the king and I set the laws.
Dad received a call and left before I had a chance to argue any further. Surely he wasn't serious, right? The next morning, I was swimming in my private pool when Ruth walked in with William, Prince of Denmark, and my childhood best friend. I got out and hugged him tight.
Wow, you've become prettier over the years.
I wish I could say the same for you. We laughed and decided to catch up over dinner. But when I got to the table, I saw him talking to my parents, and they looked serious. What's going on?
Penny, darling, we were just discussing the venue for the marriage.
Oh, wow. Who's getting married?
Us.
William looked at me, grinning, and I felt my mind numb. Suddenly, I found myself dragging William outside. What the heck was that?
I want to get married to you. I've always liked you and your parents don't seem to have a problem.
But I do. I don't want to get married to you or anybody. I'm 17 for the love of God. Is that why you're here? Did my parents put you up to this? Wait, don't answer that. I already know. I turned around and walked off, leaving William alone. And after that day, things just weren't the same. I avoided William all day long, and it came to a point where I couldn't step out of the house. It was insane. Just as I was trying to figure out a way out of this, Ruth told me she was leaving for New York on official duty for a year. You can't leave me. You're the only one on my side. Then join me. Nobody knows you there. You'd be free to do what you like. That did sound like a brilliant idea, but I knew Mom and Dad would never allow that. That didn't mean I couldn't try. So the next day, I went to their chambers to have a one-on-one. I want to finish my last year of school in New York. No one, least of all William, should know where I am.
And why should we listen to you?
You have to if you want me to get married. If this is the last year of my single life, I'd rather spend it away from all this drama. After hours of arguing, they finally caved and agreed to enroll me in one of the best schools in New York under a different name, Mia. Within a week, I was on a plane to my new life. But New York was busier than I'd imagined. If not for Ruth, I would have totally lost my way. Tired and exhausted, I hit the shower as soon as I reached the hotel. But just as I entered the bathroom, I saw someone under the sink. If you're a thief, let me warn you, I know karate.
Really? I'd love to see that, Jackie Chan.
Don't come up. I will legit punch you. I quickly left and grabbed myself a robe. Come out. The guy slowly dragged himself out, and when I saw his face, I almost passed out. He had to be the most handsome guy I'd ever seen.
If you're done staring, can I leave? I have another job to get to.
Not so soon, mister. Do you know what would have happened if I didn't see you? This is a strict violation of human rights.
I'm late. Call a protest, light a candle, I don't care. My job's done.
And he turned around and left. What a jerk. That night, I couldn't get a wink of sleep and woke up feeling annoyed and exhausted. I would have skipped my first day if Ruth hadn't boosted my confidence. As I entered the classroom, I immediately noticed a familiar face, the hot plumber guy. And unfortunately, he was the only one with an empty seat next to his.
I'm Asher.
What?
If you're stalking me, you might as well know my name.
You wish. I joined recently. It's my first day.
Explains why you're wearing your skirt inside out.
I looked down and he was right. How embarrassing. As if that wasn't awkward enough, Asher was also my lab partner and just the weirdest guy ever. I'd never seen him talk to anyone, and he was always either with his books or playing football. If I tried talking to him, he would awkwardly turn in the other direction. What was up with this guy? A few days later after school, I was happily relaxing in my hotel when someone knocked on my door. Asher.
You forgot your list of lab supplies.
Thanks. You could have given these to me tomorrow in school.
I don't know about you, but this class is really important to me, so don't screw up on these.
It's important for me too.
Clearly. Anyway, I'd love to stop and chat, but I'm late for my night job. Unlike you, I have work to do.
Did he just call me useless? Asher turned to leave, but I ran behind him. Hey, jerk. I know you think all the world's weight is on your shoulders, but it's not. Everyone has their battles, so don't you dare talk down to me again. I turned around and left, slamming the door in anger. What an absolute piece of work this guy was. When I told Ruth about him, she had the weirdest thing to say. Maybe he has a crush on you. What? No. The guy hates me for some reason, and he's such a prude. Gosh, he gets on my nerves. And yet, somehow all we've done is speak about him. Whatever. A few days later, we had a surprise literature test, and I aced it. But I saw Asher sulking in the corner. And later, during an experiment, he screwed up badly and spilled everything on the counter. His mind was clearly somewhere else. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just do your thing.
Fine, dude. I was just asking.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that I've scored miserably on my literature paper. If I don't get this right, I'll lose my chances of ever getting a scholarship.
What's a scholarship? Asher gave me a confused look before explaining it to me. I had no idea that people struggled so much to get a good education. For the first time ever, I felt lucky to be born rich. Fine, I'll help you.
You will?
Yeah, but you'll owe me one, and you'll stop pissing me off. Deal?
Deal.
Soon after, Asher and I started with his classes in my hotel room, and he was worse than I thought.
My love is like a red, red rose. It blooms in June. Who talks like that?
Now take my hand, look into my eyes, and say it again. And try not to sound like a robot. Asher took a deep breath and did exactly what I asked. But just when he took my hand, I felt a weird rush in my body.
My love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June, that's sweetly played in tune. How was that?
Wow, that was brilliant. Yeah, cool. That was, good. Pretty awesome, actually. My heart was racing faster than ever. What was this heart-pounding rush? I'd never felt anything like that before. Asher and I were still holding hands when the door flung open and I saw William standing there.
I leave you for a month and I already have competition? But why this peasant?
William, what the heck are you doing here?
I came to check up on my girl.
Oh, shut up. I thought we were over this. Just leave me alone.
I won't let you go this easy, love.
William tried to take my hand, but Asher interrupted him.
I don't think Mia needs you here. Now, if you don't want your butt kicked, I suggest you leave. Her name's Penelope. If you like a girl, at least get her name right. I'm leaving now, but this isn't over.
After William left, Asher turned to me, confused.
What was he talking about?
Asher looked at me confused as I told him the whole story.
Whoa, that's insane. You're an actual princess?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to live like a normal person for once. Suddenly, I felt my hand on his, and my stomach erupted with butterflies.
I hope you won't throw me in the dungeons for being a jerk to you before.
I just might, if you annoy me again. After that day, Asher and I got a lot closer. He promised not to tell anyone about me, and I promised to help him with acing his literature tests. Once we got talking, I learned that we had a lot in common.
My parents are too busy in their own world. I was always ambitious, and they had no money, so I figured out a way to make it on my own. Now, I love being independent.
I wish I could make my life the way I wanted.
You can. All you gotta do is be brave. From here.
As he laid my hands on his chest, I could feel his heart pounding, fast and hard. I was falling for him, and I knew he felt the same way when he asked me to be his date for the Halloween party. Life was good, except William was always around me, and that was kind of annoying. When I told my parents about him, they were actually supportive of his behavior.
You should be happy he loves you so much. I suggest you come back and let go of this foolish adventure.
Why did they hate me so much? One day before the party, when I walked into school, I saw William waiting for me on his knees and a life-size bouquet.
Beautiful flowers for my beautiful date. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow.
No need. I already have a date.
Who? That peasant from the hotel? Come on. You deserve a prince like me. Only royalty can match royalty, and you know that.
That's enough, William. You were my childhood friend, and I respected that for as long as I could, but I'm done. Teach your lessons on royalty to my parents who love you so much, but leave me out of it.
You'll regret this.
Yeah, whatever. That evening, as I got dressed, I got a text from William that he was leaving, and I couldn't be happier. Good riddance. When Asher came to pick me up, I was shocked to see him stepping out of his car, looking like an absolute dream. We entered the party dressed as Cinderella and Prince Charming, and people couldn't stop gushing over how amazing we looked together. The mood became better when the song shifted to a slow number.
You look beautiful tonight.
Just tonight?
I fell for you the day I saw you, and I never stopped liking you.
Is that why you were so rude to me?
It was a way of keeping my feelings under control. I thought you'd distract me from my goals, but I was so wrong.
Asher pulled me closer till our faces were inches apart, and he gently kissed me on my cheek. And suddenly the song changed again, and we lost our moment.
Let's get out of here.
I'd like that. Asher took my hand and took me to the school rooftop, overlooking the entire city of New York. It was beautiful.
Penny, I know you're a princess, and I would never be able to match your status. But will you date me and make me the happiest person on earth?
It was a dream come true to meet a guy like Asher, and I was the happiest I'd been in a long time. But just as I was about to say yes, the door of the roof crashed open, and suddenly I had people taking my pictures left, right, and center.
Is he your new boyfriend, Penelope? Will you leave the crown to get married to him?
Show us the ring! I wanted to leave, but there was no way out. Just then, I caught a hold of one of the guys with the camera. Who sent you? Tell me now or I'll destroy your career. The guy got scared and told me he got an anonymous tip from someone named Asher. No way! I immediately started looking for Asher when I saw him taking money from one of the media people. How could you betray me?
Penny, listen to me. This isn't what it looks like.
I'm not blind. I just saw you taking money from him. If you needed money, you could have just asked. You're worse than William. At least he didn't lie. Asher tried to stop me, but I was too heartbroken to stop. Soon after, I called Ruth and asked her to get me on a private plane back to Belgium. I wanted her to come along, but her work in the States wasn't over yet. As soon as I landed, the driver took me to the hospital and not the palace. What's happening? Where are we going?
You'll find out soon enough, Your Royal Highness.
My heart was beating nervously as the security led me to a private room and saw Dad with 1,000 machines beeping over his head. Dad! Oh my God, what happened?
Penny, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I turned to Mom, and she told me that Dad had been unwell for quite some time. When he learned that I was dating someone out of royalty, he just couldn't take it. I'm sorry, Dad. I let you down, but I've learned my lesson. I'll do everything you say.
I just want you to take over the crown and get married to William. He's perfect for you, honey.
Even though I didn't agree with Dad, I nodded with a heavy heart. The news of my marriage and coronation spread like wildfire. Mom planned a major event inviting all the royal families of the world. As I stepped into my wedding gown, I could feel my heart sinking. Asher was the love of my life, but I had to make the sacrifice in the name of my family. I was walking down the aisle when Ruth came running into the church. Stop! Stop the wedding! Ruth, what are you doing? I have to do this. For Dad, Stop being dramatic. He doesn't love you. He's only after your money. Ruth told everyone how after I'd left, she went back to the hotel to get the rest of my stuff and ran into William. But he told me he'd left. That's exactly what I was wondering too. So I followed him to a club and saw him making out with random girls. She went on to tell how William's parents were practically broke and they wanted to marry their son off to recover money.
That's not true. She's lying.
He was the one who tipped off the media about you. For money. I looked at William, who had turned pale as paper. Spill the truth. Now.
Fine. I did it. And I'm not sorry. How could you choose that peasant over me? I'm royalty.
I slapped his face hard. I swear to God, if you say royalty one more time, I will have your sorry butt arrested. Now, if you have an ounce of shame, take your parents and get out. When I reached the palace that night, Mom and Dad were more than apologetic, and it was decided I'll take the throne with or without the husband. But before that, there was one more thing I had to do. Ruth, I already know. Here's your ticket. Go get him. I hugged her and left immediately for New York and booked the same hotel. When I reached the room, I loosened the sink and asked specifically for Asher.
Excuse me? Anyone home?
I'm in here. Hand me the screwdriver, please.
Ma'am, could you come out, please?
Sure, let me just... Oh!
Penny, what are you doing? Get out of there. Are you hurt?
Probably not as much as I hurt you. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Ruth told me how William manipulated the situation.
I was just paying them to get rid of them.
I know that now. So, you think you can forgive me? Or, I'd rather order you since I'm the queen and all, so... Asher pulled me in for a kiss, and it was everything I'd hoped for. Hi, I'm Zoe, and I grew up in a small town in Iowa where nothing interesting ever happened. Till one day, someone moved in next door and my life turned upside down. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a farmer, and as a kid, I always saw him struggling for money. So when I joined high school, I started working part-time to earn extra cash. That's also how I got my first guitar. At the end of the day, I would sit back playing songs from my favorite band, the Starboys. I wanna hold you in my arms and never let you go. You're the sunshine that I want, that makes my life flow. These guys were like California's BTS, only more popular, especially their songwriter and lead singer, Nico. He was so mysterious though. He didn't even have a social media account and hardly came to interviews. But my favorite was Dylan, the other singer in the band. I had his posters everywhere in my room, and I prayed every night I could meet him just once. I must have prayed extra hard because a week after my 19th birthday, a huge truck pulled up at the house across the street and 4 familiar boys jumped out of it.
Now that's what nature and isolation smells like. The only thing I can smell is cow dung. You couldn't find a better place to lay low, Nico? The heat here is making my butt sweat. We need some time away to concentrate on our music, and this place is perfect. Now get in before someone spots us.
All 4 boys hurried inside while I just stood there dumbfounded. What the freaking fruitcake? The Starboys were gonna be my neighbors? I could scream my lungs out. The next morning, I got up extra early to bake some cookies and hurried next door to welcome the new neighbors. Okay, stay cool. It's just Dylan. Dylan, the love of your life. And no, Dylan. Just Dylan. I tried to stay calm, but then Dylan opened up and I jumped on him.
Oh my god, it's you. It's really you. Are you for real? Can I touch you?
Who are you?
Oops, sorry. We haven't met. I mean, I've met you in my dreams lots of times, but you obviously don't know me. Before I could finish, someone pulled me inside and pinned me to the wall. Nico!
Who sent you? Which newspapers? Spill or I'll call the police on you for trespassing.
Zoe, neighbor, cookies, baked, love Dylan, huge fan. I can't breathe.
So you're not the paparazzi?
No. Now can you move away? Your cologne is too strong. It's giving me a headache.
You might not be the paparazzi, but you can still go around telling people we're here. We can't risk it, Dylan. Let's pack our bags and go.
No, please. I won't tell a soul. Just let me hang out with you guys. I'm your #1 fan. I can do anything. Cook, clean, play guitar. You name it. I'll be your Snow White, but not as white. I can even entertain you with my very professional magic tricks. Now watch this carefully. I'm gonna pull this tablecloth and everything will stay just as it is. You have to be quiet. Let me concentrate. Abracadabra! I pulled the tablecloth, feeling confident. But I guess I pulled it too hard and everything came crashing down. It doesn't always work. But, yeah, not a magician. Snow White, remember?
That's enough. Look, we don't need anyone. Just shut up and leave.
I wanted to argue more, but Nico looked really mad, so I ran off. Over the next few days, I tried everything, from posing as the pizza delivery guy to prank calls, but nothing seemed to get past Nico. Then one evening, I was pretending to jog outside their backyard, trying to get a glimpse of Dylan, when I heard someone arguing.
You really have no business telling me what to do when you're not half as talented as I am. We're here because of my talent, Dylan. I'm the one who writes all the songs. If people knew how fake you are, you wouldn't be standing here.
What? I wanted to hear more when suddenly I heard someone unlatch the door. I turned around too fast, got a head rush, and landed flat on my face. I tried to sneak away, but Nico caught up with me.
how long have you been standing here?
I wasn't standing. I was just getting a feel of this grass. It's so nice and dewy at this time of night. Snow White likes nature and...
Stop lying. I know you heard something.
Oh, you mean how Dylan's fake? Yeah, okay, I heard everything. So he's not the singer everyone thinks he is? Does he use auto-tune? OMG, that's big!
Dylan, yeah, that's it, you caught us. He's totally fake. But listen, Zoe, no one can know. It'll destroy the band. Do you want that?
No, I don't. Okay, fine. I can stay quiet, but you'll have to buy my silence. Help me date Dylan. Even if he's fake and all, he's still cute and I want him.
That's impossible. You're not his type at all.
Cool, then maybe the press is his type. I'm sure he'd love to have a little date with them.
Wait. Okay, I'll think of something. But you have to promise to me to keep your big mouth shut.
Shake on it. And just like that, I was in. Nico welcomed me into his home as the new housekeeper, and everyone, including Dylan, was so confused. But Nico explained how I was really good at cooking and cleaning, so everyone got on board. In the house, I kept a close watch on Dylan. I noted the time he ate, slept, pooped, everything. I tried to get close to him, but Nico ruined the moment every time. Hey, Dylan, want me to help you with that? I'm really good at applying sunscreen.
You are? Great. Too bad Dylan has to leave. We have to discuss the new song. Chop chop.
Dylan! Oh, you're working out. Let me help you with those crunches. Go 1, 2, 3. Give me one more. Yes!
That's very inspiring. But I'm starving. Make me an apple pie and some pumpkin spice latte because I'm craving Starbucks. Do it right now or you're fired.
So annoying. I pulled Nico aside the next time I saw him. What's wrong with you? You're supposed to help me date Dylan, but you keep pulling me away from him.
Relax. You need to play hard to get. Boys like that. Have patience and stop drooling all over him.
But I was anything but patient. Then one evening, I was leaving for home when I saw Dylan swimming. And holy cow, he looked so hot. I was just admiring his perfect body when suddenly I saw a strange guy in a hoodie tiptoeing his way around the pool. He was definitely some intruder. So before he could harm Dylan, I sprang into action, but he dashed inside the house. I was running after him when I slipped and landed into the pool instead, right on top of Dylan. I tried to get out using Dylan's shoulders as a makeshift ladder, without realizing that I was pushing him into the water.
What do you think you're doing? Stop drowning me.
There's an intruder. He just went inside the house. Help me get out. Put your hand under my butt and lift me out, now!
What? You're crazy.
Dylan got out of the pool and stormed inside, and I followed.
Fire this stupid girl or I will. What's wrong?
I saw an intruder run in just now. I'm sure he's hiding here somewhere. We need a game plan. You two go that way. Nico, you go to the right, and Dylan and I can search the bedrooms.
Zoe, we've been here the whole evening, and if there was an intruder, we would have seen him.
But I just saw him come in.
You're hallucinating, weirdo. You've ruined a perfect evening, so thank you and go away.
As Dylan left angrily, Nico turned to me with a towel. I swear I saw someone go in, Nico. Or, I don't know, maybe I was imagining things. I mean, sometimes I see little pixies flying here and there at night. And we all know pixies aren't real, right? Oh God, I messed up everything. Dylan hates me. The Snow White plot isn't working.
He doesn't hate you. He's always been a little short-tempered.
How am I supposed to win him over when he doesn't even look at me? And you're not helping at all like you promised.
I told you to be patient, but I guess that was clearly a mistake. Hold on, give me your phone. Ew, Zoe, what is this?
Oh, I always keep a banana with me. What if the world runs out of food? What if I'm stuck in a hurricane with no food? Girls gotta be strong, and bananas are a great source of potassium. You want some?
No thank you. Just go online and see some of the girls Dylan's dated in the past. The more you look like them, the more he'll notice you.
I spent the night studying each girl carefully, and the next morning I dressed exactly like them. But Nico took one look at me and burst out laughing.
What is wrong with your face? You look like you were in a bar fight.
It's called makeup, and you're the one who asked me to dress like those bimbos in the pictures.
You've clearly done a fab job. Come with me.
We went to the mall with Nico in sunglasses and a baseball cap, and he started picking out clothes like crazy. I was trying them on when he got a phone call and left. When he came back, he looked really tense.
We need to leave now. Thanks. We'll take them all.
What? These clothes clothes are worth both my kidneys and a good chunk of my liver. And why are we leaving?
Don't ask questions. Just do what I say.
Nico threw some cash on the counter and we left in a cab. I tried asking him what happened, but he didn't respond. Instead, he got off somewhere in the middle of the road before asking the driver to drop me back home. What was that all about? The next morning, I was still thinking about what happened with Nico, but then Dylan walked up to me and I lost track of everything.
Hey Zoe, you look nice today. What are we having for breakfast?
A few eggs and some bread.
Sounds great, babe.
Dylan winked at me and I felt my knees go weak. He called me babe. I wanted to update Nico on the progress, but he was nowhere to be seen. Then later that evening, I was leaving when finally Nico came home. Where were you? I've been waiting for you all day.
Why?
Relax, Snappy. Just wanted to tell you that Dylan noticed me today. Finally, like Snow White's prince and all. And why are you so tense all the time? You know you can tell me all your secrets, Nico. I'm a very good secret keeper.
Okay then, here's one. I think you're very annoying.
That's not a secret. You make that pretty obvious. Give me more.
I'm busy, Zoe. We'll talk later.
Nico didn't talk to me for a couple of days, and I was getting really distracted and impatient. I guess Nico noticed because a few days later, he told me that the boys wanted to go for a hike, and he'd convinced Dylan to take me with them for directions, so they won't get lost.
Here's your chance to get on Dylan's good side. And for that, we need to work on your conversation skills. They're horrible.
What are you saying? I'm a very interesting person.
Yeah, if interesting and crazy mean the same thing.
That's not very informative.
Look, all you have to do is act shy around him. Say something romantic.
Like this? Nico, your eyes remind me of my dead grandmother. Calm and pretty.
Dead grandmother? Really? Try this. Your voice is like a warm hug on a chilly day, and your laugh is like a symphony of joy that fills my life. I'm addicted to the sound. And can you try not to have feathers and leaves stuck in your head?
Nico tucked a strand of hair behind my ears and then walked away, and I felt something strange in my tummy. But it was probably that expired tuna I'd eaten the night before. On the day of the hike, I did everything Nico asked me to. Acted shy, kept quiet, and even tried to flirt a little. I guess it worked because by the end of the hike, Dylan asked me out on a real date to a club. I spent hours getting ready. I chose a black dress and was almost done with my makeup when Nico showed up at my door.
Heard Dylan finally asked you out on a date. Wait, you're wearing that?
Yeah, what do you think?
You look good. I mean, good for Dylan, but you don't look like yourself. It looks like you're trying too hard.
Seriously? First, you asked me to dress how Dylan likes, and now there's still something wrong with me?
I didn't say wrong. Never mind. It's not my place. Good luck on your date or whatever.
With that, Nico left. What was his problem? I was still a bit annoyed when Dylan showed up, but we actually ended up having a great time together. He even asked me out on a second date, and I was thrilled. After the date, Dylan excused himself to the washroom while I waited for him outside when someone tapped on my shoulder. Nico.
So how was it?
Wait, why should I tell you? You didn't even say sorry.
I'm sorry, okay?
You don't mean it. Hold on. Have you been waiting here all this time?
I had to make sure you didn't end up making a fool of yourself, and it looks like you didn't. One sec.
Nico came closer and opened my hair, setting them loose, and I felt something turn in my belly. I really needed to stop eating tuna. Just as he left, Dylan walked up to me and we left, but I couldn't shake Nico off my mind. It was so difficult to figure him out, and I was failing miserably at it. Dylan and I started dating officially. The first few days were great, but as time went by, I realized that we had nothing in common. He was totally self-obsessed and didn't give a hoot about anyone else.
What do you think about my hair? How about my shirt? This is vintage Prada, by the way. I'm pretty sure you've never seen a shirt like this before, right? Well, you will now, because you're my girl. Have you seen my shoes?
By the third date, I was practically yawning on Dylan's face, and I thought he felt the same, except at the end of the night, he kissed me. Before I could react, a bunch of photographers jumped out of nowhere and started taking our pictures. I thought Dylan would tell them off, but instead he started posing. I panicked and hid behind a tree. Who is that?
The paparazzi, obviously. They've tracked me down. Look, just come out. You can't hide like this. They'll make a joke out of me.
Dylan pulled me out and introduced me as his girlfriend. At one time, this would have been my dream, dating Dylan, but now I just wanted to run away. Soon, Dylan and I were the hot topic, and everyone wanted to know about the poor girl he was dating. We were constantly getting interviewed, and it was exhausting.
Does Dylan snore while sleeping?
Do I look like his mother? How am I supposed to know?
Are you dating him because he's rich or because he's very rich?
Are you talking like this because you're dumb or because you're really dumb?
Calm down, babe. We fell in love. Although I must say, Nico tried his best to sway her. She's so pretty, I wouldn't blame him. And he always wants what I have. Obviously, I'm better, and that's why we're together. That's not true. Nico, oh, look at the time. I'm late for practice. Before I could say more, Dylan rushed us out of the interview. Why did you lie about Nico and me? He'd be so upset. You think I care? And you're supposed to be my girlfriend, so you should be on my side. I didn't know we were choosing sides. I thought you guys were a team. Team? Nico's anything but a team player. He's nothing like what he seems. You aren't either. With that, I slammed the car door and left. I was furious at the way Dylan was behaving, and I knew in my heart that I didn't want to be with him. I wanted to talk to Nico about it, but for the next few days, every time I tried, he'd make up excuses about being busy with his songwriting and just walk away. Then one day, I was coming out of the grocery store when I noticed Nico sitting in the coffee shop across the street. I was on my way to him when suddenly, a black van screeched out of nowhere and two men in dark suits grabbed him, pushed him inside, and left. Nico was getting kidnapped. I stood there horrified for a few seconds, and then my brain sprang into action. Hey, can I borrow this bicycle? No? Never mind. I'm taking it anyway. Stop crying. It's important. Okay, so it was a really small bicycle, but it did the job. I pedaled with all my might and didn't stop till I finally saw the van. Get out now and release Nico, or I'll kick your butt to whatever prison you came from. Step away from the car, you freak. You've damaged it. And I'll do a lot more than that if you don't let Nico go, you kidnapper.
Mommy, who's this crazy lady?
Wait, this wasn't the right van? Dang it. I apologized and ran home immediately to inform the rest of the boys that Nico had been kidnapped. But as soon as I got there, everyone was gone. Like all their stuff was gone too. I tried calling Dylan, but he didn't answer, and neither did anyone else from the band. Had something happened to all of them? I decided to wait another hour before informing the police. But I guess I dozed off because when I woke up, it was morning already. I rushed downstairs to Dad watching the TV, and what I saw next was the most shocking news of my life. The news report said that Nico had faked his voice and had hired someone else to sing in his place. In fact, he never sang at all. He was just a songwriter. That was not true. Dylan was the one with the fake voice. I needed answers, and since no one was giving them to me, I decided to take things in my own hands. I knew it from the news that the Star Boys were holed up in a hotel in California, so that's where I was going. Hey, Dad, can you feed the chickens and make sure the pig doesn't run away again? I need to be somewhere. It's important. Okay, thanks, bye. I reached the hotel, but the place was bustling with media. Somehow, I made my way to the reception. Luckily, the staff recognized me as Dylan's girlfriend from all the useless interviews I gave with him and led me to their room. What are you doing here? First, I'm here to dump your sorry butt. And second, how dare you frame Nico and spread false news about him? It's you who's fake. You hired someone to sing in your place. You're the liar here. Calm down, you walking carnival. The only liar here is your beloved Nico, and you're about to find out why. I turned around to see Nico on TV with the same intruder guy I'd spotted in the boys' house. The news you've all been hearing is true. Everyone knows my dad's a big music producer who gave us our first break, and I wanted to take the top spot as the lead singer for myself. But I can't sing a note, so I hired this guy to do it for me. I'm ashamed of lying to my audience and my fans for so long, and I have no excuse except saying that I was young, naive, and stupid. I ask you all to forgive me, and also, I'm quitting the band. He's quitting the band? He can't. He writes all our songs. Aw, you're scared you'll have to actually prove you're better than Nico now? Dylan glared at me angrily, but I ignored him and left. But I was still reeling with shock at the truth. All of social media exploded with Nico's news. People were calling him a liar and a cheat. Even his dad was facing backlash. It was a huge mess. I was still shaken as I left for home that evening. When I got there, I saw Nico waiting on the porch for me. Nico, what are you doing here? And how are you? What do you think? I messed up big time. At least you're okay. First, I thought you were kidnapped. Then I thought Dylan had framed you. Then I found out you're a big fat liar. It's been a lot to process, man. About that day at the coffee shop, those guys you saw, they were my dad's bodyguards. I messaged Dad that I wanted to come clean, and he came down here immediately to talk me out of it. And that's all. I wasn't getting kidnapped. But yeah, you're right. I am a big fat liar. But Nico, why did you lie? Because I was stupid and spoiled and wanted popularity. And then I got addicted to it. But over time, it can become a huge burden living a lie. You feel like you've lost yourself. And then I met you, and you're the most original person I've ever seen. You inspired me to be more myself, and I should have never asked you to change for Dylan. Yeah, I'm an inspirational person. People tell me that all the time. In fact, when I was a kid... I'm still talking? Sorry, go on. Wait, I'm feeling a little itchy. Can you please scratch my back for me while you talk? What? Fine. Basically, What I'm trying to say is that I like you, Zoe. I did almost from the start, but you always had your heart set on Dylan, so I stayed quiet. And now I think it's too late.
What's late? Oh, you mean your confession? You know why I keep a half-eaten banana in my pocket, Nico? It's because I'm always prepared for the worst. And also because I'm always hungry. Anyway, the point is, I like you too, Nico. And I wish you would have told me the truth. But it's not always easy, and I get that. I think you were really brave to do it publicly. I mean, your career's tanked, but it was an admirable thing to do.
So you're saying you forgive me?
Well, depends on how good of a kisser you are.
Let's find out, shall we?
The sound of swords clashing gave me chills. Sparks were flying, literally, and my heart was racing with every swing. The fencers moved like ninjas. Every hit was sharp, and every dodge was smooth. Oh, how I wish I could move like that. Unfortunately, I was built different. I'd been trying to pass the fencing team tryouts for a while now, but my coordination had other plans. I would just trip over air and smack my face with my practice sword. After the match, I suddenly remembered that I dropped my ID earlier near the backlot. Completely distracted, I headed there while replaying every flawless fencing move in my head. Suddenly, I tripped over a loose panel, stumbled forward like an idiot, and fell straight into an open excavation pit. I looked around frantically and checked my pockets for my phone, but I couldn't feel it. No, I must have dropped it earlier. Hello? Somebody, please, help me! I'm stuck here! But there was only silence. Eventually, I gave up and slumped down, feeling totally defeated. I must have cried myself to sleep, because when I opened my eyes again, all I saw was total darkness. I had no idea how long I'd been stuck down here. It was so cold, and I couldn't see a thing. Somebody, please, help. I looked up and noticed the faint blue glow of the moonlight spilling over the edge. It wasn't much, but somehow it felt comforting. Then suddenly, a girl's head slowly peered over the edge. Hey, could you help me out? Please, I've been trapped down here for hours and... I trailed off when I noticed her cold, crimson eyes glowing with an emotionless stare. Hi?
If you made it down, then the path upward exists as well. Whether you find it is up to you.
Right. Super inspiring. But maybe instead of a life lesson, you could toss down a rope? A ladder? A vine? A thread? Or a snakeskin? Seriously, I'll climb anything at this point. Hey, wait! Where are you going? I panicked when her head suddenly disappeared. Come back, please! At least toss down my phone. It fell out of my pocket up there, somewhere. But she didn't respond anymore. Unbelievable. Just my luck to meet a weird and mysterious girl in the middle of the night. Suddenly, her head reappeared, and this time, she was casually holding my phone.
Are you referring to this?
Yes, that's mine! Please, if you're not gonna help me, just toss it down at least and...
If you want it, then climb.
Wait, what? I was at least 20 feet down. I can't. It's too high, and I have the strength of a baby.
Strength begins when you choose to reach for what seems unreachable.
Okay, I'll try. At first, I jumped weakly, but I felt so pathetic, so I hyped myself up and pushed harder, clawing my way up the dirt wall as if my life depended on it. Finally, with one last desperate lunge, I jumped higher than I ever thought possible, scaling the wall like Spider freaking Man, and pulled myself over the top. Whoa! I did it? Wait, I actually did it! Somehow, this strange girl made me find strength I didn't even know I had. I stood up and finally faced my mysterious savior, her silver white hair standing out in the dim light. That was intense! Thanks for the motivation. What are you doing here at this hour, by the way? And what's your name? Then she turned to me, and my heart nearly stopped. Holy mother of hell! Up close, she didn't look real. She wasn't just beautiful. She was otherworldly.
This is one of the many reasons I never wished to visit here. But oh well, I suppose I had no choice.
What are you talking about? Where are you from? But she just ignored me and drifted off like a beautiful lantern. Hey, wait! Can you at least tell me your name? We turned a corner, and just like that, she was gone. I searched all over the school, but it was like she vanished into thin air. What if she was actually a ghost? The thought alone almost made me pee in my pants. I just kept thinking about her, even in class the next morning, and Belle must have noticed it.
$1 billion for your thoughts?
Huh? Oh, sorry, just spaced out. Belle had been my best friend since we were kids. We were next-door neighbors, survived high school together, and now we were in the same university, taking the same course like it was fate or something.
Come on, buddy, spill it. What's got you daydreaming so hard?
Well, yesterday I went back behind the school to look for my ID, and I met this mysterious girl. I was about to finish my story when the door suddenly burst open, and our professor finally arrived with a girl trailing behind. My jaw then dropped straight to the floor when I saw her familiar face. No freaking way! It was her!
Class, this is Sky, a transfer student. She will be joining us today, so please, make her feel welcome.
As expected, the other boys also lost their minds the second she walked in. They were practically drooling on their desks.
Sky, do you have anything you'd like to say to the class before we start our lecture?
I held my breath as she scanned the room like an emotionless queen.
I have little to say to those I have yet to understand, but I'll observe, and perhaps learn something worth remembering.
We were all dumbfounded by what she said. Believe it or not, but that's the girl I was just telling you about.
I see. She seems interesting.
Well, that was quite a speech, Sky. Thank you. You may take any empty seat you like.
Without a word, she walked straight down the aisle and sat right next to me. Hey, it's me. From last night. You know, the guy in the hole? But she just stared straight ahead, like I didn't even exist. And when the lecture finally started, she was completely locked in, silent, still, eyes focused on the presentation like they were battle strategies or something. Seriously, who is this girl? And where did she even come from? Later that day, I dragged Belle to the announcement board to check out the newest fencing team updates. Just then, a calm, serious voice spoke behind me.
How do I join this battle?
I turned and nearly jumped out of my skin when I realized it was Sky. Man, her ethereal presence gave me goosebumps. Battle? You mean the tryouts?
They're holding practice today, but you'll need to, sign up first, fill out some forms, maybe get a tetanus shot, probably wrestle with a few waivers, and...
Where's the gym?
She cut off Bella with a look that could end conversations in 46 different languages. We then pointed wordlessly down the hall, and she immediately walked away, like a warrior headed for her next conquest.
Wait, girl, you can't just barge in. There's, a system.
We followed her, and by the time we reached the gym, practice had already started. Sky walked in like she belonged there, and one of the senior members stepped forward. Can we help you?
Who leads here?
I guess that'd be me, captain of the team. She approached the rack and picked up one of the practice foils, turning it slowly in her hand.
These weapons, they lack edge, but the balance is decent enough.
Those are regulation practice foils, kind of the point.
Then it will suffice.
You here to try out, or...?
I simply wish to test the limits of your strongest fighters, if you allow it.
There was a moment of awkward silence before the captain spoke again. All right, mysterious transfer girl, let's see what you've got. What the? Sky then turned to the rest of the team like nothing had happened.
Next.
2 more stepped in, then 3, 4, 5, 10. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, the whole gym started to feel colder. She moved like water with a blade, fluid, graceful, but dangerous. She was tripping, dodging, disarming, absolutely destroying everyone in her path. And it was mesmerizing. Every movement purposeful, every dodge calculated. She never raised her voice, never taunted, just moved. Belle and I just stood there, frozen, totally speechless. After beating the final fencer with one clean move.
Well, that was quite insufficient.
And just like that, the entire gym went silent. Since then, some people started getting scared of her, while others just fell harder. Meanwhile, Belle started getting extra suspicious about her.
It's really weird. She just waltzed in and wrecked everyone like she was brushing lint off her shoulder.
I mean, maybe she's just really good?
She is, but there's something off about her vibe. She might be hiding something, and I'm gonna find out what.
Just because she looks like a Barbie doesn't mean she can't be that strong and skillful. She's literally so cool.
You have a crush on her, don't you?
What? No? I mean, she's really, really beautiful and...
Whatever.
It had been a while since she sulked like that, and it was cute.
You better stay away from her from now on, okay? I think she's dangerous.
I just nodded, but deep down, I wasn't scared of Sky at all. I was hooked. After that day, I started noticing her in every club and tournament. Polo, martial arts, taekwondo, even logic and strategy games. Anything competitive, anything that required skill. She joined and won every single time. But she never celebrated, never even smiled. It felt like watching a boss-level character trapped on beginner difficulty. Nothing here seemed to challenge her. One time during a swimming match, she moved through the water like it was part of her. Fluid, swift, unbothered. She was like a mermaid trained by the gods of war. No splash, no struggle, just pure, effortless power. Another time, I saw her watching a freshman student from the martial arts club, a shy girl who always kept to herself and stood in the back. Without a word, Sky walked over, gently adjusted the girl's stance, then stepped back and nodded once. The girl blinked, startled, then smiled like someone had finally seen her. Sky didn't say anything else. She just returned to her corner and resumed her own training. But that one gesture said everything. She wasn't just strong, she inspired strength in others. Who really are you, girl? One day, Belle came up to me and slapped a notebook on the table.
It's time to put on our detective hats. We follow her, subtly.
Define subtly.
These. Midnight Stealth Tint, limited edition. Put them on.
You are not serious.
I've never been more serious in my life, Eli.
And just like that, we became Sky's personal shadows. Day one, Sky walked into the abandoned art wing and never came out. We waited for 53 minutes and found no exits, just a clay sculpture of what I think was a horse or maybe a giant oven. Day two, she went to an aquarium and underwater zoo and had a staring contest with the sea creatures for 2 freaking hours as if they were besties or enemies. Day 3, we caught her standing under a flickering hallway light for a full 5 minutes, unmoving. She was just staring into the corner.
She's talking to the shadows.
She's just probably checking that wall paint.
Or maybe she's possessed? Wait, what if she's a spy?
Oh, a vampire. She's totally a vampire.
Eli, this is serious.
Just then, we both screamed when Sky looked directly at us from 50 feet away, even though we were clearly behind a potted fern. One night, after watching a horror movie that Belle swore wasn't scary when it actually was, we stopped by a convenience store to grab some snacks. The store looked quiet, just us and the bored cashier. Just then, 2 sketchy guys in knockoff tracksuits stepped up to the counter and turned to us.
Well, you 4 look loaded. How about a deal?
4? There's only 3 of us here, and... We turned and saw someone I didn't expect to be here. Sky. She was silently reading the back of an ice cream tub like it was ancient prophecy.
We'll take $1 billion or someone's getting folded.
Dude, we're literally just college students. Do we look like we own 108 yachts and private islands to you?
Honestly, no. But I don't care. Just hand over everything you've got.
He then shoved me straight into a shelf of ramen, and I almost passed out.
Touch him again, and I swear I'll make you cry like a little boy who dropped his ice cream on a poop.
But the jerk just laughed at Belle and grabbed her arm. Before I could even get up to stop him, the light started flickering, and the air suddenly got colder. Sky suddenly stepped in and grabbed the goon's wrist, twisted it with a crack, and yeeted him into a snack shelf so hard he passed out on impact. She then turned to Belle like nothing had happened.
Are you hurt?
I think I'm in love?
She just nodded once, turned, and started walking out. But just as we thought it was over, the other jerk stumbled outside and somehow got into a freaking bulldozer.
I'm taking down this whole store and taking you broke and useless college kids with it!
Belle and I panicked, but Sky just calmly stepped forward and grabbed the front of the bulldozer like it was a freaking shopping cart. Then, without a word, she lifted it, and yeeted the entire machine into a glowing thing that appeared out of thin air. Gone, just like that.
What the? Belle, did you see that?
But Belle was already out cold on the floor, straight up passed out from disbelief. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head later that night. Sky was literally out of this world. Like, she lifted a bulldozer. Who does that? But what bothered me more was me. I couldn't even stay on my feet long enough to protect Belle. The next day, I saw this tiny scratch on her forehead, and my stomach flipped. I was such a loser. All I did was stand there and breathe dramatically. It was sunset when I wandered to the back of the school to get some air, and I was surprised to see Sky just standing there, perfectly still, half in shadow like she was about to disappear through the crack in the earth. Hey! You saved us last night! You were like a superhero! Seriously, why are you even that strong? Belle could have seriously gotten hurt, and I couldn't even help her. I panicked, and you showed up like a force of nature, coming like a hurricane. Apparently, she had no plans to speak, so I finally gave up. Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks, and sorry for being totally weak and useless. And that was when she finally looked at me.
You carry too much shame for someone who stood up. That is more than most would do.
But it wasn't enough.
Strength isn't always loud or immediate. Sometimes it begins when you decide to stop running.
I didn't know what to say. Her words just echoed in my head.
If you still wish to change, then follow me.
I just found myself following her like a clueless puppy as she led me behind the trees until we stopped at a tall brick wall. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she summoned this glowing thing again. A strange, shimmering light pulsed in the air like it was alive. I must be dreaming right now. What's happening? What is that? She then stepped through it like it was nothing, and without thinking, I followed. Suddenly, I was standing in a massive, dimly lit space. Blades lined with the walls, swords, spears, weapons I couldn't even name.
Let's begin.
Begin what? Are you going to train me or something? But why?
I was only ever meant to speak with my equals. How I ended up in this situation is beyond me. Perhaps I simply missed the feeling of training a disciple again. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
It was the first time I heard her say more than 2 sentences, and my brain was about to explode with questions. So, about all this and everything you just dropped on me, can you explain? Because none of this looks normal, like, at all.
Let's keep this simple. No questions. Just training. If that's acceptable to you, we'll begin.
From that moment on, my life did a total 180. In between and after classes, we kicked things off with the basics. She started teaching me combat skills, how to hold a weapon, how to move, how not to slice my own foot off. And I kept failing all of that. But despite being cold, strict, and silent, my master was patient with me. Soon, we moved on to one-on-one fights. She fought me with one hand and still destroyed me every single time, like she was swatting away a fly. One time, I arrived a little earlier than usual. The portal buzzed softly as I stepped through, but something was different. Sky was already there. She was waiting. She was training alone, focused and unshaken. With a sword in hand, she moved through a relentless series of drills. Strike, spin, parry, recover, over and over. Not a single break.
Only 2,972,000 left.
I froze. She wasn't counting victories. She was counting some kind of punishment. I stood there, hidden in the shadows. And for the first time, I realized she wasn't just strong. She was relentless, and that made her unstoppable. When I tried to ask her about it, all she did was give me a cold stare and continued training me. As the days went by, Belle got more and more suspicious of my frequent disappearances, but I kept throwing out excuses. Until one day, she caught me sneaking back to class looking like a total mess.
Okay. You've been disappearing, coming back looking like you lost a duel with a garbage disposal. Talk.
I was jogging?
Try again.
Belle?
Spill it. I saw you with Sky. You're doing something sus with her, aren't you?
You were following me?
Are you kidding? I've got notes, charts, a full Sky timeline.
Okay, fine. I'm training with her.
Training? For what? Is this like fencing? Demon hunting? A secret society initiation?
To become stronger.
Eli, I know you. You're soft. You're gentle. You cry during dog food commercials.
But I'm tired of being weak, of always being the one who needs saving. I couldn't protect you at the store. I saw that scratch on your forehead and, Belle, I hated it. I hated myself. I'm done feeling like a loser.
Yeah, but she's weird. She's powerful and quiet, and we don't know anything about her. I did a background check. Nothing came up. No school records. No socials. It's like she didn't exist until the day she showed up. What if she's from another world? Or a different dimension? What if she's dangerous?
I didn't even know what to say because I myself was wondering too, because Sky never answered my questions.
I just miss my best friend, you know?
I'm still here, but I need to do this. For you. For me. Belle didn't smile, but she nodded.
Okay, fine. Just don't get possessed or anything.
No promises. A few more days of training passed. Bruises, sore legs, and Sky silently judging my every move. But somehow, I got better. Then came the next fencing tryouts. I stood at the edge of the gym floor, foil in hand, heart pounding. The whistle blew, and I finally moved. No tripping, no freezing, just focus, speed, and everything Sky drilled into me. By the final strike, the scoreboard lit up with my name at the top. I passed. I actually passed this time. Finally! The seniors clapped me on the back. Who trained you, man? A ghost? Maybe a goddess. Still not sure. I left the gym feeling like a superhero with only one thought in mind. I needed to tell Sky about this, so I ran straight to the portal. But when I stepped through, she wasn't there. The room was empty. I looked for her everywhere, but there were no traces of her. She hadn't shown up in days, and it was driving me crazy. Then one night, just as I was about to sleep, I suddenly felt that familiar chill in the air. I found myself walking to my balcony, as if something is calling me. Master, where have you been?
I need to go. There are matters I must attend to.
What kind of matter?
There is no point in explaining which you cannot yet understand.
Okay, fine. But before you go, can you at least tell me something about yourself? Or at least, where are you from?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
Huh?
No need to fret. These are just my thoughts. Soon, you'll know and understand everything.
But how?
You'll see.
She raised her hand, summoning another portal. And without a word, she stepped through it. And now, she was gone. I suddenly felt so empty, like something had been pulled out and taken with her. No one knew where she went. Not the school, not the staff, not even Belle and her resources. Until one afternoon, she barged into my room like a hurricane.
Eli, you need to see this, like right now.
What is it?
Genshin Impact's newest playable character.
What about it? I hadn't opened the game in almost a year, so I wasn't updated. She shoved her phone into my hands, and the moment I saw the screen, I swear my soul left my body. White silver hair, crimson eyes, a massive sword on her back. Same cold stare, same grace, same everything. What kind of sorcery is this? And then suddenly, it all made sense. Skirk. So that was your real name, huh? Brace yourself, Skirk, because I'm gonna log back in and unlock every answer you never gave me. The next chapter of Genshin Impact is here, and it's bigger than ever. Step into Teyvat, a world where 7 elemental powers surge in this open-world RPG game, playable on mobile, PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. In version 5.7, Skirk, the formidable cryo sword user who commands the cosmos' darkest energies, finally joins the game. She's Child's former mentor and master of abyssal power. Also featured are Shenhe and Dahlia, a new 4-star Hydro support from Mondstadt, Mavwika, the Pyroarchon, and the mysterious Emily. Version 5.7 update will have exciting new quests and brand new permanent combat mode. The Traveler will continue to explore Natlan alongside Dainsleif, looking for the sibling while the abyssal incursion on Natlan unfolds. There will also be a new character story quest focused on Skirk. The Dust of Enlightenment will allow for the re-rolling of the minor affix enhancements on a level 20 artifact, offering a new layer of customization and optimization for your character builds. Check out Genshin Impact now using the link below, and don't forget to redeem your exclusive gift code.
You ever get that feeling like you're destined for bigger and better things? That feeling hit me like lightning. I decided it was time for me to become cool. My name is Abby. Hit that like and subscribe button to hear all about my journey from geek to chic. My mom was a music composer for movies, and my dad was a famous chef. They were so cool, I almost felt embarrassed to be their daughter. I was super shy and nerdy. My friends and I played Dungeons & Dragons, started a Model UN club, and bragged about our new scientific calculators. Every year, my best friend May and I would wake up at 6 a.m. and binge all 13 Star Trek movies.
The needs of the many
outweigh the needs of the few. May even bought me a brand new scientific calculator for my 13th birthday.
It has 280 functions and 40 metric conversions.
It was the best gift ever. How would you feel about, going to the mall?
Wait, you're serious?
Yeah, I'm just kind of over it right now. Let's go shopping.
Weird. You don't feel sick.
What? I'm fine.
Oh my gosh, the new issue of Galactic Man is here.
You ever get the feeling like you want to be cool?
I am cool. What do you mean?
I mean, you have Orange Julius on your face.
Yeah, so do you. All the cool kids do. That party is just full of empty gossip and offensive cologne. Why would you want to go?
Curiosity, I guess.
But it's the night of my big debate. You can be curious another time.
But don't worry, I can do both.
Okay.
Rose, can you please tell me the square root of 16?
32?
I saw her struggling with her homework after class, and I had an idea. I offered to do her homework in exchange for a party invite.
Yeah, my party is pretty exclusive. And you're... who are you?
Abby.
I guess you've got okay features behind your pimply skin. You can come if I get an A+.
Deal.
You bribed her?
No, it was a trade-off.
Well, whatever. Just don't miss my debate.
I'm so excited for you, honey. Call me if you need me to save you.
What am I doing? I'm not cut out for this.
Come out! Come out! It's time to spin the bottle!
Don't you want to sit with your new popular friends?
It didn't go well.
Well, I hope it was worth missing my debate over.
I needed a fresh start. I needed to be popular. I needed to transfer schools. I begged my parents to let me go to private school, arguing that it would offer me the best education possible. It somehow worked.
What are you doing?
Transferring to a private school.
What? But you always complain that private schools are full of elitist jerks.
Maybe I was too quick to judge, and there are plenty of jerks here too. I wanted to look classy, sassy, and confident, but I didn't expect the popular girls in my new school to be edgy and dark. They rode motorcycles, had piercings, dyed hair, and tattoos. They wore baggy pants and tiny little shirts. I stood out like a sore thumb with my blonde hair and white tennis dress. It was time for me to rebrand.
What is that?
It's fake. Don't worry.
I was talking about your hair.
I love your dragon tattoo.
Yeah, it's super rad. My parents won't let me get a tattoo till I'm out of the house.
Oh, my parents have no clue I have a tattoo, and they never will.
You must have gone to some underground tattoo artist then. You have to tell us where you got it done.
I had won the popular girls over. Moment I plopped my butt on the chair at their table, I knew my rebrand was complete.
Here's one for the lonely hearts, for the ones that fear the dark. You better run out of here. Bet you can't look the other way. Yeah.
I was kissing the punk prom king. I was finally cool. But in order to protect my new status, I had to become the coolest. So when Sarah arrived at school, flaunting her new moped, I showed them photos of my brand new motorcycle. They didn't have to know it was my dad's. And when Sammy showed up at school with an eyebrow ring, I got two. Fake, of course. I was slowly rising up the ranks, but Sarah was still the ringleader. So I did something desperate. When Sarah started dating the hottest guy in school, I told them I was dating a celebrity. Who? Oh, it's a secret. Wouldn't want the press swarming the school, right? I needed to make this lie a reality before I was exposed.
What is in your eyebrows? And on your wrist?
Relax. It's all fake.
Well, take them out and try to look decent. I don't want everyone at the movie premiere to think I'm raising a Wednesday Addams. Movie premiere? Dead sick. So I thought I could take you with me to the premiere of the movie I just scored.
I couldn't believe who I was next to. Up-and-coming star Walker Robinson. He was beautiful. He was chiseled. He was getting whisper screamed at by his dad.
Apparently, he needed to get his grades up or his dad would pull him out of his gig.
But I'm not book smart, Dad. That's why I'm an actor.
But his dad insisted. Okay, this may sound crazy, but I heard what your dad said. I could tutor you in exchange for a favor.
Who are you?
I introduced myself and told him how I could tutor him in exchange for a photo shoot posing as my boyfriend. I promise I won't show anyone but my friends, okay? It won't get out.
It better not, because I'm about to propose to my actress girlfriend.
You have my word. We shook on it. I gave everyone a tour of my mom's music studio where I was recording my first album, and I showed them my motorcycle helmets. It was all going super smoothly until I ordered a pizza. May?
May you what?
She was totally pretending not to know me. Can we talk?
About what?
It was like we were in a Western standoff. Oh my gosh, your little outfit. Guys, come look at this girl's getup. It's so chic. Oh my gosh, she reeks of geek. Everyone was laughing at May, but instead of jumping to her defense, I said nothing. To May, the silence spoke volumes.
You guys are mean, and Abby, you're a fraud and a liar. You guys deserve each other.
What was that all about?
Oh my gosh, Walker is engaged.
Weird. How could that be if he's dating you, Abby?
Let me see that. That liar! He was dating someone else behind my back, and I had no idea. I can't believe it.
What a jerk. We can't let him get away with this. Let's make that snake pay.
Wait, where are we going?
Go ahead. Expose him. Aren't you pissed that your boyfriend was engaged behind your back? Or are you a fraud who never even dated him?
Ugh.
Abby, what are you doing?
The next day, the photos landed on the internet and all hell broke loose. My parents pulled me out of private school and made me return to my old school. And I was going viral as rumors swirled around whether or not Walker was a two-timing jerk.
Honey, I found this lying by the front door.
It must have fallen out of her backpack when she fell down the night of the party. Wait, was she trying to mend our friendship? Is that why she brought her Star Trek DVD? Ugh, how did I not see that? I went on my phone to see that Walker and his fiancée had ended their engagement. My quest for popularity had seriously blinded me and ruined everything. I had to make amends. I visited Walker on the set of his show.
Who let you in?
I told them I was your girlfriend.
Haven't you done enough damage?
That's kind of why I'm here. I can help you get your fiancé back, but I need a tiny favor in exchange.
I don't want to talk to you.
Flip it over.
To May, my biggest fan, your friend Abby misses you. With love, George T. George Takei from Star Trek? No way!
Way.
How?
I told her that Walker knew the old Star Trek actor from a previous gig, and we agreed that he'd help me get an autograph if I told everyone, especially Walker's fiancé, that I was a liar.
Local nerd fakes relationship with Walker Robinson. Wow, you really did that?
Yeah, I really did. I'll be a loser for life now, but maybe being cool is overrated. I grew up with my grandfather, who was the coolest person ever. He worked at a planetarium nearby, and often after school, I'd help him there. You see that star? You know, it isn't a star, but a planet.
A planet? It's so shiny.
Wow. Growing up, I loved everything about the stars, planets, and space. Pops and I would look at the stars from the big telescope. It was so fun. By the time I was 17, I was the brightest in my class and ready to graduate a year early. One time when I returned from school, I saw Pops talking to some construction workers, and he looked mad. What's happening? These people are trying to tear down the planetarium to build a mall here. No way! Not on my watch. This place was too close to my heart. My best childhood memories were about this place. Just then, I noticed a bulldozer driving toward the building, so I climbed up the huge oak tree in between, and people frantically yelled for the machines to stop. Yo, stop! There's a crazy girl up there. Rose, what are you doing? Get down from there. Nope. If they want to take this tree down, they'll have to do it with me on it. One of the workers called the boss, and exactly 30 minutes later, I saw a helicopter land. Several men in black suits jumped out, surrounding a handsome guy who didn't look much older than me. You, girl, what's the problem? Call me Rose. And the problem is that you need to ask your men to back off. This is our property. I bought this dump, so it's my property. So you'll just destroy it because you own it? Over my cute body? Do you have any idea who I am? Does it look like I care? The guy stared at me, then smirked. You won't give up, will you? Nope. Fine. Come to the office tomorrow and we'll have a little chat. I'll think about it. Saying that, he left, and so did the workers. That was fast. Later that night, Pops told me the guy's name was Henry Hampton, and his parents owned half the city. I wasn't scared of him, even if he was the President of the United States. And the next morning when I reached his office, I was more than ready to let him know that. But the place was so big, I couldn't figure out which door to open. I accidentally entered the wrong room and found a boy my age playing the piano, but he sounded a bit off. Try working with an F minor. It's much smoother. Excuse me? I wanted to apologize for butting in, but before I could, a security guard came and escorted me to another office where Henry was waiting for me, and he looked so intimidating. Our meeting yesterday had me rethink the mall project, but on one condition. I want you to work as my assistant. What? Why? I've had many pretty assistants over the years. Now I want a smart one. Did he just call me ugly? But I'm a space nerd. There really isn't much I can do here. Why don't we start you off at $4,000 a day and leave the rest to me? Okay, that was a lot. Henry stared at me, waiting for an answer.
My gut screamed no. But what choice did I have? It was either this or lose the planetarium. And no way I was going to let that happen. Ugh, fine. The entire next week, I regretted my decision every second. Henry was mean, rude, and a total brat. He made me skip classes and called me at the oddest hours for work. If I refused, he made me number all the empty white sheets in the printer. What a nightmare. To top it all off, I was asked to help with all the new transfer students at school. And one of them caught my attention instantly. The piano guy. When he entered the class that day, girls couldn't stop staring at how handsome he was. I'm Rose.
Noah, you work for my brother, right?
You're Junior Hampton?
Ding ding. And you're the brave girl I've heard so much about. Pleased to meet you.
Noah was the complete opposite of Henry. He was kind and friendly, and we started hanging out every day. I complained to him about Henry all day long, and he didn't seem to disagree. He told me they were half-brothers and never got along.
He's just jealous I'm the better-looking brother.
One night, as Noah was playing his latest tune for me, Henry barged in looking mad.
I lost an important deal because you mixed up the papers. I thought I was hiring a genius, but I was so wrong.
I looked at him in shock, and he went ballistic on me. Hold up. I didn't ask you for this job. I'm tired, exhausted, and you're just so ungrateful. If you want me out, I'll leave, but I won't take your sour attitude. Henry looked crazy with rage, and before he could react, Noah jumped in.
Easy, Henben. I'm sure we can work something out. Stay out of my business. Understood?
Saying that, he stormed out of the room, and Noah turned to me. Thanks for standing up for me.
I won't let him bully you, as he bullies me.
Such a bozo. Just then, Noah came a bit closer, and my tummy did a wild spin.
Do you want to maybe get dinner sometime?
Like a date?
Yeah. How does 8 p.m. tomorrow sound?
Sounds perfect. I wanted my first date ever to be amazing. I bought a cute dress and did a little makeup too. But just an hour before I had to leave, Henry texted me to get his dry cleaning. Can it wait?
Unless you want to fly to Korea to deliver it, I suggest you get going.
Did he have a tracker on me that rang every time I was unhappy? I texted Noah that I'd be late and hurried to the shop. But on my way back, it started raining heavily and I got completely soaked. I slid my way into the house and saw Henry glaring at me.
I missed my meeting thanks to you.
I missed a date thanks to you. Achoo! He wrapped his jacket around me as I sneezed like a crazy person and asked one of his servants to take me to the guest room. When I came down, he was standing by the fireplace with a cup of cocoa.
Drink this. You'll feel better.
You made this?
Do you see anyone else around?
Why was he suddenly being so nice to me? And why did that make me feel so good?
So, about this boyfriend. Who is he?
I don't have a boyfriend. And why do you want to know?
Just wondering.
Well, don't, because you're killing my chances of ever finding someone. Henry laughed, and he almost looked human. One heck of a good-looking human.
What made you say that?
I was all set to meet Oh my God, Noah! I'd totally forgotten to tell him that I won't be able to make it. I reached for my phone, but it wasn't working, so I pulled one out of Henry's pocket and frantically dialed Noah. But he was already standing behind, looking like a raging bull.
Well, well, look at that.
Noah, I'm so sorry. I totally
Save it, Rose. It's not the first time Henry's had eyes on my girl.
Henry looked at me in surprise.
He was your date? Well, that's disappointing.
Before I could say anything, Noah took the vase lying on the table next to him and flung it at Henry, who missed it by inches. That was totally uncalled for.
Work on your aim, little guy.
But Noah left without saying a word. When I turned to Henry, he was smiling. You're such a jerk. I stomped out of the house furious at Henry. For days after that, I tried to talk to Noah, but he continued to ignore me. One day, the teacher announced that I was chosen to represent my school at the annual quiz competition, and I got busy with my books. I was studying in Henry's office one night after finishing work when I completely lost track of time and snapped back to over 30 missed calls from Pops. As I rushed down the hall blindly, I missed a turn and bumped right into Henry.
You're still here?
I was just leaving.
Now? It's late. Let me drop you back.
Don't you want to change?
Should I?
I blushed and we walked to his car. We sat in the back seat, and minutes into the ride, I dozed off. I woke up to Henry brushing his hands over my cheeks, pushing a strand of hair away. His eyes were the most perfect combination of blue and green. Sorry.
Don't be. I enjoyed your snoring.
I don't snore. I must be really tired, I guess.
You work too hard. Take the day off tomorrow.
Why do you do this?
What?
Be nice one second and an absolute moron the next. Henry looked straight into the mirror before turning toward me with a stern look.
Maybe that's just who I am. A boring moron. But you're nothing like I imagined.
He leaned forward, and I thought he was about to kiss me. I literally stopped breathing when he took a bottle lying next to me. He totally did that on purpose. When I got back home, I felt my heart beating hard. This was wrong, but why did it feel so right? A week later in school, I was doing some last-minute preparations in the library when I got stuck on an annoying question. My concentration was all over the place.
I could solve that in under 15 seconds.
I almost screamed when I felt Noah's hand on my shoulder, and I was annoyed to see him. Now you want to talk to me?
Give me that.
He took the notebook out of my hand and started scribbling something, and got the answers right. How?
I'm the lesser-known genius in the family.
I am so sorry about the other day, Noah.
Don't worry about it. Let's hang out for ice cream after school, and we can talk.
Sure, I'd love that. Noah volunteered to help me with the quiz, and I agreed. We would study till late at night, and I would often catch him stealing glances at me. When the final day of the quiz arrived, I was more than prepared to get that trophy home. And I did, along with a massive cash prize, which was enough to put me through college. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't have done this without you.
I would do anything for you, Rose. I like you, and I think we should give us another shot.
He looked at me with so much hope, but I couldn't do it. I like you too, Noah, but not in the way that you want me to. It's never going to work out between us.
Because of Henry? What do you even see in him?
Noah's words made me realize what I'd been hiding from all this while, but I was too stubborn to accept it. No, it's not him. I have to work hard for my future, and I can't afford distractions. Noah looked at me heartbreakingly and left. After that day, I realized the whole thing was getting messier by the day. I decided on talking to Henry about it, but when I met him a few days later, he had something waiting for me.
I'm leaving for Korea. You are coming.
What? No. Listen, Henry, I have to talk to you.
Just think of it as this one last thing before you leave. I'll let you go as soon as we're back.
He was nothing but a pain in my butt, and I should be happy this was finally getting over with. Only I wasn't. If anything, it broke my heart. We flew the next day early in the morning in Henry's private jet, and he took me to a house in the city. I entered to see an old lady lying on the bed, and she lit up when she saw him. Henry sat next to her holding her hand while I watched him from a distance. He looked so tender, and it made me fall for him even more. When I found him alone, I asked him who she was.
My grandmother. I lost my dad when I was a kid, and she's all I have.
What about your stepdad and Noah?
They're my mom's family, not mine.
He looked so vulnerable, and I don't know why, but I felt like hugging him. I know how you feel. My granddad is my only family too.
Looks like we have more in common than we thought.
He placed his hands on mine, and I suddenly felt so close to him. I was in love. I knew it. When we flew back that night, I wanted to confess my feelings for Henry, but just as we got there, we were welcomed by Noah, Mr. Hampton, and a house full of guests.
Everyone, meet Rose, the reason why we're celebrating tonight.
What do you mean?
While you were busy falling in love, I got the deal signed, and we are going to demolish that precious planetarium of yours.
But that's not fair.
Too bad. Life's not fair. Like it wasn't fair to me when he came over and took everything that was mine.
Just when I thought you couldn't stoop any lower. My mind went spinning in 1,000 directions, and suddenly I slapped Noah hard on his face. You are a horrible person, and I'm ashamed I ever called you my friend. I ran out of that place feeling crushed, but I had no time to sulk. Pops, I, and a few other people collected as much money as possible to hire a lawyer to file a motion. A few weeks later, Pops came to me with shocking news.
I just got a call that the Hamptons are ready to give the planetarium back, along with $1 million.
What? That's amazing! But how? He handed me an anonymous letter that had all the details about exactly what had happened and how Noah had manipulated the situation. It was easy to guess who it was when I saw the handwriting. Henry. I called his office and his assistant told me that he'd left for Korea a week back. I'd lost him. When Pop saw me sulking later that night, he walked over and I told him everything.
Go. Tell him how you feel.
I hugged him and left for the airport. I reached Henry's grandmother's house and found him sitting on a bench in the grass. This view is so much better than your fancy office.
Rose, what are you doing here?
I got your letter. I just wanted to say thank you.
You came all this way to say thank you? That's not wise.
Wait, you're weird, stubborn, and a complete jerk.
Are you trying to insult me?
No, idiot. I'm trying to say I love you.
I love you too.
My twin sister Brooke and I were born to a single mother, and we were the prettiest set of twins with gorgeous blonde hair. Oh dear, I've always wanted a daughter, but each time God gave me these good-for-nothing devils. How about you give me one of your girls? Just then, I bit the woman on the hand and she ran for her life. Brooke, how many times have I told you not to be so violent?
I'm Brooke, Mommy. Ashlyn.
Mom was shocked because usually Brooke was the one with the nasty temper and I was the well-behaved child, but I just couldn't help it. People always tried to take us away because of our super long hair, which even Mom thought was going to make us super famous one day. But I wasn't very fond of the whole famous thing. I was a studious kid and I loved books, and Brooke was the polar opposite of me. Everyone at school was her friend, and she was head of the drama club with a huge fan following. In the 6th grade, I topped my grades, and Mom took us to a fun fair as a treat. But on our way, she bumped into a friend, and while I checked out the stalls, Brooke went on to buy some ice cream. But minutes later, I heard her scream. I ran to check, and some guy was fighting with her over the last piece of ice cream flavor they both wanted. I was here first. Let go, you crazy witch. Hey, leave my sister alone. Give it to me now, or both of you will go home crying. Suddenly, Brooke took the ice cream and shoved it into his face, and the guy went bonkers. He took out the biggest ball of gum I had ever seen and shoved it straight into the back of Brooke's head. OMG! I kicked him in his knee and he fell into the pig pen in the petting zoo. But now, Brooke's head looked like a bird's nest, and Mom almost fainted when she saw Brooke. She immediately took her to the hairdresser, but even the hairdresser freaked out when she saw the giant mess. There is no way we can remove this. We'll have to cut it all. What? No! But since there was no other option, they gave Brooke a buzz cut, and she looked devastated. The entire way home, I tried to cheer her up. It's just hair, Brooke. It'll grow back in no time. But she didn't say a word. And when we reached home, she ran up to her room and locked herself in. So I tried different ways to cheer her up this time. I baked your favorite cookies, Brooke. Open up. I asked Mom to buy tickets for the BTS concert, and she agreed. I'm gonna be a mom, Brooke. And that's when she finally opened up. God, you're so dramatic. So are you. Could it be we're related? Days later, when the school reopened for the new session, I made Brooke wear a wig. But since it was summer, Brooke kept scratching her head like crazy the entire time. Oh, God, please stay away from me. I think she has lice. How dare you even say that? She does not have lice. Right then, the boy sitting behind Brooke noticed her wig coming off, and he pulled it off. Oh, God, she's a baldy. Wow, we can finally tell Brooke and Ashlyn apart. The pretty-haired one is Ashlyn, and the bald one is Brooke. All the kids burst out laughing, and Brooke looked furious. She jumped on the kid who pulled her wig and grabbed his hair until he let out screams. The teacher pulled her away and was about to send her to the principal when I begged her to let it go. And thankfully, Brooke got away with a warning. But the next morning when Brooke came down, Mom and I were shocked. Did you forget your wig, sweetie? Everyone knows what I look like now, Mom, and it makes me itch. Come on, honey. You wouldn't want to go out of the house looking like an egg. Mom, I think you look cool, Brooke. Whatever. I don't need your approval. Huh? What was that about? At school, I warned all the kids to not mess with my sister, but it seems like Brooke didn't care about it anyway. Then one time, I was in the school's hallway when Brooke's drama club members came up to me. Ashlyn, Brooke left the club, but we really need a pretty girl lead for the play. Can you take the role, please? please? They kept begging me to replace Brooke and didn't leave until I said yes. But just then, a boy walked past me and I dropped all my books. Hey, watch it, dude. But when he turned around, I was shocked to see it was Brooke. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it was you. Yeah, that's the thing, Ash. Saying that, she just turned around angrily and walked away. And I felt so stupid for not recognizing her. After that day, something changed in Brooke, and she started to talk to me less and less. And Mom only made things worse. Every time we'd go out, she'd made Brooke wear a cap. A few weeks later, when we got home from school, Mom was screaming with joy. Oh, honey, I have great news. Some weeks back, I had sent Brooke's photos to a company that was looking for a new model, and guess what? They selected her. For the first time in ages, I saw a huge smile on Brooke's face. And then Mom said, but now Ashlyn will have to play the part. What? What are you saying, Mom? Mom told us that the company wanted to use a model for their new hair products. And since Brooke had lost her hair, my natural hip-length blonde hair made me perfect for the part. Just then, Brooke took a vase on the table and smashed it to the ground. How can you do this to me? Those were my pictures. I was the one who got selected. She cannot take my place. But what can we do if your hair won't grow back? It's been like that for months now, and God knows if it's ever going to grow back. Listening to Mom's words, Brooke ran to her room crying, and I told Mom I was not gonna do it. Oh, Ash, I wish I'd never have to tell you this, but things are really tough at work for me right now. They might even fire me, and I'm so worried about how I'm gonna take care of my girls. Seeing Mom so stressed, I had to say yes to the offer. But now, Brooke was super mad at me, especially after Mom took her to the doctor and we discovered that her hair growth rate had slowed down drastically for some reason. That's why her hair was taking so long to grow back. Later that night when I was sleeping, I felt someone pulling my hair, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it was Brooke, trying to cut it off. OMG, Brooke, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy, and now I'm going to turn you into me. Luckily, Mom came in just then and pulled her away. She scolded Brooke real hard, and after that day, Brooke stopped talking to me. The next week, Mom took me to the audition, and when I got the part, we had to fly to Los Angeles for the whole year. But Brooke was not happy about moving at all. I don't understand why we have to leave everything behind just because of her. Why can't you be happy for your sister, Brooke? This is a huge deal. And honestly, it's not like you have a lot of friends here. You could use a fresh start too. Despite Brooke's protests, we moved to LA. The campaign I did became a huge success in no time, and my ads were everywhere, on buses, on billboards, and on TV. By the time I turned 15, I had a huge portfolio of modeling work, and Mom had become my manager. And she decided to enroll me into a private school. Honey, you're a celebrity now. Your safety and education has to come first. I was more than excited to finally have proper schooling after all these years of modeling, and I asked Mom to enroll Brooke with me too. But as soon as we entered our new school, kids came running at me to take autographs and selfies, and they'd follow me everywhere I go. And I just hated it. But there was someone who loved seeing me so miserable, Brooke. Over the years, I tried to include her in everything I did. I would even get designer dresses for her to join me on the red carpet, but she'd just toss them away in the trash. What is wrong with you, Brooke? I got the dress specially made for you. I don't need your charity, Ash, especially when everything you are right now is because of me. I hated the bitterness Brooke had in her heart for me, and I wished I could just remove that. Don't you worry about her, sweetheart. You have no time for her jealousy. You just focus on your work. Time went by, and Brooke grew confident in her own look and joined a local modeling agency. And I decided I was going to leave the world of fame and finally focus on my studies. But the same day, Mom told me that I'd been cast as the lead for a huge movie. But Mom, I told you I didn't... Oh, honey, this is the last time, I promise. It's just that I made an agreement, and now if you say no, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money for canceling it. Okay, but it's the last time. A few days later, we had the announcement party for the movie, and Mom was taking me shopping for it when a card fell from her bag. It was an invitation card for Brooke's first play at the theater where she was playing the lead role. Mom, we should definitely go to cheer Brooke on. This will mean so much to her. It's the same day as the announcement party of your movie, and that's more important. But I totally disagreed. I left Mom at the movie party and slipped off to see Brooke's performance, and she was awesome. I didn't find her in the dressing room, but I left flowers for her and left. My movie started shooting soon after, and I was a bit starstruck when I met the male lead actor, Tom. He was a super famous movie star at the age of just 20, and he had a huge fan following. But he was really nice and instantly made me comfortable. And over the course of the shooting, we became really good friends. On my 18th birthday, Tom even surprised me with a cake and congratulated me. But just then, I noticed Brooke outside my dressing room. I stepped out to see her, but she was already gone. And then, I didn't see her the entire day. But the next morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare of an actor. My phone was buzzing like crazy, and pictures of me hugging Tom and rumors of our link-up were all over the news. But there was no way anyone from the set could have leaked those pictures. And that's when I remembered seeing Brooke on the set the day before. Holy freaks! I couldn't believe she'd stooped so low. Later, when I came out of the house, there were paparazzi everywhere, and I had to disguise myself to go for the shoot. When I reached the set, we were about to start shooting when Tom's girlfriend came on set and threw the newspapers in my face. You homewrecker! How dare you try to steal my boyfriend, you ugly-faced lizard! I didn't steal anyone. It's all fake news. Babe, can you please calm down? But she didn't calm down and tried to attack me. Just then, Brooke came from behind and dumped a slushie on that witch's head, and security pulled her away for trying to create chaos on the set. Brooke, what are you doing here after ruining my reputation? What? What are you talking about? Oh, stop it. I saw you at the set yesterday, and I know you're the one who sent my pictures with Tom to the media. Have you completely lost it? I wasn't the one who did it. It was Mom. What the freaking Funyuns? Mom was the one who sent your pictures to the media. I heard her talking on the phone this morning. That's what I just came here to tell you. But I saw you on the set last night. 'Cause it was our birthday, dummy. You came to see my play even when you had a huge movie party, and it meant a lot to me. So I thought I'd repay the favor by visiting you, but as soon as I reached here, I received an important call and I had to go back. But that wasn't all. Brooke told me she had doubts that Mom had been up to no good, and when we investigated it, we found out that Mom had been stealing from me and filling her bank accounts. Holy freak! She was a blood-sucking mosquito. The next day, Mom came screaming with joy at us. I've got the best news, Ash. I signed you up for 3 more movies, and we're gonna be super rich now. So, that's why you sent my pictures to the media? What? Who told you that? And even if I did, look at the bright side. All that publicity and dating rumors with the superstar have got you 3 more movies. But you sold your own daughter for money. Shut up, Brooke. Enough, Mom. We are not kids anymore whom you can manipulate so easily. Yeah, you broke our trust and stole from your own child. You're the worst lying butt manipulator that I've ever seen in my life. Oh, no, don't say that, Ash. I did everything for you guys. You're a liar, Mom. You did everything for yourself. And that's why I have canceled all your contracts and removed you from my manager's position. No, you can't do that. Guess what? We already did. Suddenly, Mom completely lost it and tried to attack me. But thankfully, Brooke had called security and the cops, and they took her away. I'm so sorry, Ash. I always thought you were a bad person and always blamed you for everything. But Mom was the real devil and played with us as she wished. It's all right, Brooke. You have nothing to apologize for. But yeah, I don't think I can continue to shoot this stupid movie. How about you take my place in it? Really? You mean it? Of course. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. But the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down.
Oh, God, stop. Are you going to kill me?
What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him.
I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back.
I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone.
I left it at the hotel.
Gosh, he was such a handful.
Take me with you.
What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or
you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl.
Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she?
You want to know her and not me? Fine. She's a family friend, but why?
Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me.
Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter?
I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice.
If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love.
But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself?
I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine.
Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well.
Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard.
Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl.
I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep.
You, get away from him.
I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend. Then why was she clicking your pictures like that? Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time?
Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it.
But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Ah, are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me. You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that?
It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom, and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone. I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What? He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him.
Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away.
That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked.
Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit, too. Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap.
Oh my God, what's wrong?
I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know?
Okay. And is the girly scream part of the training too?
Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill.
Makes sense. You want to get off my lap now, princess?
I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town.
Come on, you can't finish a burger?
Be a man.
I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you.
Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the? Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you. He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known? Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot? Why didn't you say something then? I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar. Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine. Huh? What necklace? I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it. Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was. But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine. Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you. Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand. Where did you get this from? It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears. Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive. She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China. Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me. So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom. And this necklace must be a fake. Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her. Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me. I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years. I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh, dear. Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard? Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life. Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out? I'll have to think about it.
I turned the corner as fast as I could, but the scary men in dark suits were still behind me. I couldn't let them catch me. I had the fate of the world on my shoulders. Well, actually, it was around my neck in a butterfly locket that held the super secret code to a powerful weapon that had to be protected at all costs. Hi, my name is Grace, and I'm a super secret. That's classified. Let's just say I have a special set of skills. I darted into the subway and raced down the stairs just as the train slid into the station. The men were right behind me, yelling for me to stop. Sorry, suckers. Better luck next time. I hopped on the train, raced down the aisle, and bumped into the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen. His face screamed perfection. He had the body of an action star, and his smile could melt the polar ice caps. My special AI glasses analyzed him in half a second. His name was Nate. He was the quarterback of his high school football team, and his dad was a successful businessman. He seemed too good to be true. And then he opened his mouth.
Hey, sweet thing. Yeah, I know I'm handsome. I'm a perfect 10. No, an 11. Maybe a 12. I'm the best looking guy you've ever seen. Am I right?
Nate pulled out a marker and started signing his name on my arm. What the heck are you doing?
You don't want my autograph? I'm a famous football star. At least I will be in a couple years. Though the way you're looking at me makes me think I might be the man of your dreams. You're pretty cute, too. I mean, pretty and cute. Both? Get it?
Suddenly, I saw the angry men in black suits running down the aisle headed in my direction. The last thing I needed was to get caught with the necklace, so I pulled Nate into a kiss, distracted him, and quickly slipped it into Nate's backpack.
Wow, that was intense.
Well, what can I say? I'm an intense person. Oh, this was fun. See you never. Bye. Saying that, I just ran. Just as I'd expected, the men rushed past Nate and didn't give him a second look. I raced off the train and into the crowded station and got out of there undetected. When I walked into headquarters, Agent Mama Bear ran up to me screaming, "Where's the necklace?" I had to stash it with a civilian. A civilian? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? If Mr. X gets to him before we do, that poor civilian is toast. Hello, the bad guys were tailing my butt, and I didn't want the necklace on me in case they caught me. I was thinking on my feet, and it seemed logical at the time. The president should be thanking me. Actually, he should put my name in the super secret agent handbook. I knew you were too young for this mission. I can fix this. I'll just get the locket back. Fine, this is your last chance. Hold on, I can see you guys are confused. Mr. X is actually a criminal mastermind who stole a super secret government weapon, but he can't use it because it works on a code that's hidden in a butterfly locket that I stole from a secret underground bunker. And now Mr. X wants to catch me, take the code, and sell the weapon to a group of evil men that are up to no good. You get the drill, right? After getting my butt kicked at the headquarters, I went straight to Nate's house to scope things out. But his mansion was like Fort Knox. There were guards everywhere. I couldn't risk the mission, so I decided that the only way to get closer to Nate and his backpack was to go undercover. I'd pose as a high school student, find Nate, snatch his backpack, and grab the necklace. The whole thing would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Agent Mama Bear enrolled me into Nate's school. The moment I stepped on campus, I was on a hunt to find Nate. But every time I tried to get near him, he was surrounded by an army of lovesick girls.
Nate, you're so strong and your muscles are so big.
I know. I go to the gym every day.
Your eyes are so perfect, Nate.
Thanks. I use a special kind of eye drops that Robert Pattinson used in his vampire movie. That's why his eyes were shining so much.
He winked. A couple of girls cheered and some begged him to take a selfie. I wanted to barf. A couple of hours later, I saw Nate alone at his locker. He had his backpack on, but it was zipped shut. So I crept over like a cat burglar and reached for the zipper. Just as I was about to open it, Nate turned around. Our faces were inches apart. He looked at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear I heard angels singing. Then some kid ran by and bumped into me. I lost my balance, fell forward, and suddenly my lips were on Nate's, and then we were kissing.
You really can't seem to get enough of me, do you?
That was a mistake. I have to run.
Not so soon. I'm not letting you get away this time. How about you be my girlfriend? We can kiss all the time, and you can stop playing this game.
I don't have time for games. You have something of mine and I need it back.
Did I steal your heart? Well, baby, you stole mine too.
Enough of this. You're wasting my time. Just as I was about to snatch his backpack and grab the locket, this rich girl named Pam walked up with her minions and 2 burly bodyguards. She was the spoiled daughter of a rich politician. Pam shoved past me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey, jerk, you pushed me.
That's what I mostly do with garbage. Is this street rat bothering you, Nate? If she is, I can tell my guards to send her away.
She's not a street rat. She's a nice girl. We met on the subway.
The subway?
Yeah, it's this thing underground. People use it for transportation. It's been around for over 100 years.
Duh, I know that. It's just disgusting. How many times must I tell you, Nate? You shouldn't hang out with peasants. You could get cooties.
Cooties aren't real.
Yes, they are. My cousin got them, and she was in the hospital for a week. Nate, let's go. I'm allergic to poor people. If I stay near that girl any longer, I'll get a rash.
Pam grabbed Nate's arm and whisked him away. Nate looked back at me and winked. After that, every time I tried to talk to Nate, Pam showed up and acted like a maniac. I saw Nate outside at lunch, but when I approached him, Pam started screaming and threw herself on the ground to get his attention.
Nate, help! Monster ants are eating me alive!
Of course, Nate fell for her act. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and held her in his arms like she was an overgrown baby. She was beyond annoying. Later, Pam and her band of minions ambushed me in the bathroom.
Hey, subway girl, I'm getting really sick of you chasing after Nate. He's mine. Back off or else.
You're the one chasing him like a lovesick puppy, and honestly, it's pretty pathetic. Get some self-esteem, girl.
Oh, you're gonna regret that.
Pam started jumping around like she was a boxer. I really don't think you want to do this.
Ha! You're ugly and stupid. Can't you count? It's 3 against 1.
Pam charged at me like a raging bull. I stepped to the side, and she ran straight into her friend. The third minion ran up to me, and I threw water in her face. She slipped on her shoelace and fell on top of Pam. Pam and her minions ran to the principal's office and told the principal that I'd attacked them. But my AI glasses caught the whole thing on camera and sent the principal a video of the incident from an anonymous email account.
Pam, your behavior is unacceptable, and I have no choice but to suspend you and your friends.
Out of nowhere, one of Pam's bodyguards walked into the room, whispered in the principal's ear, erased the email, and left.
On second thought, sorry, Pam. You and your friends did nothing wrong. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
What the fudge? Then the principal sent me to detention. And by the time I got out, the school day was over and I couldn't find Nate anywhere. God, I needed that necklace desperately. I checked his social media and saw that he was out partying at Pam's mansion, at a nightclub, and raced around the city in a limousine. Pam's bodyguards were stuck to them like glue, and her driver was guarding Nate's backpack like a hawk. I couldn't go near it without raising an alarm. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when Pam's driver dropped Nate off at home. I was so tired from following them around all night that I could barely keep my eyes open. I parked my car to rest my eyes, but I must have drifted off to sleep because when I woke up it was morning and Agent Mama Bear was glaring at me from the passenger seat. I thought you were working. Ah! Ah! Oh, here you go, as fresh as a daisy. I was working, I just dozed off. We don't have time for naps. You can't let Mr. X get that locket before you do. Anyway, I've got some fresh information. Agent Mama Bear told me that Nate's dad was holding a fundraiser at his house tonight. The mission was for me to enter Nate's house dressed as a maid, grab the locket, and leave. And Agent Mama Bear was my backup. We changed into our disguises and walked right up to Nate's front door. The guards let us in without a hitch. When the time was right, I went around the house looking for Nate's room and finally found it. I slid inside like a fast ninja and immediately spotted Nate's backpack. I opened it, searched for the locket, but it was gone. I panicked. How could this moron lose the locket? I turned the room upside down but couldn't find it anywhere. I glanced out the window. Nate was lounging near the pool, sunbathing his six-pack with a stupid smile on his face. Gosh, he's so cute. Nope. Get a grip, girl. I rushed down the stairs, and just as I was about to step outside, I saw a tired old woman scrubbing the floors, and then I saw Nate walk in. I immediately hid behind a pole to avoid getting spotted, while Nate walked over to the old woman with an envelope of cash in his hand.
Ma'am, please take this money and use it to go see the doctor.
I can't, sir. I have to work to help your father with the party. If I leave, he'll be very upset.
Don't worry about my dad. I'll talk to him. Come back when you're feeling better.
The old woman thanked Nate and left. I was shocked. I'd never seen him act so selfless. I was about to say something, then Nate's father rushed past me.
Have you lost your mind? No, it's where I left it this morning. This isn't funny. I saw what you did for that maid. You think money grows on trees? I swear you're as dim as a broken light bulb. Try not to embarrass me tonight in front of Pam's dad. And why haven't you asked Pam to be your girlfriend? By now, you should be engaged. Marrying that girl will make you filthy rich, and then you can invest a ton of money into my business. Dad, I don't want to marry Pam. She's a nice girl, but I'm not interested in her that way. I didn't ask you for your opinion. You're too simple to make good decisions. You just focus on throwing your football and staying in shape and getting that girl to fall in love with you.
Nate's dad stormed off, and the look on Nate's face almost broke my heart. I felt so guilty for treating him so badly before. I walked over and put my hand on Nate's shoulder. I don't think you're stupid. What you did for that old woman was really sweet.
You don't have to be nice to me. My dad will still pay you.
It's me, Grace.
Who?
Grace. We met on the train. Geez, we've even kissed twice, once by mistake.
Yeah, I know. Why are you dressed like a maid? I couldn't recognize you at all.
That was the idea, dummy. And why do you act all self-absorbed at school when you're actually kinda sweet?
Did you just give me a compliment? Must be my lucky day.
Well, not really, 'cause I'm about to kick your butt too. I need that butterfly locket I hid in your backpack when we met. It's really, really important. Where is it?
What butterfly necklace?
I didn't have a choice but to tell everything to Nate. He heard everything and then looked at me in shock.
Why would you slip something that important in my bag? I'm literally the clumsiest person you'll meet.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking straight then.
Oh, did my good looks distract you from your mission?
Yeah, maybe. Can we talk about that later? I really need to find that necklace or my boss will have my head.
Wait. I think I saw Pam wear something like that a few days back.
Nate showed me Pam's Instagram account, and I immediately spotted the picture where she was wearing that butterfly necklace. I asked Nate to call Pam and ask her to come for the fundraiser wearing that necklace.
She should be here soon. Pam and her dad are the guests of honor. What do we do next?
We get ready to pull off the heist of the century. Okay, that might be an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. Pam was really late, and we were beginning to think she wouldn't even come, but she finally arrived along with her dad and an entourage of guards. And thankfully, she was wearing the necklace. She immediately walked up to Nate, gave him a peck on his cheek, and my insides felt on fire. What the heck was this feeling? Nate, this necklace is divine. I found it in your backpack when I was going through your things. I just had a feeling you might have a present for me.
Yeah, about that. That necklace is, dangerous. No, it's poisonous. It will make you break out in hives. You'll get pimples on your face. It will be totally disgusting and gross. You'll give nightmares to small children.
Pam yanked off the necklace and threw it on the ground. Before I could get to it, Pam's dad sprang into action, but Agent Mama Bear got in his way. Not so soon, Mr. X. You're busted. Grace, quick, grab the necklace and run. I did exactly that, but a bunch of guards got in my way. I grabbed a vase and hurled it at a guard and then burst out my martial arts moves. I threw 5 spinning back kicks, an open fist punch, and a couple of elbows that laid the guards out cold. Agent Mama Bear called for reinforcements to haul Pam's dad up to jail. I had no idea what happened to Pam and her mom, except that they moved somewhere very far away. The president thanked me, Nate, and Agent Mama Bear for our spectacular service and even named a special holiday after us. Nate's dad cried at the ceremony and apologized to Nate for underestimating him. I was promoted to a first-class agent, and Nate was invited to join the super secret agent training program. I delivered his invitation myself.
So now that you've been a hero, what's next?
I think I want to finish high school here.
I knew it. You love me. You can't resist my pecs. Or is it that my brave heart or fearless spirit? If I was a 10 before, what does that make me now? 20?
I'd give you a solid 4.
What?
I'm kidding.
Sheesh, you had me worried.
Then I pulled Nate close and kissed him.
I was born in the Shoshone tribe. My father was the chief. The day I was born, a big eagle flew by near my mom. She had thought the eagle would hurt her, but it didn't. The people of the tribe saw it as an omen of me being special and gave me a name that meant bird woman. But in my tribe, I was called Sacagawea. Since I was born a little before I was meant to, the entire tribe was pretty disappointed seeing how small and fragile I was. Your child, she is destined to reach great heights, go places, be invincible. You really think so? But she is small and weak. Don't underestimate her, for when she is older, she will move mountains. Well, she was right. I don't know about moving mountains, but as I grew up, I wasn't weak and fragile anymore. Actually, I was kind of a wild child. I would spend hours playing in the forest, riding horses, and just exploring the outdoors. I was fearless and brave, and I knew one day I'd make my tribe proud of me. But there was one tiny problem. I was afraid of heights. All my friends would be climbing trees and rocks, and it would always scare me. I didn't really mind. I knew I could do so many other things. But a girl, Redfeather, who was from another tribe, always made it a point to tease me about it. I knew why. It was because she had a big fat crush on my best friend, Miko, and hated that he cared so much for me.
What kind of bird woman are you if you can't even climb a tree? Look, Miko, I can climb so high.
So what? Sacagawea can ride a horse. Backwards. She can catch a fish with just her hands, and she's not a show-off like you, Redfeather.
What do you even see in her?
He just told you. Strength, ability, class. Now shoo off before I whoop your butt.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, but I dared. In seconds, Redfeather and I were tangled like 2 wrestlers, but I instantly let her go when I saw my dad coming. He had told me so many times not to argue with Redfeather. Her tribe was always looking to get into a fight with ours. Once I was home, I got the lecture of a lifetime, and even though I tried to tell Dad how that witch had started it, he just wouldn't listen. Frustrated, I left the tent and sat near the river.
Angry at Dad?
No, not at all. I'm angry at myself for not being brave enough to climb a tree. If I could, I would have proved, hey, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Got it? And who said you aren't brave? My love, you are the bravest girl I know. You can definitely do anything you set your mind to. Here, it's time for you to have this. Mom, why are you giving this to me? It's the most precious thing you have. No, you are my most precious thing. Saying that, she hugged me tight. After that day, I tried to steer clear of Redfeather. The girl was nothing but trouble. But one day, as Miko and I were hanging out near the big waterfall, the witch came and yanked my necklace.
Give it back. Now.
Redfeather, I swear I'll... But before I could even finish my sentence, the witch gave me a smirk and dropped Mom's necklace down into the waterfall. I felt my blood run cold, and even though I was scared of heights, I did the unthinkable. I jumped. I felt like I was flying, and in the water, I managed to reach the necklace. When I got back up, Redfeather, Miko, and everyone else were in awe. Redfeather's dad came and made her apologize to me. From that day forward, I was known as the brave bird woman who could do anything. I had made my mark, and I was so proud of myself. A few years later, my dad announced Miko and my wedding, and I couldn't be happier. Our wedding was going to be the biggest event in the tribe, and everyone was preparing for it. Even Redfeather, who had been surprisingly friendly since the necklace incident, was helping out with the decorations. One night, Redfeather asked me to meet her by the waterfall. I was a little hesitant, but I thought maybe she wanted to apologize for her past behavior. I was wrong. As I approached the waterfall, I saw several men standing in the shadows. Redfeather stepped out of the darkness and smiled at me. What's happening? Who are these people? I can't let you marry Miko. Take her away. Before I could say anything else, the men dragged me away and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a carriage. Where am I? Where are you taking me? I am the daughter of the Shoshone chief. When my dad finds out about you, he'll have you punished.
And who's gonna tell him, princess? You are far away from home. You'll never get back home.
Hearing his words made my heart sink, and I clutched onto Mom's necklace. It was the only thing I had from home. We had been on the road for 7 days when one night I heard noises. There were so many people fighting. The caravan was being attacked. I was so scared. I had no idea what was happening. But then I heard a voice that spoke in a different language. It was a Frenchman. He and his soldiers had attacked the caravan and freed me. They kept talking, but I didn't understand a word. And when I spoke, they didn't understand my language either. But even with the language barrier, I knew they meant well. I didn't know how to get back home. So one of the soldiers found a nice family who adopted me and taught me their language. I was so thankful to them and all the help they gave me. Years passed and I missed home terribly. Unfortunately, we had traveled too far in an unknown direction, so I didn't know my way back. When I turned 18, I got married to a Frenchman, and just when I had my son, my husband left me. I was disappointed. As a little girl, I had thought I would go places, have a life filled with adventure, make my tribe proud. But everything had gone so wrong. But things changed when one day, 2 men, Lewis and Clark, came to my town. They had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help them find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
Sacagawea, we heard you used to be from the Shoshone tribe. We need your help to find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not sure I can help you. I've been away from my home for many years.
You don't need to worry. We have maps and guides to help you. We just need your help to navigate the terrain and communicate with the locals.
That sounds like a lot of work. Why should I take up the offer?
Because we're headed west. This might be your chance to get home.
What? All right, I'll do it. I was so excited to be joining the expedition in April of 1805 with my newborn son tied to my back on a sling, ready to set off on the adventure of a lifetime. As we made our way along the river, I helped out in any way I could. I showed the men how to find edible roots and plants, and how to identify which ones were not safe to eat. Everyone was amazed at how much I knew, and some even joked about me being the team's official hunter. It was everything my mom had taught me. We had been traveling for months, and Lewis and Clark were always friendly to me. I realized how important the mission was for them. One day, as we were crossing a river, our boat capsized.
Oh my God! Our documents and supplies! All our hard work will be gone!
Quickly, I jumped into action and was able to save most of the supplies and important documents.
Sacagawea, that was amazing. Oh, thank you so much for saving these. I owe you for life.
It's no big deal. I'm here to help, aren't I?
That you are. But your bravery needs a reward.
I had thought they'd give me some coins as a reward, but when they named the river after me, I was speechless. Wow, I am so honored.
Just promise us you're gonna stick around with us till the end, because I know for sure we can't finish this journey without you.
I promise, I will. Our journey continued for months, and when it was summer, we stepped into a land that was familiar. I ran into the forest, and when I saw the waterfall at the end, I felt like my heart stopped. I was home. It was the land of the Shoshones. I was ecstatic. When I walked into the chief's teepee with Lewis and Clark, I was stunned to see the new chief. It was Miko.
Sacagawea, is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
But how is this possible? We thought you were lost forever.
I was taken away by some men and adopted by a nice family. Miko was filled with joy, and tears of happiness rolled down his face. He then asked Lewis and Clark to give us some alone time. He called my mom and dad, and the moment they saw me, they hugged me tight. Sacagawea, I can't believe my eyes. I am so happy to see you here. Me too. I missed my family and my tribe so much. We never knew what happened to you. We searched for you for months and months. It was then the hatred I had for Redfeather came back, and I told Miko, Mom, and Dad everything. Miko had his guards bring in Redfeather from her tribe along with her father. The moment Redfeather saw me, her face went pale and she fell on her knees in front of me. You witch! I knew you were jealous of me, but how could you stoop so low? Sacagawea, I am so sorry for all the wrong I have done to you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I wanted to tell her no, and how could she even ask for me to forgive her? But just then, Miko declared that Redfeather would be kicked out of her tribe, or else the peace pact between our tribe and hers would be broken. To my surprise, Redfeather's father didn't hesitate a bit and agreed. I apologize for what my daughter did to you. I'm ashamed of her. It was her doing. You don't have to apologize for her. Once Redfeather left, Miko and my parents asked me to stay in the tribe, but I just couldn't. I had made a promise to Lewis and Clark. While my parents agreed to let me go, Miko was making it hard. You just came back. You can't leave now. Please, Sacagawea, stay. I will, Miko. I give you my word. Once the journey is finished, I'll come back here, to the tribe, to you. Reluctantly, Miko let me go, and I accompanied Lewis and Clark on the rest of their journey. We continued on our travels, but one day, something horrible happened. As we were passing through a thick forest, an arrow hit a tree just inches from Lewis. I was so scared and desperately wanted to help my group. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and ran towards the attackers. I was determined to protect Lewis and Clark, and I started shooting arrows at the attackers. One of the attackers stopped, and seeing a native woman protecting the European men, he called off the attack. You are with them? Yes, I am. They come in peace. Please, let us pass. Everything has a price. Give us something. Perhaps the necklace around your neck. Will you let us pass if I give it to you? Yes. With a heavy heart, I took off my mom's necklace and handed it to the man, and the attackers left, and I ran to Lewis and Clark. I was so relieved that no one got seriously hurt. Sacagawea, why did you give your necklace? I know what it means to you. It was precious to you. For me, my friends are more precious. Your safety means everything to me. I just did what I had to do. No, you did more than that. You saved us all. I felt so proud of myself. Finally, I had done something that my parents and the tribe could be proud of. We continued our journey and finally made it. After months of traveling, here I was, standing by the Pacific Ocean. I felt like I was in a dream. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of the salt in the air, and the feeling of sand between my toes. It was breathtaking. I couldn't believe I was here. I had been on this journey for so long, and now I was standing at the edge of the world. I realized in that moment how much I had grown. I had gone from a scared little girl who was afraid of heights to a brave and fearless woman who had gone on an amazing journey. We stayed for a month, and when it was time to return, Lewis and Clark asked me to come with them on another expedition. I really wanted to because I loved adventure, but I had other plans. When I returned home, the first thing I asked was where Miko was, and my parents told me that every morning he sat by the waterfall. So I snuck up to him and hugged him, and we both ended up in the water. Oh my God, you came. I promised, remember? Saying that, I kissed him, and it felt so right, like I was finally where I belong, finally home. Today, there are more statues in the United States dedicated to me than any other American woman. I'm remembered now as a hero and as a symbol of courage, strength, and peace for safely guiding the expedition to the Pacific Ocean. My story continues to inspire and remind people that no matter who you are or where you come from, you can always make a difference. I woke up in a cold sweat as I heard a pack of wolves howling outside. Seconds later, the cackling hyenas joined in, and then I heard the blood-chilling roar of a lion. I was surrounded. I walked over to my window, opened it, and yelled,
Be quiet and let me sleep, you buffoons! Do you want me to look like a raccoon in the morning?
Wow, it actually worked. They don't always listen to me. And yeah, I said the whole waking up in a cold sweat thing for dramatic effect. I'm a melodramatic girl. You see, I am surrounded by wild animals, but they're all in cages. And I live inside a zoo. Now please go away. I'll tell you the rest of my story in the morning. So yeah, I really did grow up in a cottage inside the zoo, since my parents were the zookeepers. And I know I called the animals buffoons earlier, but I didn't mean it. It's like when you call your siblings morons, but you still love them, right? The animals were my first playmates, so naturally, I couldn't quit horsing around, even in school. Listen, I can howl like a wolf. Ow! Tina, can you stop making animal sounds? You're disturbing the whole class. At least I'm not putting them to sleep. I heard that, young lady. You're staying back in recess to reflect on your behavior. The only thing I reflected on was how to prank my teacher. So the next day, when she opened her desk drawer, a tarantula casually walked out and then jumped on her arm. She screamed and flapped her arms around like a rabid chicken, then tripped on her chair and fell on her butt. Needless to say, I ended up in detention. And that's where I first talked to the dreamboat in my class, aka Eric. Okay, yeah, he's only 11 here, but you could tell even then that this kid's gonna grow up to be a hunk. And he already had a bad boy reputation. I'd seen kids giving up their lunch money to him, carrying his bag, and even cleaning his shoes. Rumor had it that a kid who pissed off Eric woke up in a garbage dump the next day, and he had no memory of how he got there. But Eric seemed to be utterly fascinated by me, or maybe all the animals I could play with at the zoo. The point is, he was nice to me, and that was all I needed to consider him my first human friend. Can you really pet the crocodiles? Don't they bite? Nope, they love me. Well, the alligators do, but they're kind of the same, right? Potato, potato. Newsflash, they're not the same, but that's a discovery I made later. Can you sneak me in tomorrow? I want to play with them. I'll have to think about it. I can pay you. Deal. I was so excited to have Eric over, and even my parents were happy to see me with a two-legged creature for once. All right, kids, your mom and I have some things to do, but feel free to roam around the zoo and don't get into any trouble. You sure you don't want me to take you around? Dad, we don't need a babysitter. We'll be just fine. Be cool, man. Be cool. Once they left, Eric turned to me. Did you get the keys? Yep. My dad had keys to all the enclosures, and I'd taken the key for the crocodile one so Eric could see them up close and personal. Now all we have to do is not get caught by the cameras. Wait, there are cameras? Yep, but I know where they are. Come on, we just need to sneak past them using their blind spots. Do you do this often? Yeah, I love feeling like a spy. Okay. I was definitely impressing Eric a lot. I could already see it. Me and Eric, prom king and queen in high school. Soon, we were standing inside the enclosure, only a few feet away from the crocodiles. Up close, they looked a lot bigger than I'd thought. I told you, I've only played with alligators before. And wow, these creatures could swim fast. And they were coming right at us. They look hungry. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't pet them. Ah, look at that one! He's gonna eat me! Eric screamed and started running frantically, and I was right behind him. Then he tripped over a twig. I crashed into him, and we both fell on our faces, and the crocodile was hot on her tail. Just then, I noticed a mirror on the ground next to Eric. I held it up and caught the sunlight, sending a blinding flash into the crocodile's eyes. It got confused for a bit as we scrambled to our feet and ran out. I locked the enclosure quickly, and Eric dropped to his knees. Oh, God. That was the worst day of my life. It wasn't that bad. I mean, think of how I saved your life with my quick wit and fearless spirit. Why do you carry a mirror around, though? To see my beautiful face, which that crocodile would have destroyed in a second. You're horrible. What? I'm amazing. I'm your hero, Eric. But he just couldn't stop hyperventilating. My parents found us, and when they discovered what had happened, they dropped Eric at home, and I was forbidden from ever having friends over again. Eric's mom, the school principal, tried pressing charges, but since we'd avoided all those cameras, there was no proof I'd let him into the crocodile enclosure. But Eric did stop talking to me, which hurt. In case you haven't figured it out, I have a crush on this guy, okay? Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. However, taking Eric to the zoo did give me a rather cool business idea. I had access to stuff most people didn't, and I could use that to make money. Here, a photo of the new lion cub. It's totally exclusive. The public hasn't seen it yet. And you ordered a skin from the rarest snake, right? It wasn't easy to get, so that'll be $200. As if I'd ever hurt my beautiful, slithery friends. No, this Tracy is some rich psycho who wants snakeskin bags, and I told her I'd get her the real deal. But this skin is as fake as her face. All right. She's actually very pretty naturally. Love that for her. My business went well for about a week, till it was cut short by the principal, who still hated me for putting her precious baby in danger.
You cannot bring anything like that to sell in the school from now on. You better start acting like other normal girls your age. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The other normal girls were the ones asking me for pictures and snakeskins. You only sell something if there's a demand for it. Economics 101, people. But the worst part was that my parents agreed with her and grounded me.
You really should start acting less like a wild child, Tina. No going out to play with the animals until you cool down a little.
Seriously?
Watch your tongue, young lady.
Okay, gotcha. And I stuck out my tongue and watched it. Mom was not amused. As time passed, we all slowly forgot about my reckless past. With my 16th birthday coming up, I wanted to do something fun that my class would remember. Okay, I don't really care about the rest of the class. It's just that my prediction had come true, and Eric had become hot. He was now your typical bad boy. Hair slicked back with gel? Check. Top shirt buttons always open? Check. Look super cool chewing gum? Check. Flirting with every girl? Except me, of course. Check. I couldn't invite him alone, obviously, so I had to invite the rest too, and maybe he'd accept. But first, I had to get him to stop hating me. I Googled some tips on how to attract a bad boy. I swear, the internet is a wonderful place. Number 1, make sure you stand out. Bad boys like girls who don't blend in. Well, that one was already covered. I stuck out like a sore thumb. No one else dressed in tiger-striped t-shirts or giraffe print leggings or laughed like a hyena. Number 2, say something brief that would catch the guy's attention, then smile mysteriously and walk away to keep him wondering what you were talking about. So one day, I joined Eric and his friends for lunch and sat right opposite him. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Tina.
I had a dream about you last night.
Oh yeah? Were you feeding me to the crocodiles?
I smiled mysteriously and then walked away. Wait a minute. I think that just made me look like a psychopath. Ugh. Number 3, don't let a bad boy know you're intimidated by him. Think of it like coming face to face with a bear. The second you show fear, you'll be destroyed. One day, I was putting stuff in my locker, and suddenly, I found Eric beside me.
Hey, sorry I was snappy before. So, you want to tell me more about your dream?
Well, you're not the boss of me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll dream about you if I like, and I'll tell you if I want to. Then I stomped on his foot and walked off. What the heck was I even doing? He was showing interest in you, you buffoon. The stupid internet has messed up my judgment. Okay, at least he'd tried talking to me himself. Maybe I'd just give him the birthday invitation and he'd accept it now. But the next day, as I was taking the invitations out of my locker, I dropped a few and turned around to find Tracy picking one up. Yeah, that's Snakeskin Tracy. And yeah, she's even prettier now and has a huge Instagram following thanks to her pretty face. So happy for her. Oh, what's this? A birthday party at the zoo? Yeah, it's gonna be a banger. I know the zoo like the back of my hand, and I can show everyone the exclusive spots. And why would we hang out with you? You're the girl who nearly got my boyfriend killed.
Huh? Who's your boyfriend?
Eric, you dummy. How many boys have you nearly killed in the zoo? Ugh, I couldn't believe Tracy was dating Eric. I couldn't stand her. You know, a little birdie told me that you're obsessed with wolves, and one of them just had the cutest, fluffiest baby. Wouldn't you like to pet a wolf puppy, Tracy? Take a picture for Insta, maybe? Now we're talking, girl. Okay, deal. I'll come to your party, and you arrange the baby wolf meeting. Nuh-uh, not so fast. I'll make it happen if you break up with Eric and you pay me $100. What? But I love him. Can't help you then. Bye. Okay, fine. Consider it done. Here's the money, too. Yeah, I wasn't the nicest back then, but seriously, how sincere could her love be if she broke up with him for a picture? I gave Eric the invitation the next day, and we even started hanging out. At this rate, we'd be girlfriend and boyfriend by my birthday. However, there was just one teeny tiny issue. I might have forgotten to ask my parents' permission for the party.
No way! You can't have 20 people over at the zoo, not after last time.
But that was 5 years ago.
I know, but I still worry. If something happened, it could cost me my job.
But I won't do anything stupid, I promise. It took my parents 5 whole days to give in, but finally they did, and I made sure everyone was familiar with the rules beforehand. No interaction with the animals without my supervision, and of course, they had to bring me presents. Before I knew it, the day of the party had arrived. I had a balloon arch and a huge cake smack in the middle of the zoo, and everyone turned up. Of course, I only wanted Eric, but I wasn't complaining about the pile of presents. I'm so happy you guys could all make it. Because of what happened many years ago, we can't go inside any enclosures, but I'll be giving you a tour of the zoo once everyone's done eating. Now dig in! I was cutting up the biggest slice of cake for Eric when Tracy suddenly pinched my arm. When will I get my pictures with the wolf pup, Tina? Shh, don't announce it. Then everyone will want pictures. I have the key to the enclosure right here in my pocket. I'll take you when I have time. Tracy huffed off to sulk in some corner, and I let her. I was enjoying messing around with her. Oh, also, the keys I had, they were for the harmless mountain goats enclosure. I wasn't gonna repeat past mistakes and put anyone in any real danger, duh. But some 10 minutes later, we heard high-pitched screams, and then Tracy came running like a mad woman.
Save me from the freaking goat! Help me!
Right behind her, a goat came charging in and slammed right into the food table. The kids screamed and all ran away, including Eric. It was just me and the goat left, and boy, she did not look happy. Come on, Butthead, you know me. I named you Butthead, remember? No? Nothing? Bah, bah. See, I'm your sister. Bah! It wasn't working. Butthead was stomping her foot, ready to charge me. My legs felt frozen, and I really thought that this would be my end, when suddenly...
Hey, you, goat, get away from her. Hey, pay attention to me.
A boy with glasses I'd never seen before was standing a few meters from me, and he was whistling to Butthead and pulling faces at her. Are you crazy?
Don't worry about me. I got this. Just run.
I didn't need to be told twice. I ran as fast as I could back to my house. All my guests had left, and my parents were waiting for me, looking furious. We found Butthead back in her enclosure, and the mysterious boy was nowhere to be seen. I had no idea how he'd snuck in or out, but he'd certainly saved my life. Other than that, things were pretty bleak.
Yes, she gave me the key. First, she charged me for a wolf picture, then sent me to the mad goat's enclosure.
I never gave you the key. You stole it from me. And I've never seen a goat behave like that before. You must have done something to make it so angry. Maybe it's just your face. You have that effect on some people. Trust me. But everyone was against me. Even Eric. Well, especially Eric.
You're such a weirdo, Tina. And all you do is put us in danger. Just stay away from us.
The zoo authorities reviewed the case, and they didn't fire my parents, but they told us we had to move out of there. I was banned for life. We moved into an apartment, and I spent the next week in my new room crying, and also very much grounded, before Dad came to me.
I think it's time for you to grow up a bit, Tina. This summer, we'll send you away to a camp where you can learn some discipline.
What? And well, that's how I got here. This place is boring. We sleep outside in tents, which are not comfortable, and all we do is study. Fine, sometimes we go swimming in the lake too, but mostly it's just annoying. To make it worse, Tracy was there too. Don't go near Tina. She grew up with animals and has their diseases. She might bite. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Thanks to Tracy, most people chose to stay away from me, and it was lonely. But one good thing about being here was that I had plenty of time to read about animals, which was nice. I'd always been too busy playing with animals to read about them before. I might even become a vet after this. One day, she was poking fun at me again, and I kept trying to ignore her.
So, how does it feel to be kicked out of the zoo? Do you miss your four-legged brothers and sisters? Do you miss the stink of animal poop? Do you even know what fresh air smells like?
Hey, knock it off and leave her alone.
That voice was so familiar, and I turned around to see the mysterious boy from the zoo. Wait, it's you. You saved me from the goat.
Yep, I'm Mason, by the way. I've been sneaking in and out of the zoo for ages. I just like hanging out around animals. And that day, I was just roaming around when I happened to see your friend Tracy here stealing the keys from your pocket. So I took some pictures.
You took pictures? Yeah, right. You're lying.
They're right here on my phone, but it'll be $5 if you want to see them.
Why would I want to see them?
How will you know if I'm lying or not?
Ugh! Tracy paid up, and Mason really wasn't lying. I spoke to the camp leaders about how her lies had caused so much trouble for my family, and how she was harassing me even now, and Mason backed me up, and Tracy got kicked out. Mason and I became quick friends, and spent the summer together for the most part. He was really nice, and we could talk about animals all day. At the end of camp, I was kinda sad to know I wouldn't be seeing him every day. You see, I developed a small crush on Mason, even though he was a very good boy. I really have grown up. Promise to write to me every week? I will. And when I went back home, I also showed the pictures to my parents, and they apologized for not believing me before. Even my zoo privileges were reinstated, and I could visit anytime I wanted. Mom, Dad, I want to be a vet, and I think I want to change schools. I've looked up a few where they start vet courses in high school. That sounds like a good idea, and it's a very fitting job for you, sweetheart. Things were going well, except that Mason didn't really stay in touch, which made me kind of sad. I was both excited and nervous on my first day in my new school. I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't the best at making friends. Just then, someone came and sat next to me. Hi, Tina. Mason, hi! You're in my class? Or you're in mine. Either way, we're both here. Listen, I meant to stay in touch, and things have just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it, but first, I really missed you. I missed you too. Guess I didn't have to start from scratch after all.
I stomped my feet on the floor, pounded the walls with my fists, and let out my most glass-shattering scream.
There she goes again, throwing another temper tantrum.
That was my dad, and that's me rolling around like a pig in mud. My dad was about to leave for another business trip, and I didn't want him to go. He was a wealthy, highly successful businessman and was constantly traveling the world to meet with new clients. But Dad, do you have to go?
Yes, someone has to pay for this mansion and all of your expensive things. Now get up off the floor. You don't see your sister throwing a tantrum, do you?
Yeah, Jenny. You look like one of those filthy goats we saw at the petting zoo. Aw, those goats were so cute. My big sister Clara gave me a disgusted look. She was a year older and always trying to make me look bad. And okay, maybe being on the floor wasn't helping my case. Growing up, my sister had always overshadowed me. When I was 6 and learned how to play the ukulele, Clara taught herself to play the violin. When I put on a puppet show for my parents with stuffed animals, Clara directed a whole play with actors and fancy sets and everything. One time when I was 12, the president and the first lady came to visit our house for dinner. It was a big deal. There were a bunch of reporters, and the staff prepared the house for weeks. My dad was so nervous that he started yelling at a servant.
This is gold cutlery. I told you to use silver. The first lady hates gold. Fix it now.
Yeah, everybody knows that. Are you stupid? When they walked away, I sneaked over to the servant, who was in tears. You're doing a great job. And then I slipped her a huge tip. I put on my best dress for dinner. I thought I looked cute, at least until I saw Clara. She looked like an absolute princess. At first, it made me feel invisible, but then I decided to be brave. When it came time to serve the soup, I jumped up. I got this. I was thrilled. Finally, a chance to make Mom and Dad proud. I walked gingerly to the First Lady, being extra careful, when suddenly a foot stuck out and tripped me. The soup went flying all over the First Lady and the President. Then a bunch of Secret Service guys tackled me like I was an assassin or something. That's when I noticed Clara pull her foot back under the table. She'd done it on purpose.
Go to your room.
It wasn't my fault. It was Clara. You're such an embarrassment. The news was on TV by midnight, and the next day my parents sent me off to a boarding school on the other side of the country. It was lonely at first. My family was treating me like a black sheep, even though I'd done nothing wrong. My dad made sure my bank account was full, but he never had time to visit or even talk. I decided I couldn't spend all my time being homesick. I was going to make something of myself here. I signed up for all the top activities, like horseback riding, water polo, and ballet. By the time I was 16, I was number 1 in all of them. I even ran for school president and won. Even though I was thriving, I didn't want to leave anything to chance. So I was always complimenting people and buying them gifts, even the teachers. I wanted people to like me, and it seemed to be working, with one exception, this boy, Josh. Josh worked in the stables taking care of the horses and seemed immune to my compliments. Hey, Josh, is that a new shirt? Looks nice.
It's old and covered in dirt. You don't have to try so hard to be liked, you know.
It was just a compliment, geez.
It was a fake compliment. You might have everyone else here fooled, but not me.
What was his problem? He did have gorgeous eyes, though. As he handed me the horse's reins, our hands touched. It was electric, an instant spark. But then he pulled away. How about I take you out for lunch at La Rosa? It's the fancy place by...
No, I don't need your bribes. Happy riding.
It wasn't a bribe, it was an invitation. But Josh had already walked away. With race day only a week away, I needed to focus on training. But as hard as I tried, my mind kept wandering back to Josh. Maybe the right gift would win him over. Hey Josh, I saw these boots and thought of you.
Told you I don't want your bribes.
Do you even know what a bribe is? I'm not asking for anything in return.
Yeah, you are. You're asking me to like you.
So you admit you don't like me. What did I do to you?
I didn't say I didn't like you. I just don't know the real you.
At that moment, he leaned in close to me. Oh, my heart fluttered. Was he about to kiss me? But then he stretched past me to adjust the saddle. I totally knew that's what he was doing. Why would I even want Josh to like me? He was always dirty, smelled like a farm, and he was the least friendly person I knew besides my sister Clara. Maybe that's why. For all the success I'd had at this school, Josh was a reminder that back home I was no one special. On the day of the race, I was feeling nervous, but I stayed focused and came in first place. My parents hadn't visited me since I'd arrived, but part of me was still hoping to see them in the stands cheering me on. Of course, they weren't there, but to my surprise, Josh was.
Congrats!
I can't believe you came to support me. You do like me.
I was already here. It had nothing to do with you.
Liar. Josh smiled at me and butterflies danced in my stomach. As he walked away, I patted my horse Nessa on the neck. You hear that, girl? I think he likes us. The next day, me and Nessa were on the front page of a national newspaper. Not long after that, I got a FaceTime call from my dad. I was shocked. He normally just sent me emails.
Hey, honey, I wanted to let you know we're very proud of you. Feel free to mention my business the next time you talk to reporters.
Thanks, Dad. I will. Do you think you'll be able to come visit soon?
I'm afraid not. We're in Japan with your sister right now.
Japan?
Sorry, honey, but we'll definitely come when you try out for the Olympics team. That's the big one.
Just then, Clara's face appeared. Yeah, anyone can win a national race. An international race is the real challenge. That's not fair. I worked really hard. You've never won a national race.
We have to go, honey. We just got to the Hello Kitty store.
Then he hung up without even saying goodbye. I couldn't help it. I started to cry. And that's when Josh found me. Go ahead, make fun of me. You know you want to.
I never wanted to put you down. I just wanted you to be real. And it looks like you finally are.
Yep, real tears and snot here. As real as it gets.
Come on, I want to show you something.
Josh held out his hand. I felt a rush of warmth as I took it. Josh took me to the fields behind the school and showed me the foals running around. It was the cutest thing I'd ever seen. I approached the mom slowly so I wouldn't spook her.
Whoa. She doesn't like most people. Be careful.
Just then, the mom nuzzled her nose against my hand. Aw, you're just a big sweetie, aren't you, girl? I noticed Josh looking at me funny. What?
I just never realized how gentle you are.
After that day, Josh and I started hanging out more. He was strange and funny, and I loved how kind he was to animals. I was surprised to learn that he didn't actually go to our school.
No way my parents could ever afford that. They've been struggling with money, so I took this job to help out.
Josh, I'm so sorry.
Why? We're happy. I love working with horses. Sure, times are tough, but money isn't everything. They're amazing parents.
You're lucky. I mean, don't get me wrong, my parents are great. They're just not around much. But as the months went by, I started hearing from my parents more and more often. They even came to visit. I was winning races left and right, and the media nicknamed me the Jockey Barbie. I was on TV, magazine covers. My life was a whirlwind.
Honey, I thought you were going to mention my business during your interview today.
I did, didn't I?
Yes, but only once. We agreed on 4 times. Repetition sells.
Okay, I'll try harder next time. My favorite moments were the quiet ones, just me and Nessa, going for rides before sunsets, and my long talks with Josh in the stables. One day our hands touched, and I felt that same charge I did before, but this time Josh didn't pull away. He took my hand in his and leaned in, our lips nearly touching. Ew! Are you seriously about to kiss the stable boy? Ugh! Clara's timing was the worst!
I have a name. It's Josh.
Oh, whatever you say, Josh. What are you doing here, Clara? Just wanted to remind you that you may think you're hot stuff now, but you're still the same old loser you've always been.
Sounds like you're jealous that Jenny is finally getting the spotlight instead of you.
Josh, that's not nice.
Are you seriously taking her side?
I just want everyone to get along. Is that so wrong? Clara rolled her eyes in disgust and left. I was hoping Josh might try to kiss me again, but he left too. At least Nessa was still on my side. You still like me, don't you, girl? Don't give me that look. Thankfully, Josh didn't stay mad at me for long. He even invited me over for dinner to meet his parents. Their house was tiny and chilly from a broken heater, but his parents were the sweetest. His mom made the best dumplings for dinner. Later that night, Josh showed me the hill where he loved to lay out and look at the stars.
One day, I'm going to have enough money to open stables of my own. I'll buy my parents a ranch, and it will be filled with horses and happy animals roaming free. Sorry, I'm rambling.
Not at all. I think it's a beautiful dream. Josh gazed into my eyes, and in that moment, we had our first kiss. I wish I could have stayed with him on that hill forever, but I had a race to win. Unfortunately, Nessa wasn't feeling well, and we only came in third.
Third place? You won't get into the Olympics with a record like that.
Winning isn't everything, Dad. I'll have to take a break for a little while so Nessa can recover.
A break? Nonsense. She's just a dumb horse. You can replace her. This one looks healthy.
My dad patted another horse on the rump, and the horse neighed angrily and kicked her stall. My dad was so startled that he fell back into a pile of poop. I couldn't stop laughing.
Stupid animals. I'm leaving. Honey, we just want what's best for you, and the Olympics are a golden opportunity. I hope you do what's right.
I didn't like the idea of riding another horse, but I didn't want to let my parents down either, so I started training again.
Hi, my name is Gigi, and I'm from Illinois. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I can remember, I have loved cars. I guess it's because my dad is a professional racer. I grew up hanging out with him at the racetrack, and his pit crew always treated me like one of their own. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally a girly girl. I love to do makeup, get my nails done, shop for the latest trends, and post selfies on Instagram. But given the choice between a hairbrush and a socket wrench, well, you can't fix a car with a hairbrush. The year I turned 16, my dad was in a terrible accident while racing. It was so hard for my mom to see him in the hospital, but I did the best I could to help by keeping my little brother and sister in line while she was visiting him. I cooked and cleaned, and sure, I hated it, but I had been raised with a pit crew mentality. Everyone pitches in. I missed my dad, and I couldn't wait for things to get back to normal. At night, I would watch NASCAR videos on my phone under the covers, dreaming of the day that it would be me driving. One day at school, our mechanics teacher said he was offering extra credit for anyone who wanted to work on fixing up an old car after class. My arm practically came out of my socket as I raised it to volunteer. The boy sitting next to me sneered. But you're just a girl. I took a wrench that I had in my zini purse and slammed it on his desk. Okay, flyboy, what kind of wrench is this? I was mad, but even though he was dressed in retro style, I couldn't help but notice his wavy blonde hair and steel blue eyes. He was kinda gorgeous. It was like I was watching a unicorn flip his mane in slow motion. I bet you're all thinking, focus girl, this guy is trouble with a capital WTH. Then he answered as if he was teaching me something.
Torque wrench. I can show you how to use it if you need a lesson.
Oh, no, he didn't. The only lesson to learn here is how to get up from the floor when I knock you out. The whole class laughed at him. He pushed his chair back and got in my face. Are we gonna fight? The class started cheering. Did they really want to see me fight this gorgeous, annoying unicorn? Hold on, was this guy my nemesis? Smart, gorgeous, and into cars? Just like me? The teacher stepped in front of me before anything could happen while he stormed out of class. I was sent to the office, and he got away. So unfair, right? As I was sitting in the office waiting, I spied him on the football field through the office window. His hood was up, but I knew it was him. I saw him hand another boy a small package in exchange for money. I had no idea what he was up to. I only knew that this is my school, and I had to protect it from bad guys doing shady things.
Since you're an honor student, I'm letting you leave this time, but I don't want any more messes, and I will talk to Diego about this later.
I thought if the principal wasn't going to take this seriously, I was going to figure out what this guy was really up to. After my next class, I was talking to some cute boys about our favorite subject, NASCAR, and they invited me to go dune buggy racing with them that weekend. Diego must have heard as he walked by.
Dune buggy? I guess you can't drive a real car.
I followed him to confront him about his rude comment and saw him walk off alone to a lunchroom table. He took a half-eaten apple out of his pocket and started eating it. I stopped myself from gagging at the thought of eating what looked like something you would find in the trash. Gross! I needed to let him know that I was watching his every move, so I walked by him and gave him a dirty look. What's the matter? Couldn't afford a whole apple? He stood up, and I thought, this is it. I'm gonna wrestle him to the ground and search his pockets for evidence. Just then, my friends walked up to me, congratulating me for standing up to this bully earlier. But before they even noticed he was there, he put his hood over his head and darted away.
We heard what you did, girl.
Chalk one up for girl power.
Girls can do anything.
I was loving all the positive attention. I was, after all, the hero of this story. But I couldn't believe he didn't challenge me. I expected more of a fight from my mortal enemy. I was thinking that was the end of it. But the next day, I saw him leaning on a locker and talking to another boy and whispering. As soon as they saw me, they stopped and walked in the opposite direction. My spidey senses were tingling. After school, I waited, hiding under the bleachers to follow him home. I had to see for myself what the deal was. My phone rang, startling me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was my mom. I whispered so that I wouldn't give away my hiding spot. Hi, Mom. I'm kind of busy right now. She asked me to pick up groceries on my way home. I wanted to go to the library. Can I do it after? I felt bad lying to my mom, but I needed to have time to confront this worm, Diego. He came out the back door of the school, walked across the field to a hole in the fence, and slipped through. Gotta go. Love you. I followed him, and as I hid from sight, I saw him walk up to this small, broken-down house. 3 little boys came running out to hug him. It was the first time he smiled all day. Hi, guys. Come on, let's get you into the house before... Just then, a loud car pulled up to the house, and Diego hurried the kids inside for safety. A very large, scary man leaned out of the window and just stared at Diego. Diego was clearly intimidated by this man. He dove into the house like he was trying out for the swim team. The car spun its wheels, screeching so loudly I had to cover my ears, and it took off down the street. But before it left, I managed to take a picture of the license plate. I knew he was up to no good, and now I had the proof. The next day after school, I waited for Diego again, but this time, I stopped him before he ducked through the gate. What are you doing here? What's going on? Are you breaking the law? Because we don't tolerate that in this school. I mean it, Diego. Why are you spying on me? Don't you have a life? I'm super connected at this school. I know everyone. And if you think that you're gonna... Okay, fine. I'll tell you, but just to get you off my back. That's Leo. He keeps asking me to work for his chop shop where they steal and sell illegal car parts. I knew it. You're a criminal. Suddenly, he got really calm and touched my arm. We locked eyes, and for a second, I couldn't explain it, but I wanted to kiss him so badly. I know what you guys are thinking. Love him or hate him, girl, but pick a lane. No, my dad worked for him as a mechanic, but when he found out that Leo was a criminal, he quit. And now he harasses my family all the time because he knows we're poor, but I always say no. My dad raised me better than that. My mouth fell open like the Grand Canyon. I guess I never thought about him having good parents. I felt like the crumbs in the bottom of a toaster. I wish I could take back all the mean things I said, but instead, I kissed him. Yeah, I was as shocked as you were, and I was the one doing it. Are you crazy? First you embarrass me in class, then you follow me around like TMZ, and now you want to be my girlfriend? A girlfriend? Slow down there, Flash. It was just a kiss. No, this is a kiss. He kissed me back, and after a second, he shot me a shy smile. But then I remembered why I was there. Hey, you're trying to distract me. Did it work? Never mind that. What was all that sneaking around school, handing people mysterious bags? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were obsessed with me. You wish. Now answer the question. If you must know. He pulled up his sleeve and showed me a leather cuff around his wrist. I make these out of scraps and sell them. It's the only income I have since my dad isn't working. I felt like a monster. I wouldn't have been surprised if I had horns and a tail at that very moment. Guys, has anyone ever said to you, don't judge people until you know what they're going through? I'm gonna get that tattooed on my forehead. I'm sorry that I judged you before I got to know you. And yet, you kissed me. I felt embarrassed, but then he started talking, and I got to know that he and his brothers live with their foster dad, who wants to adopt them, but he just needs a steady job first. And just then, my phone rang, startling me again. Man, I gotta change that ringtone. Oh, I have to take this. It's my mom. And without even listening to me, she burst into yelling so loudly that I had to hold the phone away from my ear. You forgot to take out the trash and your brother dumped it all over his bed. Not to mention, I asked you to give your sister a bath. She's so sticky I could hang her from the ceiling. Diego could hear her because it was so loud, and he laughed. When she heard him, she flipped her switch from angry mom to no personal space mom. Are you hanging out with a boy? Oh, Jellyfish, I'm so happy for you. What's his name? Is he cute? I was mortified. Didn't she know he might hear her? Mom, I'll be home soon, okay? She ranted on like a teenager on a sugar rush and yelled louder. Don't rush on my account. Hello, Jellyfish's new friend. Ugh, bye, Mom. I hung up and wished I had a time machine to erase that horrible moment. Parents, right? I better go. Okay, see you tomorrow, Jellyfish. Ugh, Mom. Ugh. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about Diego and how they barely had money for food. On my way home, I stopped and bought food to give them. When I got home, my mom saw the extra food, and before I had a chance to explain, she lost her mind. Are you kidding me with all this extra food? Do you want the kids to call you Gigantic Gigi? But no buts. Except your butt'll get even bigger if you eat all this food. I was so angry. And besides, I have a great butt. I'll bet JLo's mom never said that to her. Well, I asked her to calm down, and then I explained to her. After that, she flipped her crazy switch back to sweet again. Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go bring these to him. She grabbed her keys, and my jaw hit the floor. How could she go from steaming hot to ice cold at the drop of a hat? We pulled up to Diego's house, but he burst out of the front door.
What are you doing here? Did you tell child services about me? I knew I couldn't trust you.
Was I dealing with another crazy person? Then I saw his little brother snuggled behind him in the doorway, and I realized he was protecting his family like a lion protects his pride. We just brought these groceries.
We don't need your charity.
Oh, that's too bad, because I brought peanut butter and jelly. His little brothers trampled him like a herd of gazelles.
Peanut butter and jelly? Yay!
I giggled at their unabashed honesty.
Thank you, nice lady.
Diego told them to take the groceries inside.
Sorry, I might have overreacted.
Might have? Okay, I'll forgive you, if you promise never to call me Jellyfish again.
Deal.
He reached out to shake my hand, but instead pulled me close, took off his wrist cuff, and wrapped it around mine.
To say thank you for...
And just then, my mom honked the horn and interrupted us. Parents, right? Just as we were about to pull away in the car, that same scary dude came screeching around the corner in his loud car. He pulled up next to my mom's car. I was freaking out. Was he going to try to steal my mom's car or hurt her?
Stop. Don't you dare try anything. I will not.
He tried to stop them, but they laughed and scratched our car just to terrify him. Mom ducked me into the car, and she floored it and sped off down the street like Mario Kart.
That Diego is nothing but trouble. You are never going to see him again.
No matter what my mom said, I couldn't wait for school to see Diego. But when I got there, I found out that my mom had called the principal and gotten him in trouble, so he would have detention all week. I tried calling Diego, but he didn't answer. So after school, I rushed to his house.
Better you listen to your mom and stay away from me. I don't want you to get hurt.
I dashed towards my house and slammed the door open so hard that it shook the wall.
Everything okay, Jellyfish?
No! You got Diego detention, just so that you could stop me from seeing him? You know he's a great guy. And first, you want me to be friends with him, then you don't. Why have you been acting so crazy lately?
I just wanted you to be safe. Since your father's accident, I'm afraid of bad things happening to you, and I just want to protect you from getting hurt. I just love you so much.
Oh, Mom, but you can't wrap me in bubble wrap for the rest of my life. You raised me as a strong, smart girl, and you need to trust that I can make good decisions.
You're right. I guess I'll return that bubble wrap.
And then the next day, she went into high gear and fixed everything. She got Diego out of detention and reported the shady guys to the cops who got arrested. And the next month, my dad got back on track. And Diego's dad got a job with my dad's pit crew, allowing Diego and his siblings to finally be adopted. Diego was so thankful that he made me a PB&J sandwich in the shape of a heart and asked me to be his girlfriend. I, of course, said yes and immediately called my mom to tell her.
You called to tell me your happy news first?
Well, yeah, you're my best friend and the best mom. I love you.
I love you too, Jellyfish.
I couldn't help but be so grateful that Diego taught me not to be so quick to judge someone. You never know, they could wind up being family. Hi everyone, I'm Gina from China. Or so I thought. Please like and subscribe. I was only a newborn when my adoptive dad found me outside a Shaolin temple in China one night. He was a martial arts teacher and the owner of the Shaolin temple. He tried to find out who my parents were, but when nothing turned up, he decided to take me in and raise me like his own daughter. I knew nothing of my real family, but the only clue I had was a very unique-looking necklace they'd left with me. Growing up, I was weaker than the other kids, but Dad was always there to look after me and trained me hard so I'd become stronger. But the kids at the temple were the worst, and they always made fun of me. Their nasty comments would make me really upset.
What happened, Gina? What's wrong?
Everyone says you're not my father and I should go back to where I came from, Dad.
Oh, honey, you should not let their words get to your heart. You are my daughter, and you're super strong.
But I'm so small.
No, you're not. Look at that ant. It may seem small, but see how she's lifting a sugar cube? The same way, your strength should come from your mind and not your body alone.
Dad's words always encouraged me, and I started focusing on myself. By the time I turned 8, I had a sudden growth spurt, and suddenly I was taller than most kids my age. With time, even my martial arts skills improved a lot, and I started winning many competitions. but the kids at the temple would feel jealous and try to mess with me all the time. This went on until I was 17, and then one day, something weird happened. I was in the market when I crashed into someone, and all my groceries fell to the floor. Hey, watch where you're going and say sorry. But he just ran off into the alley, and I went after him and pinned him down. Oh God, stop. Are you gonna kill me? What were you trying to do, huh? He told me his name was Drake, and he was a super famous singer from the US. And now he was running away from some crazy fans who were chasing him. I left my hotel in disguise to take a walk around the city, but my fans somehow recognized me. I'm totally lost. Please, help me get back. I decided to help him, but he didn't even know the name of his hotel. What? But you have your phone, right? Call someone. I left it at the hotel. Gosh, he was such a handful. Take me with you. What? I can't do that. No outsiders were allowed inside the temple, but this guy kept begging me, and I decided to sneak him in. You have to stay all quiet in here, okay? Ugh. I sneaked in my share of the food, and he ate like he was starving for days and didn't leave any for me. That's it. You're gonna have to leave tomorrow morning, or you're saying all this because you have no idea how popular I am. Otherwise, you'd have never wanted to let me go, baby girl. Huh? Who did he think he was? Suddenly, he grabbed my phone and started showing me all these pictures of himself online, and that's when I noticed something very strange. A woman in one of those photos was wearing the exact same necklace as mine, and she looked so much like me. Who is she? You want to know her and not me? Ah, fine. She's a family friend, but why? Could I really have some connection with this lady? But what were the chances? The next day, I woke up to loud noises in the temple and saw Drake was being taken by his security people. Turns out, one of the girls from the temple knew him and reported it to his managers. I didn't even get to say goodbye. But ever since that day, I kept wondering about who my real parents were and why they left me. And my dad could tell soon that something was bothering me. Gina, it seems like you're lost, my dear. What's the matter? I told Dad everything that was going on in my mind, and he had the best advice. If it bothers you so much, you should go out there and seek the truth for yourself, my love. But Dad, how can I leave you and go all by myself? I raised you to be strong and independent. I know you're going to be just fine. Oh, Dad. A few weeks later, when I reached the US, I tracked down Jake's place and went over, but his security people wouldn't let me in. But I know him well. Oh, yeah. All the crazy fangirls know him well and try to break in all the time. You see that line over there? That's why we're hiring personal bodyguards for him. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to be his bodyguard. Nice try, but it's male bodyguards only. Now off you go, little girl. I couldn't give up like that. Only Drake could lead me to that woman, and I had to find a way to get to him. So I bought some makeup and wigs from a nearby shop and disguised myself as a guy. Later, when I went to audition for the job, everyone was fascinated by my smooth martial arts skills, and they hired me in an instant. They even gave me a room to stay at Drake's mansion. On my very first day, Drake's manager told me that he was running late for a photo shoot and asked me to go wake him up. But when I reached his room, I saw a girl trying to click pictures of him while he was asleep. You, get away from him. I pulled the sheets from under their butts and they both fell to the floor. What? Are you nuts? You broke my butt. Before she could record more, I took her phone and threw it out the window and she jumped onto me. You jerk! That was my brand new iPhone. Seconds later, Drake separated us and told me that she was his girlfriend. Then why was she clicking your pictures like that? Turns out, Drake's girlfriend, Blythe, was a social media star, and all she did was post pictures with Drake for popularity. She stuck to him like chewing gum and wouldn't give me any time to be alone with him. Even when we'd step out, she'd join us and give me death stares. Why do you keep following me all the time? Ma'am, I'm Drake Sir's bodyguard, and it's my job to protect him. That's enough, Blythe. He's just doing his job, so cut it. But she wouldn't miss a chance to mess with me. There was a fan signing event for Drake soon, and Blythe was live streaming when she tried to make me fall and humiliate me in front of Drake and the crowd. But I moved aside just in time, and she ended up bumping into one of the fans and falling face flat. Ah, are you blind, moron? Can't you see? When the fans saw her rude behavior, they got real mad, and Blythe ran out of there to save her butt. But some of the anti-fans started throwing rotten eggs and tomatoes at Drake. I ran towards him and shielded him from all the nasty stuff and took him inside safely. When all the chaos was over, I realized I smelled gross, and I immediately ran to the washroom. But the moment I started washing my clothes, I heard a loud scream and Blythe came running towards me.
You moron! I knew it! You're a pervert, and you've been following me this whole time!
What? Have you lost your mind? Why would I do that? It's then when I realized I was in the girls' washroom and Blythe pulled me out in front of everyone.
I want you to fire this guy immediately, Drake. He followed me into the washroom.
I swear, it was a mistake. I was the one who asked him to go and look for you.
What?
He took my side in front of all those people over his girlfriend, and I had no idea why. So later that night, when I saw him sitting in the garden, I went to talk to him. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, all thanks to you, man. You were the one who came to save me even when Blythe ran away. That's just my job. He then signaled me to sit down, and I did as he asked. Why did you take my side today? 'Cause I knew Blythe was lying. I've known her ever since we were kids, and I know when she doesn't like anyone, she makes a huge fuss about it. But still, she's your girlfriend. Sometimes, I wish she wasn't. I always saw her as a friend, but one day, she asked me out. I said no, but my mom and Blythe's mom are best friends, and Mom said I couldn't break Blythe's heart. But you should have told your mom you didn't love Blythe. I did, but she didn't listen. Like she never listens to me about wanting to quit music for a while. But I thought you loved creating music. I do love music, but I just want to do it at my own pace. But my mom keeps pushing me into advertisements and other projects all the time. Then you should tell her to stop. If you don't like something, you don't have to do it, Drake. You're right, man. I'm just sick of everyone trying to use me for their own benefit. I can't even talk to any of them about this. But I'm so glad I found a friend like you, whom I can trust.
Those words pierced my heart. I was staying by his side and lying to him for my own benefit, too.
Just then, I spotted a mouse running on the ground towards me, and I just squealed loudly and jumped onto Drake's lap. Oh my God, what's wrong? I don't know why I thought something was about to attack you, and I was just protecting you with my body, like a human shield. Just my training, you know? Okay. And is the girly scream part of the training too? Yeah, totally. It's like a war cry to scare the enemy. It's gotta be shrill. Makes sense. You want to get off my lap now, princess? I jumped off his lap, muttering something, and excused myself quickly. I'd acted like such a moron and almost given myself away. I just couldn't tell him who I was now. He trusted me and would feel so betrayed. So I started keeping an eye on all the women around him by myself, hoping I'd find the woman from the picture soon. And Drake learned to take a stand for himself with his mom and instead started doing things that he loved, like playing soccer. He also started ditching Blythe more often, and we'd sneak out to go on motorbike rides and eat the greasiest burgers across town. Come on, you can't finish a burger? Be a man. I'll finish it, dude. Not all of us inhale our food like you. Wait, you got mustard on your face. And without thinking, I leaned forward and wiped the mustard close to his mouth with my thumb. He just looked at me quietly, and I swear I had butterflies in my stomach. Luckily, just then, his phone started ringing and the moment passed. I was pretty sure he thought I was his gay bodyguard now. A few days later, Blythe followed us to the match and offered to take everyone out for drinks. I quickly sneaked into the shower room first so no one would know my real identity. But just as I was done taking off my makeup and wig, I turned around and saw Drake standing there, and I let out a loud scream. Suddenly, I could hear some footsteps approaching, and Drake pulled me into one of the shower stalls. What the? Stay quiet, or someone's gonna see you. He was so close to me, and my heart was racing. But seeing how Drake didn't look shocked one bit, I could tell he already knew who I was. How long have you known? Almost since the start. What do you think I am, an idiot? Why didn't you say something then? I wanted to see what you were really up to, or how long you'd keep up the act. It's been fun, liar. Drake, I'm sorry. I never wanted to lie to you. I was just trying to find the woman with the same necklace as mine. Huh? What necklace? I told him everything, and when I noticed that the person outside had left, I stepped out to show him the necklace. But I was shocked to see that all the stuff I'd taken off while removing my makeup was gone, along with my necklace. I looked for it everywhere, but I couldn't find it. Calm down, Gina. It must be here somewhere. And I know who the woman in that picture was. But before he could tell me, Blythe barged in with the cops who wanted to arrest me for fraud. Fraud? That's a lie. Oh, come on. You pretended to be a guy and stole expensive things, including my mom's necklace. I've called her. She'll be here any minute, officers, and you can ask her. But arrest that fraud first. Your mom's necklace? What are you talking about? I didn't steal it. It's mine.
Gina's right. She didn't steal anything and she didn't lie to anyone. I knew who she was all along. And Blythe, I'm breaking up with you.
Blythe looked ready to explode. But just then, Blythe's mom entered and took the necklace from her hand.
Where did you get this from?
It's mine. She turned to me, and that's when I saw she was the same lady from the picture, and she was wearing the same necklace. I told her everything about myself, and at first she looked stunned, but then she broke into tears.
Oh, honey, my daughter, I can't believe it's you. You're alive.
She then told me how she got pregnant before marriage, but her super rich family was against her giving birth here and ruining their reputation, so she fled to China.
Soon after I gave birth to you, my parents found me, and the doctors told me you had passed away because you were too weak. But now I know. They lied to me.
So you didn't abandon me? Ugh, stop with your act. She's a liar, Mom, and this necklace must be a fake.
Blythe, I know it's a lot to take in, but it's not a lie. She's indeed your sister. I can tell just by looking at her.
Ugh! Blythe stormed out of there in anger, and the lady turned towards me.
I'm so sorry that you had to live like this for all these years, but I'm so glad that you found your way to me. Please, give me a chance to make up for all these years.
I can't do that. What? All my life? I wanted to know the truth about who I was, and now that I've discovered it, my heart is at peace. But this isn't where I belong. I have a life and a loving dad back in China, but I promise I'll visit often and get to know you more. Oh, dear.
Does this mean I'm losing my favorite bodyguard?
Pretty much. But you've got a friend for life.
Just a friend? No chance you'd say yes if I asked you out?
I'll have to think about it.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick? Ugh! Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Oh, before I continue, would you all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that Mom and Dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet.
Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult. You silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off.
Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage. But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son, Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin.
Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge. I've never seen biceps that big before. Not that they look bad. They look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep.
Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you. Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-Looking Biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend, so that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked 1,000,000 times more handsome. Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here. These aren't mine. mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist. I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. As if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves, so to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk. How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube, though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya. Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve, though, because I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants because I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just, one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, though. Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below Ruby, our craziest MSA character. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Souffle ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me he would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off, and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you, and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen a suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good Lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
Ah, the sleeping beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you were smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu, so long, farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great. Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Oh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money.
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur. What? More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I lose the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, because you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology, and our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that, and destroyed the technology, and after that I had to go on the run, because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant, so I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America, and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool!
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. Then I finally recovered my memory a week ago. I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long, he thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home.
So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to...
Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family, and then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever.
There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, it's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry. Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane, and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh, God. I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow! Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh, you can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party? Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all. Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot. But I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was going to get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't going to stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off, fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily.
Ah, stop! What are you doing? What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly the door flew open and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster, and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately? I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared. Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today? Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden. Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me. Are you okay? I'm sorry about what happened back there. No, don't be. It wasn't your fault. So, what now? Are your parents going to be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you? Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that. He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there. And so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other. Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich? That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you. Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me. You. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, 'cause this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron.
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stuffed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, a car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes. And that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now, please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've got to be kidding me.
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the Toilet Princess. Rubber Queen. Duchess of Poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
You guys stop. You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called a doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I'll have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I'm completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard, James, talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic. They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders' dinner with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with him, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into 1,000,000 pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to every god that no alarms would go off, I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second-floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike, you're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude, I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
Why do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Ugh. Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. I felt a firm push on my back, and before I knew it, I was being dragged into the back of a waiting van. Let me go, please! I pleaded as tears streamed down my face, but my cries fell on deaf ears, and the van roared to life, carrying me away to a fate unknown. Little did I know, social media would save my life. Hey, my name is Carly, and I live in Washington. Don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up with a politician as a dad was like living in a reality TV show on steroids. We jetted off to fancy places like nobody's business. Forget Disneyland. Our family vacations were on a whole different level. It was so glamorous. Red carpets? Check. Paparazzi? Double check. Speaking of paparazzi, I remembered the day when a photographer jumped out at me after school and asked me how much I loved my parents.
I love them both, but when Mommy comes in for a kiss, it's like I'm being attacked by an octopus.
It was a joke, but I was only 4 years old. Little did I know that innocent quip would turn Mom into a hilarious meme overnight.
Wow. Mom, you look cute.
But when Mom saw them, she felt terrible, and I suddenly realized that this must not be good.
I'm so sorry, Mom. I didn't mean for this to happen.
I know you didn't, sweetie, but sometimes people can be cruel, especially on social media. It's better to just avoid it overall. Growing up, I realized the challenges that came with my family's position. People were green with envy and jealous as heck. Like when I noticed an old woman afraid of crossing the street, I rushed to help her, but I ended up getting a lot more than I bargained for. As soon as I handed her purse back to her, someone recorded it and posted it, but they twisted it and made it look like I was stealing her purse. What a bummer. And just then, my dad's political enemies used the video and all hell broke loose. Suddenly, Dad started losing his supporters faster than a contestant on The Voice. I was chill until I saw Dad walking like a ticking clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I felt terrible, so I stayed away from social media. But as I entered high school, Twitter, Instagram, and WhatsApp became big parts of everyone's lives. Even my best friend Sarah was always on her phone, chatting with guys on social media. Who are you talking to? Oh, wow. Our soccer champ just sent me a friend request. I'm so cool. Should I accept or make him wait? I couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. I started thinking of using it. Should I? Shouldn't I? Okay. You won. And I was stuck with my boring SIM card for texting, and soon all my friends ghosted me. It was so annoying. But at least I had Sarah, who never got bored of me and always knew how to cheer me up. We made silly videos of ourselves doing fun things. Like that time I was singing my song, Money in the Bank, I got it, living like a rock star, party like a pop star. You can call me queen, I'm popping like a court star. And Sarah posted the video on her Instagram without my permission, which made me really upset. Relax, no one will see it. You don't know that. Yes, I do. You're no Beyonce, and no one's losing their minds over your silly skills. Yeah, she was right. It only got a few comments, but it was still fun and addictive to read them. I was done playing the good angel role. It was time to explore. So I caved in and created my own social media account with a different identity, just to see the comments. It was fun. Sarah and I continued to make silly videos, and we always played silly characters. But soon enough, Savannah, the TikTok girl of our school, was furious when she heard her friends gushing over my videos. She was so mad that she could have TikTok danced her way to Siberia. You think you're so cool with your little videos, don't you? Huh? What do you mean? Just stick to your own lane.
Who made you queen telling Carly what to do? Just because you got no talent doesn't mean you gotta bring others down. Bye, Felicia. Get off your throne.
We both laughed, and Savannah just rolled her eyes and walked away, like she was Kim Kardashian and I was just an extra in the Kardashian reality show. But then I quickly put an end to our Instagram or TikTok war when Matthew joined our school. He was Justin Bieber's son. I mean, he looked like him. Actually, he was the son of my dad's faraway friend. And the second he stepped through the door, he had everyone's attention. He was smart, handsome, and had a charm that Savannah was all too eager to bask in. She was practically throwing herself at him. Hey, Matthew, you're looking good today. Mind if I take a quick selfie with you? Actually, I'd prefer if you didn't. Come on, don't be so uptight. It's just a harmless picture. I'm sorry, Savannah. I'm just not interested. I was wondering why Matthew didn't. I mean, everyone has social media, right? So I did what any self-respecting Gen Z would do. I stalked him online. To my surprise, I found absolutely nothing, leaving me to conclude that Matthew must be part of the 1% of people who don't have a presence on the internet. Hashtag, where are you, Matthew? Hashtag, no social life. Is this seat taken? Yes, by me. Just kidding. It's all yours, thanks. Hey, I noticed you haven't been very active on Insta lately, or, oops, why am I always in a
rush.
Someone's stalking me? Well, I like my privacy. I can't stand social media. What about you?
Ugh, I hate it too. I recently deleted my account. I turned red. Why did I just lie?
Same. I mean, what's the point of having thousands of followers if you don't even know them in real life?
Yeah, totally. I'm sure all my followers were robots anyway. As we chatted, I felt myself opening up to Matthew like a book. Pretty soon, I realized that I was falling for him faster than a ton of bricks.
Why are we waiting? Let's go for a class.
I'm just waiting for the montage of us running through a meadow hand in hand.
You're different from all those other girls. You don't need to seek validation from others.
Matthew seemed to feel the same way, and we started spending more time together. And next, I was expecting a romantic dinner, but instead, I got a hiking invitation. At first, I felt let down a little, but it turned out amazing as we spent the entire day there. And when we were making our way down, my foot slipped, and that's when I got my chance. So I pretended to be in real trouble. I stretched out my arms and closed my eyes, expecting Matthew to scoop me up like in the movies. But instead, he ruined the moment by calling the rescue team to help me out. Talk about a buzzkill. And for the next few days, I was tossing and turning until one morning when I finally mustered up the courage to tell him how I felt. As we sat on a hilltop watching the sunset, I looked into his perfect eyes. I need to tell you something.
Me too.
Okay, you first. He smiled and pulled me close to whisper in my ear.
You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I think I've fallen in love with you.
I felt my heart skip a beat. I think Cupid just shot me too. We shared our first kiss as the sun dipped below the horizon, and I knew that our love was something special. Everything was perfect, and even our parents began to talk about us moving in together after graduation and getting married one day. But Savannah, who was still jealous of our relationship, had other plans. The next day at school, I was more anxious than a squirrel on a highway, as I couldn't find Matthew, and he didn't reply to me the entire day. Have you seen Matthew? I think he's avoiding me. Sorry, what? I was too busy stalking my ex's new girlfriend on Instagram. You know, I always knew you were too basic for Matthew. He needs someone who doesn't embarrass herself on social media all the time. And just like that, my worst fear was confirmed. She had shown him my silly videos. The bell rang, and Savannah and I had a face-off. I was ready to go all Jersey Shore on her if I had to, but thankfully Sarah stepped in before I had to break out my hair-pulling skills. After my fight with Savannah, I stormed out of the school, and there he was, standing outside, waiting for me. As we got into his car, Matthew turned to me, and his expression was colder than an iceberg in Antarctica.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was scared to lose you by telling you the truth.
I can't believe you lied to me.
I'm sorry.
My parents are really upset. They saw the dance video and all the others. My dad is a politician, and I can't have a girlfriend who's a social media sensation.
But I only have like 20 followers. I felt a lump in my throat as I realized what was happening. You're breaking up with me because of this?
I'm sorry. I don't know if I can go past that lie. And this whole social media thing is not my cup of tea.
But we love each other. Can't we work through this together?
I need to do what's best for my family.
Please, Matthew, don't do this. I'll delete my account.
I'm sorry, Carly. I need some time to think about things, but we can still be friends.
I got out of the car and watched him drive away. Friends? As I walked home, I noticed a van following me. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then 2 men got out and dragged me into the van. I was terrified and confused, wondering what was happening. As we drove to a secret location, I kept thinking it was a prank. Savannah must have paid these guys to play a joke on me. Is this some kind of punked episode? Do I get to meet Ashton Kutcher now? Seriously, if this is Savannah's idea of a joke, tell her it's not funny. As the van stopped in the middle of nowhere, I realized this was no prank. It was real, and I was in trouble. Look, I don't know what you guys want, but all I have is some gum and a half-eaten granola bar in my backpack. There was silence from the guys in the front of the van, and I started to feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, the kidnappers hopped out, and I heard a dial tone.
Hey, we got her. No, we didn't hurt her. Sure, we're ready, as agreed, asking for a ransom.
A ransom? Who do they think I am? A Kardashian? After what felt like an eternity, I heard the sounds of footsteps approach the back of the van. I knew this was my chance to escape. I braced myself for what was to come. But then I heard a familiar voice. Carly, are you in there? I couldn't believe it. It was Sarah. She found me. Or was she one of them? The back door opened, and I saw Sarah and Matthew standing in front of me with a group of police officers behind them.
Are you okay? I'm so sorry for what I said earlier. I can't ever lose you.
I nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. Matthew lovingly scooped me up like a pizza from the van. Come on, guys, it's a serious situation.
situation. Stop giggling. What is happening here? How did you find me? Social media. Savannah was acting really weird in school, like wearing sunglasses inside and being afraid of her own shadow. I got suspicious that she was hiding something. I checked her social media and saw that she had posted a vlog of herself walking.
And that's when we saw you in the background of our video getting shoved into a van. We got the license plate and gave the information to the police.
You saved my life.
Carly!
My parents arrived by helicopter like their own personal Mission Impossible, and it was hard to tell who was more relieved, me or them. Oh, my dear, we were worried sick about you. I can't even imagine what you've been through.
Your safety is our top priority, Carly. We were ready to do anything to bring you back.
I thought I was never gonna see you guys again, but thanks to Sarah and Matthew, I'm here, and social media. It's funny how something that almost ruined my life ended up saving it. Social media caused so much drama in my life and almost cost me everything, including Matthew. But without it, who knows how long it would have taken to find me. Just then, the police took the kidnappers into custody.
You'll pay for this!
Something just doesn't feel right. The police stripped the bad guys of their belongings and shook hands with my dad. I quickly dialed the last number and saw my dad pull out his phone and drop the call. It was him. I was horrified. My own father orchestrated my kidnapping? That night, Dad admitted to it and asked for my forgiveness.
I know it seems extreme, but it was the only way to win back my voters. If I lost the election, my opponent would have won and ruined everything that I've worked for. I don't care about losing, but people would have suffered. There would have been no Social Security, no free education, and no health insurance. I couldn't let that happen.
But you put your political things ahead of your own daughter's safety? And if it was for good, why didn't you involve me in your plan? I could have helped you, or at least have been prepared for what was going to happen.
I wish I could have involved you, but the plan involved highly confidential information. Even family members can accidentally leak information, and I couldn't take that risk. I truly believed that what I was doing was for the greater good. I instructed the fake kidnappers not to hurt you, and they didn't. And now that you're home safe, I hope you can understand why I did this.
As news of my kidnapping spread, the public's empathy for my father grew. I knew his intentions were good, but his actions were wrong. Still, I forgave him. He was reelected and made sure that everyone got what they deserve. Better wages. I learned the value of honesty and communication. I realized that sometimes people make mistakes, but forgiveness and understanding can bring healing and peace. As for Matthew and I, we were able to continue our relationship, and our love only grew stronger. He even willingly participated in a video for Sarah's TikTok. Hi, my name is Rose. When I was 10, I found out that the woman I called Mom was actually my aunt. My biological mother had given me to her as an act of charity, since my aunt couldn't have children and my mom already had 3. Ever since then, I haven't stopped wondering, was I an act of kindness or just an act of neglect? People always said I had a unique look, olive skin, this odd shade of green eyes. I started wearing glasses at 6, so maybe that ruined the effect. Doesn't matter. Let me just tell you up front. My life wasn't some wild adventure. Just me, drifting through school with a weirdly decent sense of humor, and a family situation no one could explain in one sentence. Now, my dad, God bless his midlife crisis, decided he wanted to be the next Steve Irwin. Not in a cute, let's volunteer at the zoo kind of way, but full-blown obsessed. Animal documentaries, snake facts at dinner, backyard traps to train my instincts. By the time I was 7, I could name more venomous reptiles than I could types of candy, which honestly explains a lot. So when Christmas rolled around, I didn't ask for Barbies or ponies or whatever other kids were crying about. I had one very specific, very non-negotiable wish. A snake. A real one. A snake? Absolutely not.
But not just any snake. He's educational.
So is watching a nature show. Why don't you print out a picture and hang it on your wall?
His name is Venno. I already made a tank out of the rice cooker box.
I'm not feeding it, I'm not touching it. And if it escapes, you're sleeping outside. I was that weird kid in school, obsessed with snakes, reptiles, and obscure animal facts. So no, I didn't have many friends. And honestly, I was fine with that. Apparently, not everyone else was.
So, as you both know, Rose is different, and I think we should work together to help her make some friends.
Well, you're saying it like there's something wrong with my daughter. Maybe all her classmates are just weird and stupid, and she doesn't want to be their friend.
Honey.
Mrs. McGill, I understand your frustration, but your daughter brought a snake to school, and she threw it at another student. Do you understand how dangerous that is?
She threw it at Jessica, the little bully brat you should have suspended years ago? But no, let's go after the quiet, weird kid who minds her business and likes snakes. Look, I get what you're saying. I do. But this is our daughter. She'll stay like this until she grows out of it, hopefully. So please, don't call us in for these Dr. Phil meetings again. Come on, honey. That night, I did the only logical thing a lonely, misunderstood 11-year-old could do. I sneaked out to get a tattoo of Venno. But the guy at the shop called my parents before the needle even touched my skin. And yes, I got an earful the entire way home. Things stayed the same until I turned 17. And then, everything changed. I stumbled across this online ad for something called the Reptile Lovers Retreat. It was this once-a-year, deep in the jungle kind of event, a snake nerd paradise where people from all over the world camped out and swapped stories about their pet snakes and lizards. Next thing I knew, I was on a private jet for the first time in my life. Turns out, the whole retreat was organized by Matthew, a teenage billionaire with a thing for snakes, drama, and 5-star everything. He was the kind of guy who could throw a party mid-air like it was just another Saturday, and somehow make everyone feel like they belonged there.
Nice tattoo.
Thanks, bro. Got it last week. Finally. Been trying to get it for years.
You look familiar. Have we met before?
Oh, come on. Are guys still using that line? Is that, still a thing?
What? You've been eyeing me since the party started.
Well, yeah. You looked familiar.
Haha, see? Classic move. Old but gold.
Babe, what's so funny?
Jessica? What the heck are you doing here?
Existing? I'm here on a trip with my boyfriend. I'm not some weirdo snake girl who flies across the world just to hang out with reptiles.
Take it easy, babe. Anyway, nice to meet you.
Sir.
Roser?
She means loser. But yeah, that's me. I barely had time to process what was happening before the world tilted sideways. Literally. We were falling. Fast. Then crash. Everything went black. Where am I? The world around me was buzzing, but somehow we all survived. We were bruised, shaken, and freaked out for sure, but no one was seriously hurt. Just a lot of stunned faces and a growing sense that we were officially in the middle of nowhere. My vision was a blur without my glasses, but I tried to keep my head in the game.
Come on! Where's the signal? I don't think there's any service out here.
What do you mean no service, you stupid losers? How are we supposed to?
All right. First things first. We need water. I'll look for a stream or anything nearby. Just stay here, don't panic, and for the love of snakes, don't wander off. We need to keep track of everyone and conserve energy until we know what we're dealing with.
I'll come with you.
Babe, it's so humid out here.
You mean dangerous, yeah?
Fine. I'll come with you. No way I'm letting you wander off alone with that ogre.
I rolled my eyes, and the three of us started walking. My eyes started itching, and Matthew told me they looked red. For hours, Jessica kept making snide comments whenever she could squeeze them in, but I was too focused to give her the reaction she wanted.
It's so humid. I swear I just felt a bug crawl into my shoe.
Welcome to the wilderness, babe.
Why are you even on this trip, Matthew? You look like someone who's never even been outside a spa.
Excuse you? I'm very outdoorsy. My family made me do survival camps every summer. Learn grit. Apparently being born rich means you have to earn your personality.
Hey, Rose, remember in 5th grade when you brought that snake to school? You were running to the bathroom and it got out of your bag and you turned around to grab it, then peed your pants?
I'm sure that didn't happen. Come on, Jess.
Yes, it did. I remember because it was my 12th birthday that day.
Wait, why were you 12 in 5th grade? Were you held back? I saw your passport. You're older than us.
She wasn't held back. Some people just start school later than others.
Why are you defending her?
Because she's a helpless little weirdo who will jump at any chance to be my friend. And fine, yes, I was held back. There, I said it. What now? You gonna break up with me?
No, babe, I was just...
Save it. I'd rather walk alone and get eaten by a wolf than spend another second with you and that snake perv.
Whoa! Just then, Jessica fell into a trap. A rope whipped around her ankle and yanked her up, leaving her dangling upside down midair.
Help! Help! What are you two idiots doing? Oh, sorry, babe. Not you. Her!
Say sorry to Rose first.
Matthew, listen. The fact that there's a trap here suggests there might be hunters nearby. Maybe we finally found someone. Wait, I hear footsteps.
I'll be with you, Rose, after Jessica apologizes. Come on, Jess.
I heard the footsteps getting closer, fast, so I climbed up a fallen tree trunk, crawled along the branch hanging above Jessica, and started cutting the rope, bare-handed, then with my teeth.
Matthew, behind you!
I looked up. A group of people stood there, dressed in what looked like traditional tribal gear. They were watching us. Their leader, a tall, stone-faced man, stepped forward. Everyone went silent. I awkwardly bit the rope one last time, and Jessica fell head first onto the ground with a thud.
Ouch! And who are these people? Are they gonna save us or eat us for dinner?
They didn't speak any English, and while Matthew tried to communicate with them, I noticed their leader staring at me. Then he took a step closer, and just like that, the whole group went still.
Soboki Nina Ayame.
He's looking at my snake tattoo. Then he turned to his people and said something in a language I didn't recognize. Suddenly, they bowed to me, like full-on prostrated. The leader gave a signal. 2 of them came over, lifted me onto their shoulders, and started chanting something as they carried me away. Matthew and Jessica followed in shocked silence. What are they saying?
Shikboko mayon koslaki fi.
I think he said, I like the cut of your jib, kid. You got guts.
We were taken to the center of the tribe, where dozens of teepees circled around in open space. The leader climbed onto a rock and gave what felt like a heartwarming speech. I mean, it sounded heartwarming. Then again, I had no idea what he was actually saying. Once again, the entire tribe bowed down. A few of them stepped forward carrying a wooden chair, decorated with ribbons and colorful fabrics. They set it down, motioned for me to sit, and then lifted it up, carrying me like I was royalty.
Why are they treating her like she's their god?
They do think she's their god, Jessie. All hail our goddess Rose.
I looked down at all these people, delighted to have me, at Matthew's proud smile and Jessica's jealous glare. And for the first time, I didn't see myself as an act of kindness or neglect or charity. I saw myself as a gift to humanity, or maybe a god. For starters, they placed me in a decorated teepee with round-the-clock security and women assigned to care for me. They bathed me in milk, washed my hair with oils that smelled like heaven, and fed me their best food. Every evening before sunset, they paraded me through the village on my chair and set me down at the center, where people lined up to kiss my hand and touch my feet, hoping for my blessings. Matthew and Jessica were given a separate teepee, way out on the edge of the tribe. I didn't speak to them for days. I only saw them from afar, where Jessica looked visibly annoyed. I knew they wanted to be saved, to go home, to call someone, but I figured that could wait. Besides, it's not like I could communicate with the tribe very clearly anyway. The tribe leader had a habit of presenting people to me during these blessing sessions, one person each day, so I could examine them and decide if they were worthy or pure. Naturally, I said yes to everyone. Who was I to judge? But one day, he brought me a young man, maybe in his early 20s. As he got closer, I caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Let's just say He didn't wipe well. I winced. Just for a second. It wasn't dramatic. Just a face. The leader's eyes widened immediately. He turned to his men and made a gesture, sharp and fast. Before I could say anything, they rushed in, grabbed the guy, and started dragging him away. He burst into tears, trying to crawl back, begging, looking right at me. He reached for my feet and cried harder. I stood up, trying to stop them. I stepped forward, blocking his path, trying to say something, anything. But the leader suddenly turned toward me and placed his hand on my shoulder. His eyes were cold, wide, steady. I froze and just stood there, watching them drag the crying men out of the clearing. And there was nothing I could do. For the next few days, I pretended to be sick so I wouldn't have to leave my bed. I just wanted to avoid those blessing sessions altogether. There was this girl, Huna. I eventually learned her name. She was assigned to be my personal assistant, but really, she was more like a babysitter. She barely left my side, day and night. Over time, I managed to learn a few words from her and teach her a few English ones too. Of course, I had to keep up the I'm sick act the whole time. You've been staring at the necklace for a while now, Huna. Do you like it? I wish I could give it to you. It's from my mom. My biological mom, actually. She gave it to me when I was 6, and even though I was too young to understand it back then, I remember thinking it was strange that my aunt would give me something so expensive. Oh, sorry. That's confusing. She was my aunt back then. When I turned 10, I found out she was actually my biological mother. She'd given me to her sister, my aunt, because she was poor and already had 3 kids, and her sister couldn't have any. I was angry and confused that day, but somehow I ended up pulling this necklace out of the drawer and putting it on. And ever since then, I haven't taken it off. Una didn't respond. She just kept staring at the necklace. Sorry, girl, I can't give you this one. But here, take this bracelet. It's from Target, but it's cute. I'll give you the other bracelet if you like and subscribe and interact with this video so more people can see it and I become more famous. Huna gave me a side eye, but took the bracelet anyway. Just then, the leader barged in. He looked furious. Without saying a word, he grabbed Huna and pulled her to her feet. He started scolding her and pointing at me. My guess was that he figured out I was faking being sick and that Huna was covering for me. He tried to drag her out. I panicked. I didn't want her to get in trouble, especially not for me. I jumped up to stop him. The moment he saw me on my feet, his eyes widened. He shouted even louder at Huna. And I don't know what came over me, but I slapped him. He froze, stunned. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then he just turned around and walked out. Huna, I'll give you the necklace, but you've got to help me with something. Eventually, I managed to explain, at least partly, that I needed her to sneak Matthew and Jessica over to me. She looked hesitant, but after I gave her the necklace and pleaded for what felt like hours, she finally reluctantly agreed. That night, just before dawn, she stuffed them into the giant bags they usually use to carry firewood and placed the cart near my teepee's entrance. Matthew and Jessica snuck in quietly.
You better get us out of here before I kick your butt, you little miserable smackhead.
I wouldn't use miserable here, Jess. In case you haven't noticed, she's literally a god here.
She's still a stupid loser to me, and don't you ever defend her again. You did it before, and you're doing it now. I'm warning you, Matthew.
What are you gonna do, Jessica? We're stuck in the middle of some weird cult tribe, and this is what you're focused on? Belittling Rose? What has she ever actually done to you?
It's okay, Matthew. Thanks, but let's just focus. We need to figure out how we're getting out of here.
Oh, now you care about us? Do you have any idea what we've been through? We wake up at dawn, get sent to the mountains to hunt, whatever that means, and then we're out in the fields all afternoon. All we get to eat is plain rice and dry corn, while you're here eating fish and meat and bathing in milk like some freaking goddess. You're letting this whole thing get to your head, maybe because deep down you know how worthless and dirty you are. Just a smug little snake-loving mutt.
Jessica, enough! Cut it out, all right?
Huna sensed something was wrong. She stepped in, trying to gesture for Jessica to calm down.
Oh, what do you want now? Instead of standing there like some useless statue, why don't you go fetch us something decent to eat, huh? Food, stomach, hunger, food. You hear that?
She shoved Huna toward the entrance. Matthew rushed to stop her.
I'm tired. I want to go home. I miss my bed so bad.
It's okay. Calm down. Rose will help us figure this out.
She's an idiot. She never does anything right. She killed my brother. Yeah, she did. You didn't know that, huh? We were best friends, Rose, for 10 years. And then that night, you showed up crying, pouring rain, screaming about your mom and whatever. My brother, he came running down to check what was going on, and he tripped over you. Yeah, she was lying on the floor crying because she's that dramatic. He just had surgery, okay? He wasn't supposed to fall. Now he's in a coma. And every time I see you smiling and pretending like it didn't happen, I see him lying there. You didn't just ruin our friendship, you ruined everything.
Jess, that's not fair. You can't blame her for that. I'm sure Rose is sorry.
God knows how sorry I am. I think about it every single night. I've said I'm sorry more times than I can count.
Yeah? Look how sorry you are. Getting pampered like royalty while we rot out there. You and your crocodile tears. I'll never forgive you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was crying hard. That incident never left me. It came right after I found out about my mom and aunt. And then Jessica completely cut me off. She hated me. Made sure everyone else did too. That's when I started isolating. When I got more into snakes. They didn't judge. I took a shaky step forward, trying to reach out, maybe just to plead. But Jessica looked at me with pure disgust. Then she spat on me.
Don't you dare touch me, you pathetic little freak!
She stormed off. Matthew tried to shout after her, but she was already gone. He followed a second later. I stood there, wiped her spit off my cheek, and blinked my last tear away. The next day, during the blessing ceremony, the leader brought forward a few villagers like usual, but I didn't even look at them. I shook my head. He stopped, looking confused. I scanned the crowd. Then slowly, I raised my hand and pointed at Jessica. The crowd turned to look at her. Jessica didn't move. Her eyes locked on mine, wide and panicked. Her face went pale.
You wouldn't dare, Rose.
The leader ordered his men to bring her forward. She didn't resist. She walked with them, calm, composed, almost proud. When she got closer, she looked straight into my eyes, cold, like she was daring me.
What are you going to do, Rose?
So now I'm just Rose? Not a pathetic loser anymore? She didn't say a word, just stared. But her eyes were saying, do the right thing. I looked at the leader and gave the signal to take her away.
No, please, stop! Rose, tell them to stop!
He tried to run toward us, but a few of the men held him back as Jessica walked away silently, without a fight, never once looking back. That night, I sat in my teepee with the worst headache of my life. My eyes were burning. I'd already kicked Huna out because I needed a break. Some rest without someone hovering around me like I was prey. Just then, Huna tiptoed back in, dragging Matthew by the ear. Matthew, why were you outside walking around my teepee? Do you know how dangerous that is?
Good evening, Rose.
Couldn't have a bad one if I tried.
I needed to talk to you, and I didn't know how. Ow! Seriously, tell her to let go of my ear.
If you're here to talk about Jessica, save it. She got what she deserved. I've been silent enough.
I get your pain, I really do, but she's been through a lot too. I mean, I wanted to break up with her, but ow! What is her hand made of, metal?
It's okay, Huna. You can let go of his ear now.
I was gonna break up with her before the trip, but her dad asked me to wait. He's a friend of my dad's. Said she wasn't doing well, that this trip might help. Her therapist thought nature would fix things, I guess. She's all he's got. I just wanted to get her back safe. All of us.
Boo and who?
Come on, Rose, show empathy.
Her going through stuff doesn't mean everyone else has to suffer for it. Her therapist should have taught her not to be a jerk, not to go out and connect with the trees. Now, if you don't mind, it's time for my nap. Huna pushed him toward the exit.
Wait, Huna, right? Here, I picked this flower for you. Thought it looked cool. I've never seen anything like it.
Huna clutched her chest, visibly touched, then promptly threw the flower away. Shokuri! It's poisonous, you idiot. Now get out. Huna gave him one last glare and dragged him out. That night, we had one of the biggest ceremonies yet. A celebration marking the night of arrival. A sacred tradition passed through generations, where they believed a god would descend from the sky to guide them. Apparently, I was that god. At one point, I noticed a kid staring at me with hatred. It was the first time I'd seen that kind of look directed at me here. Huna caught the tension. From what I could gather, the man they dragged away during the last blessing was his father. I was so tired of people blaming me for things that were completely out of my control. I mean, I was sorry it happened, but it wasn't my fault. Not really. So I stuck my tongue out at the kid. He hid behind his mom. A few moments later, the men came to carry my chair for some ritual. They lifted me high into the center of the gathering. Some people cheered, others bowed, and as I sat above them all, I felt it. No matter what I did, they would keep worshiping me. Even that boy from earlier had been pushed forward by his mom to join the celebration. Funny how I was someone's discarded kid. Now I'm someone's god. I still don't know which one hurts more. The boy stared straight at me. Then he pointed behind him. I followed the direction he pointed, half expecting nothing. But then, completely unrelated, I saw a glow. The glow was faint at first, but it quickly grew into visible flames, rising higher and spreading fast through the dark. I raised my hand and pointed, and the music slowly faded as people turned to look. Then came the gasps, and the shouting followed soon after. Panic broke out, and someone rushed to carry me away to safety. The next morning, smoke still hung in the air. Half the village was reduced to skeletons of ash and cinder. And yet, no one cried. Instead, they moved with an eerie calm, lining up in silence, carrying the last of their grain, jewelry, hand-carved trinkets, all for me, for their goddess. Children clutched burned dolls. Old women limped barefoot across blackened earth, as if none of it mattered. As long as I was safe, they would have done anything I asked. Anything. And for a second, I didn't hate that. That scared me more than the fire. How can I be a goddess if I can't even help them? I'm just an idiot, like Jessica always says. I attract chaos everywhere I go. The leader had dragged me away the moment he saw the flames. While others burned, he made sure I was untouched and adored. Now he stood beside me, perfectly clean, arms folded, like nothing had happened. Why isn't anyone upset? Just then, the leader spotted a woman near the back of the line, clutching something under her clothing. His face darkened. He barked something in his language and pointed at her. She froze, then slowly stepped forward, shaking. From beneath her clothing, she pulled out a small bundle of dried herbs and placed it at my feet. Her child clung to her side, coughing quietly. No, keep it. It's yours. You need it for your child. I tried to hand it back, but the leader yanked it from my hands and gave it to his men. He pointed at my hair, then nodded approvingly, muttering something about the herbs, as if they were meant for me, as if some miracle hair treatment was more important than a sick child. What is wrong with you? These people lost everything, and all you care about is them giving me things? What am I going to do with all this stuff? What kind of leader are you? Just then,
I spotted Jessica in the crowd and ran to her. Are you okay?
Why do you care? If you must know, I was assigned to clean the poop hole. Guess the fire saved me. Never thought fire could be a blessing, but here we are.
We need to find a way off this island, Rose.
I know, but we can't just leave them like this. We have to help them.
Well, gee, isn't that wonderful? Help yourself first, Rose.
Before I could respond, the leader started shouting orders, telling the villagers to rebuild. No rest, no mourning, just obedience. First we were asking how we'd survive the jungle. Now I'm wondering how we survive him. His men approached me again. I knew what that meant. Back to the teepee. Back to playing goddess. I didn't resist. I just walked silently, trying to figure out how the heck we were going to get out of here. That night, I sat in my teepee, waiting for Huna to sneak in Matthew and Jessica. But just then, I heard voices outside. I peeked through the fabric and saw the leader and several villagers gathered, tense and angry. In the center was Huna. The leader was holding my mom's necklace. They must have found out she had it and assumed she stole it. But why wouldn't they ask me first? Why jump to punishment? That was it. I stormed out and pushed through the crowd. I grabbed the leader by the horned band on his head and stared down at him. Everyone, he's not pure. I don't give him my blessing. Take him away. Why are you looking at me like that? I said, take him. But no one moved. They all looked down. And then, quietly, so did he, his chin dipping just slightly, like he'd expected this, like he knew they would choose him over me, even now. So who do you fear now, God or man? I walked over to Huna and helped her to her feet, and for a second, everyone just watched, waiting for me to lead, to fix it. The weight of it hit me all at once, and it made me realize something. Maybe my biological mom didn't give me away because she didn't love me. Maybe she was just overwhelmed, trying to survive with more than she could carry. I used to hate her for that. But now, faced with such a big responsibility to help Huna and the others, I finally understood how overwhelming it could be. And I was going to make a different choice. I wasn't walking away. Inside, Matthew and Jessica were already waiting.
Hey, Huna. Looking lovely today. Anyway, Rose, we found a boat on the shore. It looks solid, newly built. Since everyone's busy rebuilding the village, we figured we could take it. Tonight, get ready.
And leave everyone? With that jerk still in charge?
You didn't seem to mind when he was pampering you.
Yeah, and you're really making it hard for me to regret punishing you. She rolled her eyes. Anyway, you guys can go. Try to get help. Sounds like I'm the only one who can stop that man from hurting more people. I'm their god, remember? I'm safe. Just then, Huna reached over and squeezed my hand. Father, leader. Wait, he's your father? Wow, this man just keeps giving. Huna gestured for us to wait and slipped outside. 5 minutes later, she returned with folded clothes, disguises. We changed quickly and followed her out. We walked through the woods in silence for about 20 minutes.
Remind me again, why are we following this primitive girl deep into the jungle? What if she's leading us to be sacrificed? Let's go back, guys. I mean, this place is messed up enough, even for you, Rose.
They think I'm something sacred, like a spirit their ancestors waited for. The tattoo, the crash, the timing, it all fits some old legend, I guess.
Yeah, plus those weird red-green eyes and your olive skin. I mean, you're also like goddess-level beautiful. Whoa, look at that!
We had arrived. In front of us was a hidden stash. Crates of food, piles of fruit, and even gold. Not a few coins, but full chunks and trinkets. All hoarded by the leader, probably taken from the people or gathered during raids. I wasn't even sure if he knew what gold was, or just kept it because it looked shiny.
We need to leave tonight. If we make it to the mainland, maybe we can bring help, especially if we tell them about this. Smart thinking showing us this spot, Huna.
Huna blushed, smiling shyly. Jessica rolled her eyes and ran toward the pile, stuffing gold into her pockets.
If I'm gonna die in the ocean, I might as well die rich.
I'm staying. I'll help these people. Or die trying. Just then, I spotted something. Movement. A snake slithering behind Jessica. I lunged, grabbed it, and flung it into the woods. It was right behind you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Rose.
I gave her a small, tired nod.
Come on, let's move. We've got some escaping to do.
Why are you so excited about this? You do realize it's not one of your yacht trips, right?
Yeah, and I was sent to jungle camps before I even learned how to shave. My dad called it
character building.
Character and mosquito bites.
We get it. You're rich but humble. Very Disney prince of you. The three of us laughed, and we kept walking toward the shore. Are you guys sure about this?
More than ever. And I want to say something. I think I'm sorry for blaming you all these years. Look at me now, facing death and holding on to the thing that kept me bitter.
Great speech. Now let's move on, babe.
Don't babe me. I know you've been planning to leave me since forever. Just waited because you felt sorry for me. Pray I don't kill you on the way. Or maybe I will. Therapy is all about release, right?
Hey, Huna, take care, all right?
And then, to everyone's surprise, Huna hugged him.
What was that?
Seriously, what was that?
What can I say? Everyone loves me, tribal or not.
The next morning, I didn't wait for anyone to carry me out. I stepped out of my teepee on my own, hair tied up, eyes tired, but clear. The sky was still gray with ash, but the smell of smoke had dulled overnight. All around me, people were back to working, repairing what they could with what little they had. They didn't look up when I passed. No one bowed. Maybe they were tired of pretending. Maybe I was too. I walked up to the group building a new shelter frame and rolled up my sleeves. Where do I start? Before anyone could answer, the leader stormed over, his expression tight.
Tako mohana, biki hana so.
He pointed toward my teepee. It was clear. He wanted me to go back, to sit on my chair, to play the part again. No, I'm not going back. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. You want a goddess? Fine. But what good is a goddess who sits around while her people rebuild the world? I'm not above them. I'm one of them. And if I stay, I help. He didn't answer, just stared for a long time. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. That was the last time he tried to stop me. Over the next few days, I did everything I could. I carried water buckets on my back, helped tie wooden beams with vine rope, sat with the old women, and learned how they cooked with next to nothing. Huna showed me how to sharpen sticks into tools, and even taught me the word for thank you in their language. I said it a lot. Some of the villagers still looked at me with confusion, others with quiet surprise. But a few started nodding back, offering me fruit, smiling, just a little. It was a slow shift, but it was real. This is how freedom is made. Working together, sharing what we have. Don't you want to live in a place where we smile at each other as we pass, instead of hurrying away worried you might be punished? Where you get to choose your leaders, not fear them? I took Huna's hand and spun her around into a playful dance. She laughed, shy at first, then let herself enjoy it. Freedom doesn't mean chaos. It means you get to choose when to work, what to believe, who to follow. You don't have to give your food or your herbs or your memories to a god just to feel safe. You're already worthy. You're already free. You just forgot how to be. And then, on the 5th morning, I heard the sound. A low hum at first, then louder, unmistakable. A helicopter. I dropped the woven basket I was holding and ran. Others followed behind me, some hopeful, some scared. We burst out of the trees just in time to see it land in the open field beyond the village. Doors swung open. Medics stepped out first.
Then 2 people ran past them. My dad and my mom, and behind him, her, my biological mother. I froze. She ran to me first, arms wide, eyes brimming.
Rose! Oh my God, Rose!
I let her hold me. She was shaking. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. I just let her cry into my shoulder. Eventually, the rescue crew tried to approach the villagers. They offered help, food, clean water. Some of the villagers nodded politely, but backed away. Others disappeared into the trees. They didn't want saving, not from strangers. I didn't blame them. Before we left, the leader and Huna approached me one last time. I stepped forward and hugged her tightly, burying my face in her shoulder. Come with me. You don't have to stay here. You can go to school, dance when you feel like it, be away from him, be free. But she gently pulled away and gave me a small, sad smile before stepping back beside her father. I wanted to scream at her, tell her to run while she could, but I didn't, because deep down, I knew what it felt like to still need the person who failed you. I reached back into my bag and took out my mother's necklace. I pressed it into Huna's hand and closed her fingers around it. She blinked at me, stunned. It's yours now. The leader held something out, a single, rough chunk of gold. I stared at it for a long moment, then slipped it into my bag. I'd never say where it came from. Some things deserve to stay buried, but some people, even the broken ones, deserve the right to choose what freedom means to them.
Man, I'd kill to live this life. Freedom at its finest.
Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors...
He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you. Damien looked at me with pure hatred. And ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class.
If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures.
Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math?
Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect.
It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her.
You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top!
Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. Hey, Superman. These algebra exercises won't solve themselves.
Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel.
Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast? Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside? What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her. Her father is actually one of the richest people in town. Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. Excuse me, Chanel, right?
Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart.
Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal? What do you mean?
I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school.
I didn't think Chanel was serious. But a month later, Damien was going to her school, and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you. Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition. Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank. But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications. Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places? My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous. The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before. I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related? Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend. Why would you come to her party? Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together. What? But she's with my brother. Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out. Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now, and they're in love. That's what you think. Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back. You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude. Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious, and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch. Sasha, why are you making such a commotion? Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine. Sasha, please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful. Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems. Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha. After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake. Where's Chanel? Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first. Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out. I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job. I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which proved that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all. And I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset.
Why do you look like you've been crying?
Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but right now I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in. What are you doing here? Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry, but you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha, we have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien, but we will never forgive her.
Mom, Dad, you aren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home, and you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay. I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not?
Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could. Until, stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey,
gross!
I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the Queen Bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table. But Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut them down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains, come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech. And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring.
Ah, get off me! How'd you get this then?
Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever.
Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on.
And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. Ugh. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us.
I can see the clouds of danger swirling around her. She has a curse, and to protect her, you must follow these rules. She must never open a closed door, and always eat in the eastern room of the house. She must wear mismatched shoes, and never address a stranger first. But fear not, I also predict happiness for her. On her 16th birthday, the first boy she sees will be her one true love.
Hey guys, it's T from Oregon. A little weird, yeah, but it's all thanks to this fortune teller who said I should have a name starting with T. I mean, why not Tina, Tyler, or Talia? Anyway, don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to know my crazy story and ramblings. You guessed it right. My parents were believers in superstitions and horoscopes, and that's the short of it. But Mom was the worst. Like once I asked her to buy me a toy, and it said on her horoscope that she shouldn't invest that day. No toys. It's a sign. I didn't understand it at the time, but when I was 5 years old and I was at my aunt's house playing with her cat, I opened the back door, and suddenly an enormous box full of dishes and glasses came crashing down in front of me. It slightly hurt the cat, and an icy chill ran down my spine. My mom was totally right. She knows best. My parents immediately took me to the fortune teller for more advice, but they couldn't find her anywhere. She was gone. So they removed all the doors in our house and told me to stay inside.
But Mom, what fun am I gonna have inside?
Oh, honey, I'll play with you. My parents did their best to make me happy. We would play The Floor is Lava and build blanket forts, play hide and seek, and play makeup games. But growing up, when I tried to ask anything about the prophecy, Mom reminded me about my safety. A part of me also believed it, especially when I dreamed about my one true love and all the trips we would take together. I had a map full of pins with my ideal destinations, and I knew all the capitals of the world by heart. He will open all the doors for me and greet every stranger first. Only 2,017 days left. The summer I turned 13, many good things happened at once. I got a new phone for my birthday, and a new next-door neighbor moved in. I spied on him from my window, and he was super dreamy. Long legs, sparkly eyes, and that smile. Calm down. Maybe he's just cute from a distance. Since his room was just across from mine, I used to zoom in with the camera of my phone, but all I could see was the spider crawling down the wall and a poster for a video game he liked. Bingo! I downloaded the game on my phone, and only 2 players in my area. That must be him. Yeah, we girls make the best detectives, right? I went from fighting imaginary potatoes to defeating trolls and orcs online, and it was so much fun, and he noticed me. Hey, you're pretty great at this. Want to team up? Sure, you're pretty good too. Thank you. I saw from your profile that you're local. There's a gathering of players this weekend. Want to come? All those new people? What if I slipped and talked to someone by mistake? Sorry, I can't. You see, Can I tell him the truth? What if he thinks I'm a weirdo or a liar? But I was a weirdo. I asked him for his number and started texting him. Shh, I hit up his Insta and Facebook, but we all do that, right? And soon, I poured my heart out and told him everything. Wow, that must be tough. Are you sure the fortune teller was right? I never met her, but my parents are absolutely convinced she was, and I want to trust that they know what's best for me. I don't know if there's a fate worse than staying locked in all the time. When I went to bed that night, Sebastian's words kept ringing in my ears. I dreamed that I was going to school and traveling everywhere. So when I woke up, the disappointment was too much. I think you're right, but now I need to convince my parents too. And so, my campaign for free tea began. I stuck my forehead closer to the radiator to fake a high fever, but I just got a red forehead for my trouble. Then, I turned on the water tap in the kitchen to flood the floors and send my parents outside. But my mom just got out the mop, and I ended up having to help her clean. I wrote letters pretending to be a long-lost cousin needing help, and even snuck out at night. But I was caught by the traps my dad had set up. Nothing worked. Oh dear, she's gotten to the rebellious age, right? Nothing I do seems to work. And just then, there was a tap-tap sound. Someone was knocking at my window? Could it be burglars? Should I scream now? I got my hair straightener and my perfume spray. Hi, it's Sebastian. Hi. I'm T. Yeah, I know. My teammate and my friend. I can hear you cheering from my room. You talk to yourself a lot, you know. How embarrassing. Was I that obvious? And I'm about to slip. I opened the window and he climbed in. I was too nervous. I had a boy in my room, and he smelled so good. I thought boys were all smelly, but he smelled like rainbow cake with sprinkles. My brain short-circuited, and I could only look at him like a fish. I apologize for scaring you. I've tried to visit you before, but your parents always sent me away. RT is very frail. She can't have visitors. I'm here to help you. Is there something your parents believe in more than a curse? No, they're obsessed with it. And just to make extra sure, my mom checks the horoscopes too. The horoscope. That was the answer. Sebastian printed a free daily horoscope and put it every morning under our front door. Then we set out to make its predictions true. On the first day, I had him hide out of the window with the water hose. Look, this horoscope says it'll rain with a clear sky. And look outside. It's raining, but the sun is also shining. The next day, he put a super smelly fish under the hood of our car. And the day after, he threw a ball at our window, which landed in my mom's soup. All of it was predicted by the horoscope. This went on for a few months, and Sebastian even asked some of his friends to set up predictions for my mom. She believed in it so much, she wouldn't leave the house without checking it. It's time to make our move. Look, Mom, it says that girls named after a drink will have good fortune all year. I'm sure this counteracts the fortune teller's warning. This horoscope is never wrong. I really want to go to school. I'm not sure. But T's all grown up now. She knows she must not open any doors, right? Yes, of course, Dad. I finally enrolled in school. The evening before my first day, I was super nervous. Am I doing the right thing? What if the fortune teller was right? What if something terrible happens? I tried a million outfits, and Sebastian stood at his window, giving the outfits votes with a paddle like in a fashion competition. It doesn't count if you give me all tens. My first day was fantastic. I asked Sebastian not to tell anyone about my curse because I knew no one would believe me. He agreed and didn't laugh when I opened my backpack, and instead of books, all of the good luck charms my mom had stashed in it fell out. Here, you can read mine. I still had to eat alone in the supply closet because it was the room to the east, and I became a pro at never opening doors. If one was about to close, I'd just throw my books at it to stop it. At once, I couldn't get out of the bathroom because no one was there to open the door for me. And fortunately, Sebastian came to my rescue. Oh, thank you. I was about to climb into the cubicle. You can't really believe this rule about the door, T. There's no such thing as a curse. What if there is? I'm not so sure I can risk it. Or, I don't want to put anyone else at risk. As my 16th birthday approached, I eagerly anticipated meeting my one true love. But I like Sebastian. He's kind and funny, and he wants to travel too. I just needed to make sure I gave fate a little help. Again. So the morning of my birthday, I stared at Sebastian's window, waiting for him to appear, but the blinds never came up. Maybe they're broken. I waited outside his house for him to step out.
Come on, T. You'll be late for school.
I hoped that he just got out super early and I had missed him, but when I got to school, the first person I saw was the janitor. No, the fortune teller said boy, and he's a man. I still have a chance, so I kept my eyes closed and started inching toward my class.
Hey, watch out.
OMG, it's Francis. He was the hottest guy in school. He was tall, had the best hair, and was in a band. All the girls in school wanted to date him, but he'd never gone out with anyone.
Aren't you the girl who always eats alone in the supply room?
Yeah, I know it's weird, but...
No, I dig it. Make your own rules, you know? What's your name?
T.
Wow, that's a cool name. Unique. See you around.
He smiled at me, and suddenly, everything was really warm. Oh no, maybe I'm sick. Wait, no, that's what happens when you blush. Does it mean he is my one true love? What about Sebastian? I called Sebastian. Why aren't you at school?
I got food poisoning, and I'm sick at home. Sorry, I didn't get to wish you a happy birthday in person.
I was super disappointed, but the fortune teller was very clear. The first boy I saw on my 16th birthday was Francis, not Sebastian. It's not like he ever confessed. Maybe he doesn't even like me. Suddenly, Francis was everywhere.
Wow, you decorated this supply closet like a restaurant. I'm participating in a door opening competition. Let me help you. Oh, this is your house? Wow, what a coincidence.
I was cursed, but I wasn't stupid. Are you following me?
I guess I kinda am. Sorry, but you're different, and I like that. Would you like to go out with me?
Crash! I turned around and saw Sebastian looking at me from his garden. He seemed super angry, but before I could say anything, he stormed back inside. Remember, T, he's not your one true love. You don't have to feel bad. He's my friend, and he'll understand. I started going out with Francis, and I became super popular. Everyone wanted to be like me, and the supply closet became so crowded that there was a line outside to eat. The only one who avoided me was Sebastian. He even stopped playing our video game. Now he was always angry, and one day he snapped at the teacher and he was told to sit in her office. This is my chance. If I also get detention, we'll be sitting together and he'll have to talk to me. So I stepped on my desk and danced as if I was at a party. Why aren't you talking to me? I thought we were friends.
I thought we were more than friends. Can you imagine how crushing it felt to see you going out with Francis? Can't you see he's using you to make himself look better? Like he's a lion tamer at a zoo and you're a weird animal.
Wow, you're calling me a weird animal?
I'm saying he treats you like one. I think you're great and cute, but I can't stand that you've let the word of a stranger rule your life.
But the fortune teller,
she's a fraud. Here, look.
He showed me his phone and there was a video of a woman in prison.
It's not my fault if people are so gullible. I told parents their child was cursed, and to get rid of the curse, I gave them 2 options. Either follow some impossible made-up rule, or buy one of my magic charms. And yeah, most parents went for the charm. But there was this one couple who decided to do both. They named their kid something like soda or latte or cappuccino. I mean, come on, guys, you're just asking for trouble with a name like that.
I was so shocked, I almost dropped the phone, but Sebastian had left the room and closed the door behind him. I was trapped.
Open the door. Nothing will happen. Trust me.
This was the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life, but Sebastian is on the other side, and I trust him more than I trust anyone else. I closed my eyes, pushed, and I fell on the other side, right into Sebastian's arms. You caught me.
I will always catch you.
Everything was good so far, and I looked into Sebastian's eyes, but Francis appeared, ruining the moment.
Hey, I made a My Girlfriend is Cursed t-shirt. Wait, what's going on here? What are you doing with him?
I finally see reason. I'm not cursed.
What? So you're like normal now?
As normal and boring as it gets. Let's break up, okay?
Not even a teeny tiny curse?
Bye, Francis. I had done the right thing with Francis, but I still had to talk with my parents. I ran straight home and showed them the video, but they wouldn't believe it was her, especially my mom. I love you guys, and you can believe what you want, but I can no longer follow your rules. I want to be free, and I don't want to believe in some silly superstition. I tried to convince them, but I knew it wasn't easy for them to change. But at least they understood that they wouldn't control me anymore. I went to school, I ate in the cafeteria, and I opened every closed door there was. Now, I have 18 ways to open doors. And yes, my parents get mad when I do it with my foot. And of course, I took Sebastian's face and kissed him in front of everyone because you should always follow what your heart tells you. The heart is always right.